Hello friends. This is Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto is leaving the elemental nations to try and bring peace to the world? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. In the village hidden in the leaves, or more commonly known as Konohakagore, it was a day just like any other. A dark-haired individual with his hair tied up into a spiky ponytail, who was also sporting his usual lazy expression, was walking towards the door to the Hokage's office. He soon arrives at the door and knocks first before he starts to open the door. "Hey Naruto, I have some forms I need you to sign." He looks around to see a desk with papers stacked up to the ceiling, and toads of all things were stamping some forms, and others seemed to be organizing the room. Okay, just where did he take off to this time? I mean seriously. The largest toad currently in the room was wearing an orange vest covering his reddish body covered in darker red swirl patterns. He was also wearing an orange beret on his head, was currently sitting in the seat which is supposed to be meant for the Hokage. Looks up to see him standing there. The toad lets out a loud croak before speaking. "Oh, you must be Shikamaru-san. I'm Gameita. Naruto-sama asked us to take care of a few things for him since Ogiji-sama had another prophecy about him. Croak asterisk as to what it's about I have no clue. I'm just happy to be of some help to Naruto-sama." Gameita shrugs his shoulders as he explains the situation to Shikamaru. Shikamaru lets out a groan as he shakes his head in disbelief. Man, this is such a drag. He looks around the room again before returning his gaze to Gameita. "I don't suppose you have any idea when he'll be back, do you? Naruto-sama said that he should be back sometime this afternoon. If you like, I can send one of our tracker toads to find you once he returns." Shikamaru smiles a little as he nods in acceptance to the offer. "That sounds good, thanks." After a short pause, he looks at the beret on the toad's head. "I'm sorry, but I have to ask, what's with the—" "I'd appreciate it if you didn't ask about my beret." The toad interrupts him. "I have my own style, so drop it." "Yeah, alright, I won't ask again," says Shikamaru. "Though that's gonna be bugging me for a while now," he thinks to himself as he leaves the room. Eventually he runs into a pink-haired Kunoichi. "Oh hey Shikamaru. Did you let Naruto know about the preparations for the yearly Kage meeting?" Shikamaru grins as he knows how this conversation will end. Most likely will end in a very bruised and beaten up Naruto. Oh, Naruto is so going to hate me for this. Oh well, it's what he gets for taking off like he just did. The Kunoichi tilts her head to the side in confusion. "Oh, sorry about that, Sakura. And to answer your question, well, let's just say that he's not here at the moment. He seems to have taken off again and left a bunch of toads to do his paperwork for him." The moment he finishes speaking, he jumps out a window in an effort to avoid becoming collateral damage. Sakura stands there for a short time as her mind attempts to process what Shikamaru just told her. With every second that goes by, another tick mark forms on her forehead, as well as her fists clenching tighter and tighter in anger. Oh, he is so going to regret taking off like this. She walks down the hall as she begins thinking about just how brutally she's going to beat on him when he finally returns. Mount Myoboku, sitting in a large room, was a gigantic elderly toad who was brown in color except for his white belly, was sitting upon his oversized throne. Two much smaller but also elderly toads were sitting on either side, but in front of him watched as a man with blonde hair who was wearing an orange jumpsuit and a short-sleeved red coat with a black flame pattern along the hemline was walking to a platform out in the middle of the room. The blonde grins as he raises his right hand, putting his index and middle fingers together, and gives the toads a friendly salute. "Yo, how have you all been? It's been quite a while since the last time we were all here like this." The oversized toad looks down at the blonde man. "Why yes, it was been quite a while. Who are you again?" With that sentence, everyone else in the room falls over in surprise. The female toad, known as Shima, also referred to as Ma, loudly groans before she yells out, "Geez, you old geezer, this is seriously getting old. As you should very well know, the one standing before you is Naruto Uzumaki. You know, the child of prophecy. I mean, you're the one who called him out here." Naruto slowly gets up and proceeds to brush himself off. "It's okay, Ma, don't worry about it. I'm getting used to it," he says to the female toad before looking back up to the Gargantuan toad. "And if I'm right in my timing, he should figure out who I am in 3, 2, 1, he quietly says to himself. Ah yes Naruto, I have seen a vision involving you. One where you seems to be sailing the seas, but for why I do not know. I also saw you reuniting with an old friend whose power resides in his eyes. The great Toad Sage begins but is cut off by Naruto. Wait what? Are you talking about Sasuke? During the final battle against Madara, wasn't Sasuke sent to another dimension by Obito? I do remember him shoving me out of the way at the last moment to protect me from his power, which allowed me to take advantage of Obito's confusion and take him out. Naruto exclaims in disbelief. Now you're telling me that he may be alive out there somewhere? The Toad Sage looks at Naruto curiously. Ah yes, I remember him now. Yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure he's the lad in the vision. However, something seems off about him. Like a part of him is missing. Although I'm unsure if it's either physical or mental. Naruto looks to the ground as he takes all this information in. Sasuke. I hope you're safe. Wherever you are. The other smaller toad, known as Fukasaku or is more commonly referred to as Pa by the other toads, gives Naruto some time to take everything in before saying anything. Naruto Bozu, it would appear that you now have another reason to explore the world. The blonde looks up with a puzzled look on his face as he looks at Fukasaku. Huh? What do you mean by that, Pa? He asks. Fukasaku shakes his head a little. Think about it, Naruto Bozu. Jiraiya Bozu wanted to bring peace to the world and he left that quest to you. Well, the elemental nations have now entered a time of peace. However, this land is actually just a tiny part of the wide world out there. So if you truly wish to bring peace to the world, you will sadly have to leave the land of your birth and head out to sea. I'm sorry about this, but it is your choice to make. But remember, you're never alone. You can always summon any of the toads here in Myoboku to assist you at any time. Naruto allows himself a few moments of personal reflection before a big and bright grin spreads across his face. Thank for the quiet pep talk, Pa. I needed that. And you're right, I'm never truly alone. Well, I guess I should probably head back home. I have to attend the yearly Kage meeting in the new port town Nanobi. I better let them all know what's going on. Later, guys. He then turns around and suddenly vanishes from sight in a flash of yellow light. My word. Isn't that his father's signature jutsu? The Reuniting jutsu? Well, I'm glad to see that even though in these times of peace he's still trying to improve himself, Shima says in astonishment. Hokage Tower in Konohakagore. Naruto appears in a flash of yellow light just in front of his desk. Unfortunately, his sudden appearance scared the smaller toads senseless, causing them to dive under the deck or anything else they could find. He looks around at the small toads fearfully poking their noses out from under cover. However, they aren't quite relieved about Nato's sudden appearance. He looks around with a puzzled look on his face as he crouches down to ask one of the little toads a question. Do any of you happen to know where Gamete is? I kinda left him in charge of paperwork duty while I was gone. Naruto asks. The sound of a chair moving as well as the creak of pressure being applied to the desk. Naruto turns his head to the source of the sound. A large and shaking arm comes into sight from behind the desk. Is that you, Naruto-sama? Asks the owner of the shaking arm, which so happens to be Gamete. Are you alright, Gamete? Did something happen since I left? Naruto asks. Gamete slowly looks around to see if the coast is clear before responding. Why, yeah, you could say that. If that's what you call a pink typhoon that came in here and attacked us while demanding for your location. Also sorry, but I'm not gonna be able to help you out anytime soon after today. He slowly walks towards the window before screaming. Oh my god, she's coming back. Everyone retreat. And with that being said, every single toad in the room disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Naruto in the room alone trying to figure out what happened. What did they mean by a pink typhoon? He quietly asks himself. Wait, they did say it was pink, and that it was a she. I wonder what they meant. Thinks to himself for a moment before he slowly realizes what's coming. Oxygen monohydride, my god, Sakura-chan's coming. He races to the door, which he quickly opens just to find said person standing on the other side, giving him a warm yet terrifying smile. Why, if it isn't Hokage Dono? It's so nice of you to face your punishment like a man. Okay, this is not good. I have two choices here. 1. Just stand here and let Sakura take out her frustration now to get it over with, or the preferred option 2. Run like hell and try to explain to her as I run for my life. However, when she does catch me in that scenario, she is going to beat me even more. is what goes through Naruto's mind in about 2 seconds. He attempts to weigh the odds of his survival on the choices but realizes he doesn't have much more time to reach a decision as he notices her right hand form into a fist. It is all he says before he focuses as much chakra as possible in his legs and releases it all at once, quickly repelling him in the opposite direction of Sakura, forcing him through the window behind his desk. "Iya Sakura-chan, please let me explain." He then spends the rest of the afternoon and some of the night engaged in a deadly game of cat and mouse throughout the village. Those in the village who were supposed to adore and respect him spent the entire time laughing their ungrateful asses off as he dashed around trying to evade Sakura's attacks. Eventually, after a long chase, Sakura eventually catches his red coat and proceeds to beat the living shit out of him. After the beat down given to him, he is finally able to explain the situation and calm her down. "You know, Naruto, if you had just told me from the start, this entire chase wouldn't have even happened," she explains as she leads a bruised Naruto back to his parents' estate. He glances over to her and shakes his head a little. "Sakura-chan, you know very well you have and probably will never give me the chance to explain before you pummel me." She tilts her head upwards as she ponders this. "You know, you may be right about that. Wow, it's hard to believe you can actually be right," she says as she childishly sticks her tongue out at him. "Well, I need to get some rest. I have that Kage meeting to attend in the morning, then everything is probably going to change," Naruto says. "I guess so," is all Sakura says. It was early in the morning and the sun was just starting to raise off in the horizon as Naruto and his two companions were just reaching the outskirts of the city the five great nations built together. The city known to all as Nanobi. "Geez, Naruto. Did you have to wake us up so early? I mean, the meeting won't even start until the afternoon. Man, this is such a drag," says Naruto's first companion, Shikamaru. The second companion, however, just held her hands behind her head as she casually walked by Naruto's side. "Oh, come on, Shikamaru. At least this way we could take our time and not rush. Not like Guy-sensei and Lee always insist on doing," she says with an exasperated sigh. "Damn them and their springtime of youth." Naruto shakes his head as he recalls how said men usually act. "Just be happy that Guy-sensei never forced you to wear that skin-tight green jumpsuit. Then again, it could look good on you, Ten-Ten-chan," he says with a cheeky grin. She stops as if frozen in place as the image of her wearing it crosses her mind. Within moments she glares at Naruto. "Don't even joke about something like that. 'Cause it will never ever happen." He just raises a hand and waves back at her. "Don't worry, I was only joking. Besides, I know better than to interfere with a woman's wardrobe. Especially a woman armed with many sharp pointy things she could then use to impale me." Ten-Ten crosses her arms as she pouts. Shikamaru laughs a little. "Yeah, I know what you mean, Naruto. Women can be scary when they want to be." Their blonde-haired Hokage turns his head back as they continue to make their way into town. "By the way, Shikamaru, I've been meaning to ask about how things have been going between you and Temari. Gaara has been pestering me with asking when the two of you are finally going to get hitched." Now that the subject had been changed, Ten-Ten smiles brightly as she hurries to catch up with her companions since she doesn't want to miss this conversation. The dark-haired man shrugs a little. "Not too sure, to be honest. I already bought the ring, however I've been racking my brain trying to find the right time to ask her." Naruto smiles at his friend. "Don't worry, Shikamaru. Knowing you, I'm sure that you'll find the right time to ask her. I'll just tell Gaara something to get him off my back." He returns his gaze to the road ahead of them. "Knowing Temari, the time may come closer than you know, Shikamaru. Well, anyways, let's hurry up and get to the city. I want some time to check out the harbor," says Naruto, which causes his companions to raise an eyebrow in confusion, but they soon shrug it off and the group quickens their pace. It doesn't take them long to arrive at the center of the city, just a few blocks away from the meeting place. Naruto proceeds to walk towards the shipyard in the opposite direction but is stopped by Shikamaru. "Hey Naruto. I know you want to check out the harbor, but it would be better if we just went to the meeting place first, then explore afterwards." Naruto turns around. "Yeah, that is a good idea, but I have a better one." Ten-Ten points a finger at Naruto. "This idea better not involve your damn shadow clones," she threatens. The blonde just rolls his eyes as he reaches into his kunai pouch. "No, it doesn't involve my shadow clones. It's a different jutsu that I've spent the last couple of years perfecting. However, I've only got a bit over half of it mastered. Both his friends tilt their heads as they try to figure out what Naruto means. He then pulls out a trident-shaped kunai with a slightly larger handle and tosses it over to Shikamaru, who easily catches it. The two of them look at the strangely shaped weapon and try to discern its purpose. Suddenly Tenten's eyes open wide as she realizes what it is. "Oh my god, Naruto, is that what I think it is?" She yells out in surprise and is replied with a grin. "Yep, sure is. This is one of my dad's Reuniting kunai. I now know how to use the Flying Thunder God jutsu. However, I require the kunai to use it. I'm not quite at my dad's level in using it yet." Shikamaru looks at the blade before putting it away in his holster. "So when it comes time for the meeting to start, you just want me to throw it, then you will just teleport right to my side? Is that about right?" Naruto nods, letting him know that he's quite right. "Hey, convenient. I guess I'll go on ahead and take a nap until the others get there. Have fun, Naruto." Shikamaru then starts walking off to the meeting place. The brown-haired Kunoichi hurries to Naruto's side and looks directly at his kunai holster. After several moments of her staring intently at it, he just sighs and takes one out for her to examine. "There you go, Tenten. Just be gentle with it and try not to stick it anywhere I wouldn't," he says as he gives her a small wink. Naruto then dashes off in the direction of the harbor to see the kinds of ships were there. It doesn't take him very long at all to find the harbor with the massive galleons and other ships. He begins to walk around examining them, trying to find one that would be suitable for his new upcoming journey. Naruto soon comes to a stop before a fair-sized vessel that catches his attention. "This ship seems pretty cool, but I wonder what it looks like inside," he says to himself. But just as he's about to jump onto the ship, someone places their hand on his shoulder. "Excuse me, young man. That is a warship and not a playground, so I'm going to have to ask you to leave," says a large bald-headed man sporting a small black goatee and a muscular build, who was wearing a white uniform. The man is abruptly cut off as a kunai is placed over his exposed throat. "Just what the hell is going on?" he exclaims in fright. "That's what I should be asking," says the armed Kunoichi currently standing behind him. "So take your hand off, Naruto-kun, before I'm forced to kill you." The muscular man releases his hand, and as soon as he does so, the kunai is removed from his throat. "There, I let go of the punk. Now give me one damn good reason why we shouldn't arrest you too for this blatant assault." Tenten glares at him. "Naruto-kun isn't a punk. He's the current Hokage. One of the 5 leaders of the elemental nations, so you should show the proper respect." Beads of sweat begin to run down his face as he realizes what trouble he almost caused. He then snaps to attention and salutes Naruto and Tenten. "I'm very sorry for my actions. I had no idea that you were one of the leaders of this nation." Just as Naruto is about to reply, he notices a tall man wearing a white pair of pants as well as a matching vest over top a long-sleeved purple shirt, with a long overcoat resting on his shoulders, currently walking towards them. Once the man reaches a close enough distance, does Naruto see that he has a green and purple-colored sleep mask resting over his forehead. He has a head of dark hair. The man looks from Naruto to Tenten. "May I ask why you were threatening one of my men with that knife, young lady?" asks the tall man, who receives a glare from her. The marine who was just mentioned quickly saluted the tall man. "Admiral Aokiji. I'm sorry if the incident disturbed you. This incident is entirely my fault. I was currently apologizing before you got here, sir." The admiral looks back towards the pair in surprise. "I apologize if my subordinate caused any offense towards either of you. Also, if I may ask, do either of you know the way to the town hall? Our government sent us to this land to make a request to the leaders." Naruto raises an eyebrow in wonder. "It just so happens that there will be a meeting between the 5 leaders of our country going on this afternoon." Aokiji puts his hands in his pockets. "That is certainly a good thing. This will save a great deal of time. By the way, ever since we arrived here, I've been hearing talk about a war that happened 4 to 5 years ago in this land. Something about a force of hundreds of thousands of shinobi facing off against an army of immortals and some gigantic monster. Is that true?" He looks directly at Naruto with a questioning look on his face. After a brief pause, Naruto replies, Yeah, it's true. Now our nation has finally achieved this time of peace, which we are all grateful for. Just as the rest of the world should be." Suddenly Naruto feels this strange tugging feeling that he has come to associate with someone throwing one of his Reuniting kunai. "Sorry to cut this talk short, but there's somewhere I have to be. But you'll find the town hall towards the center of the city. It's the tallest building there, you can't miss it. He then places a hand on 1010's shoulder and transports the two of them away, leaving the Admiral and the Marine shocked at their sudden disappearance. Well, that was interesting. I wonder what kind of devil fruit he ate. Aokiji looks at his subordinate. Do you mind going to get Sakazuki for me? Sengoku wanted us both to meet with the leaders. The Marine salutes, then heads off to find the other Admiral. This is going to be a long day. I do hope Sakazuki will be able to keep his temper in check. Especially since we don't know the capabilities of these shinobi. Aokiji thinks to himself as he waits for Sakazuki to join up with him. Town's meeting room. In a brilliant flash of light, Naruto and 1010 appear in front of the four other Kage and their bodyguards. Yo, I hope we're not late. Naruto says to everyone in the room. This is quite a surprise, Uzumaki. I didn't think that Shikamaru was telling the truth about you mastering that jutsu, says a muscular dark-skinned man with white hair who only had one arm. Yep, I sure did. Although it was freaking hard to do so. Naruto says with a grin as he walks to what he believes to be his seat. Well, why don't we get started on this meeting? Since it seems that we may have a few guests soon. With that being said, the other Kage look at the blonde in confusion but just wave it off since they know they'll find out soon enough. About an hour into the meeting, someone knocks on the door. The Mizukage maid tells them to enter since she was sitting closest to the door. The door then opens and a messenger walks through. After giving a quick bow to the group, he announces his purpose for disturbing the meeting. Lord Kages. There seem to be a group in the lobby who request a meeting with you. They say it's of the utmost importance. Called it. Naruto says as he reclines in his chair and placing his feet on the desk. The other Kage roll their eyes at Naruto's comment and keep their eyes on the messenger. Well, since the meeting for today is practically over, you might as well send them in. However, they won't have long, says the Raikage to the messenger to bows again before hurrying off to bring the group in. Naruto. Who are these people who wish to speak with us? Asks the red-haired Kage. I dunno that much about them honestly, just that they call themselves Marines, Naruto states. The other Kage sit there wondering about the group coming to see them. After a wait of several minutes, the group consisting of about a dozen men and women all dressed in the same white uniform come in surrounding a pair of tall individuals. The two tallest Marines walk forward and sit in the two spots offered to them. Thank you for agreeing to meet us under such short notice. You may call me Aokiji and this is my associate Akainu. We both hold the position of Admiral for the world government. The reason we've come here today is to invite your country to join up with the 170 other allied nations of the world government. Aokiji says in a respectful tone as Akainu sits there with his arms crossed. The Kage sit there as they take in everything that was just said to them. The Raikage is the first of the Kage to speak. Our land has finally entered a time of peace where we are all united. And what happens if we refuse to join up with your so-called world government? Would your forces choose to attack us in response? He asks with a stern look on his face. Aokiji raises his hands in an unthreatening manner and tries to reassure them. No, we have no intention of doing that. The other admiral who was wearing a red suit interrupts him by slamming a hand on the table. Enough of that, Kuzan. You people have no reason to refuse to join forces with us. Within a moment of Akainu smashing into the table, about 10 shinobi appear in front of their respecting Kage, each and every one of them in a battle stance. It would seem that you people are simply barbary. Akainu starts but finds that he is unable to move his body. He looks over to Aokiji to find that he seems to be having a similar problem. Just what the hell have you done to us? He savagely asks. Several dark tendrils surround both admirals. You're currently under my shadow possession jutsu. As you can see, it makes an opponent immobile. If you continue to make yourselves a threat, then we will be forced to treat you as such. Shikamaru threatens them. Both the admirals as well as the other marines reluctantly agree and are then released from the jutsu. However, the bodyguards now move to stand just behind their leaders. That is one strange ability you possess, young man. May I ask what kind of devil fruit you ate to give you such a skill? Aokiji curiously asks the black-haired young man standing behind the blonde he met earlier, whose pupils seem to have changed as well as gaining a strange orange tint around his eyes. Just what is a devil fruit? Asked most of the shinobi in the room at the same time. Just how dangerous are these shinobi? Aokiji thinks to himself as a bead of sweat drops. He turns his gaze back to the Marines standing behind him who seem to be shaking. Can one of you bring me a few transponder snails? I believe I asked some of the Marines standing outside to bring some with us to the meeting. A couple Marines quickly salute and race out of the room, happy to be away from those dangerous shinobi. Within a couple minutes the Marines return with a bag. Aokiji reaches into the bag and pulls out a large snail with a microphone attached to it and sets it on the table. This is what we call a transponder snail. It's used to talk to people from different places, such as across the vast sea. I'd like to give these to you, so if your country chooses to ally with the world government, you can just send us a message with it. He then proceeds to write down a variety of different numbers. And this is a list of numbers you need to get a hold of the government as well as myself. He then stands up and motions to the others that it's time to leave. After Akainu and the other Marines leave, Aokiji stops at the door and looks back at the cage. I deeply apologize for Sakazuki's actions. I hope that his actions haven't ruined the chance for your country to join with the world government. He gives them a small bow before leaving. Once he leaves the cage, start a discussion on what to do about the current situation. So what should we do? Should we join their world government, or do what we can to stay out of it? The Mizukage Mei asks of the others. Gaara turns his gaze to her. But we know next to nothing about them. It wouldn't be wise to do anything rash. Agreed. So just how should we deal with this? Asks the Raikage. Naruto readjusts his chair so he's back in a normal sitting position. The solution is more simple than you think. He comments, which confuses everyone else in the room. Just what do you mean by that, Naruto? Gaara asks. It's simple. We send someone to the open seas and find out as much about the workings of the world government as possible. And as for who would go, I volunteer. Ten strikes Naruto over the head. What the hell, Naruto? You're the Hokage. You have an important job to do and can't just leave? Everyone in the room nods in agreement. I know how it sounds, but I have to be the one. Naruto says. He then proceeds to explain about the new prophecy as well as his reasons for leaving. But who will take over as Hokage in your absence? And when would you be leaving? Mei asks. I plan on leaving within a week. And as for who would take over, I plan on giving my position to one Shikamaru Nara, Naruto states. What the hell, Naruto? There's no way I'm going to become Hokage, Shikamaru says as he completely refuses. The other Kage look at one another, not saying anything but nodding from to one another. The Tsuchikage Onoki looks at Shikamaru. I think we can all agree that you're a good choice for the position. You're both strong as well as quite cunning. You're a perfect fit for the job. Shikamaru looks around the room as everyone nods in agreement before he lowers his head in reluctant acceptance. He then whispers in Naruto's ear. I assume this is because you know I told Sakura that you were gone? Naruto nods with a smile. Partially. But I know you're a good pick for the job. Besides, Konohamaru isn't ready for the job yet. Naruto then stands up and prepares to leave. Well, I have a bunch of stuff to do before I leave. Such as gathering supplies like weapons and food. So I bid you all farewell. I'll return here before I leave in a week. Bye. He then leaves the room with Shikamaru and Ten hot on his heels. The week goes by in a flash and the day of Naruto's departure has finally arrived. Shinobi from all over the country have come to see their hero off, and everyone is wondering the same things. Just who will be able to go with him as well as when he will return. The wait is soon over as they see their blonde hero making his way to the harbor. He is surrounded by many of his close friends, however only Naruto himself and one other seem to have any luggage with them. Wow, there's so many of you to see me off, Naruto exclaims happily as he comes to a stop before the 5 current Kage. Of course there's Naruto. To everyone here, you are a hero. You are also my greatest friend, Naruto. We will all miss you. Gaara says as he holds a hand out. Naruto does the same and shake hands with his friend. The Raikage stands there and looks at the young man who had bowed down to him to protect a friend so many years ago, whom was now a man. Just don't do anything stupid and get yourself killed out there, kid. With a quick laugh, Naruto replies. You should know the answer to that already. He then leaps up onto the deck of the ship and looks out over the crowd. In the past I said I wouldn't die until I became Hokage. Even though I've become Hokage, I have a new vow to make. A request from my sensei, the late and great Jiraiya, also known as the Pervy Sage. He stops talking for the moment and waits for the laughter to die out before continuing. The request he made of me was to bring peace to the world, and I refuse to die before the time comes that the entire world shares the peace our land has gained. From what I've heard, the world outside this land is incredibly vast, so this mission will take a great many years, but no matter what I will succeed. So I want everyone here to enjoy life and continue to protect one another. A young lady sighs as she jumps up to join him. Nice speech, Naruto-kun. Now just how is it we're going to run this ship with just the two of us? Easy. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A couple dozen Naruto clones appear across the deck and take up various positions. A couple of the clones raise the anchor and others raise the sail. Now we're off, all the Narutos simultaneously yell out. After some time of sailing, they eventually lose sight of the elemental nations and are out on the open ocean. The real Naruto was standing at the helm, keeping the wheel steady. Eventually Tenten walks up from below deck to stand beside him. So Naruto-kun, just where is it we're going to first? A couple minutes go by in silence, so she looks at him with a questioning look on her face. She then notices that he's still staring straight ahead and is sweating profusely. Tenten then sighs as she asks him another question. Let me guess. You have no idea. Do you? She waits for him to nod before she opens a scroll which summons up a metal staff, which is then used to knock Naruto off his feet. She holds the tip to his throat. I can't believe I got talked into going out to sea with you. Sometimes I actually forget what an idiot you are, Naruto-kun. He laughs weakly. Sorry about that. But I did ask the guys who were stocking the ship to leave a few maps down below. I thought that they had some, but it seems they don't. I figured that we can just buy a bunch of maps and charts from the first island we come to. She rolls her eyes as she removes the staff and reseals it. That is a good idea, I guess. Not that we have a choice at this point. Also, I was wondering, why did you want me to come with you? Naruto gets up and straightens his sage coat. It's because we're on the open sea. Since you're so good with weapons, I figured that you'd be able to take advantage of the cannons so we could defend ourselves at a distance. 'Cause I don't feel like going into my tailed beast mode and using the Bijudama. And before you ask, it's because I don't want to use Kurama's power unless I have to, as well as the fact of turning into a giant nine-tailed fox will probably scare the shit out of innocent people. Tenten sweat drops as she imagines how terrified people would probably get at the sight of it. Yeah, I see your point. She then runs up the mast and jumps into the crow's nest. I'm just going to stay up here for the time being. I'll let you know if I see another ship or island. Alright, sounds good. Naruto yells out to her. After an entire day of sailing, the sun finally sets. Naruto's clones take down the sails and lower the anchor since they knew that it was dangerous to sail at night. Tenten jumps down from the crow's nest and lands on the deck. She leans back as she stretches. So who'll take the first watch, Naruto-kun? She asks. My clones will for tonight. Now I guess it's time to figure out who gets which room. Naruto says with a small but tired laugh. It's probably better if we figure this out now than later. Tenten looks up in the sky as she thinks about it. If I'm going to be in charge of the cannons and other weapons, I want a room closer to the armory. Also another room so I can store my seals, and another for any rare weapons I find in another. Naruto's sweat drops as he listens to her go on before he's forced to interrupt her. One sec, Tenten. You know very well that you don't need that many rooms. I agree about you getting a room closer to the armory, however we each only get one room. We can share a room for storing and making seals, alright. Besides, I'm sure we will find other people who want to help us, so they will need room for their stuff as well. He explains to her, which she reluctantly agrees. They then proceed to go to their respective rooms and don't come out until dawn the next day. A couple of days go by without them seeing either another ship or an island. On the fourth day, a massive storm hits, making travel for them impossible since every one of Naruto's clones kept sliding into one another as forcibly dispelling one another. They eventually choose to just drop anchor and try and wait out the storm. The storm lasts throughout the day and continues until late into the night. They both decide to just go to bed and clean up whatever mess there is in the morning. The sun was just starting to rise as Naruto steps out into the open air and takes in a deep breath. Guess this is a feeling I've still gotta get used to. The smell of the open ocean. Naruto looks around to make sure there was no damage to the ship. Might as well let Tenten-chan rest a little longer before we head out in an hour or so. Suddenly the faint sound of someone screaming for help fills the air. Naruto races to the crow's nest to allow him a better view. He notices the form of someone desperately clinging to a chunk of driftwood. I wonder what happened to that person. Whatever the reason, I better help. He thinks to himself before leaping off the ship and landing on the surface of the water. Naruto dashes off in the direction of the shipwrecked person. The person in question notices that the ship doesn't change direction and lowers her head as she seems to accept that she will die. I guess they can't hear me. Man, this sucks. What sucks? She suddenly looks up, so see a blonde-haired man crouching down on the surface of the water looking her square in the eyes. She suddenly lets out a loud scream and lets go of her lifeline, the piece of driftwood. Ah. Naruto stands there a moment in disbelief as he tries to figure out what's going on. He realizes that she isn't surfacing. Shit, don't tell me she can't swim. He yells out before diving in after her. He swims downward as fast as he can until he reaches her body and is surprised to notice she isn't even moving, just sinking with her eyes wide open. He grabs her arm and races to the surface. When they reach the surface, he quickly goes back to standing on the surface and he lifts her up and carries her bridal style as he makes his way back to the ship. But about halfway back, she seems to regain semi-consciousness. Her gaze drifts from the hands around her to the water just below her. After seeing that, she fully regains consciousness and lets out a scream and tries her best to get as far from the water as possible, which just so happened to be on top of Naruto's head. With her struggling, he stops walking and tries to calm her down, but she eventually worms her way on top of his head and shoulders. Do you have to sit there, miss? He questions the soaking wet brunette on top of him. Of course it is. I despise water. She yells out along with a hiss. She then looks around and only now realizes that the man she's sitting on was actually walking on the surface of the ocean. Whoa, what the hell? Just how are you walking on the water? Not really sure how to explain this, he simply replies with, because I'm a shinobi. I've been able to do this for years. Now hang on tight. But don't choke me. I'm going to hurry and get us back aboard my ship. He waits for her to lean over and grip onto him before he takes off at full speed towards the ship, all the while hearing her scream in terror in his ear. It wasn't until they reach the safety of the deck of the ship does she finally stop screaming and retract her nails from Naruto's shoulders. She slowly crawls down from Naruto and steps down on the deck, which she then proceeds to the deck. The sound of someone stomping brings both Naruto's attention as well as the young lady towards the door, where Ten kicks open the door. What the hell is with all the noise this early in the morning, Naruto? I swear if this is supposed to be a joke, it's not funny. She yells our betrayals off as she notices the soaking wet girl on the deck. Okay, what's up with the soaking wet chick? Naruto shrugs. No idea. I noticed her clinging to a piece of driftwood out there and figured I better save her. Also, Ten-chan? She slightly tilts her head in wonder as he looks away with a tint of red on his cheeks. Shouldn't you put something on? You could catch a cold being dressed like that. Huh? What do you mean by that, Naruto-kun? She asks before looking down and realizes that she's only wearing a pair matching red bra and panties. She covers up in horror and races back into the ship. Damn it, she screams as she runs back to her room. Well, I had no idea she wore those kind of undergarments, Naruto quietly says to himself as he tries to hide a grin. Just who are you guys? Asks the young dark-haired woman. Naruto points to himself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, a shinobi from the elemental nations. The brown-haired girl you just saw is called Ten-chan. She specializes in weapons. Well, it's nice to meet you, Naruto-san. I'm Lee-sana. Thanks for saving me, she says as she gives him a light bow to show her appreciation. It's no problem at all. Also, if you don't mind me asking, why are you out at sea if you can't swim? Not only that, why did you just sink and not even struggle? Naruto asks as he leads her inside so she can dry herself off. She looks down as he hands her a towel. It's because I ate a devil fruit when I was younger. Naruto goes to sit down in a nearby chair. Okay, just what exactly is a devil fruit? I've only heard about it once from some marine guy named Aokiji, but nothing more than that. Lee-sana cringes for a moment at the mention of the marines but then begins to dry off. When someone eats a devil fruit, it grants them power in one form or another. However, it's also a curse. It makes us unable to ever swim again. We lose all power when submerged in the water, so we sink like an anchor, she explains. As she explains this, Ten walks into the room wearing her usual outfit and she's carrying a change of clothes with her. Huh, so that's what it is. Also, here you go. Some warm and dry clothes. And if you like you could take a quick shower to rinse the seawater out of your hair. Ten says as she passes the clothes over to Lisana, who then thanks her. Lisana exits the room and heads in the direction Ten gave her. Ten then sits across from Naruto. Well, she seems nice. But I do feel kind of sorry for her. Being unable to ever swim again and being out on the seas like this. It must be quite hard, she comments as she leans back in her chair. Yeah. I wonder what her story is. Oh, I wonder if she knows the way to the nearest island, Naruto says as he leans forward. That is a good point. We should probably ask her about that, Ten replies. They then hear a strange knocking noise coming from the deck. Ten gets up and walks towards the door. I'll see what's making the racket. She then heads out onto the deck and shuts the door, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto then gets up and walks over to the pantry in the kitchen to get a cup of what he believes to be the world's best dish. The breakfast of champions. Ramen. He decides to make enough for 3 so the girls couldn't ever say that he was selfish. Soon after he finishes making the ramen does Lisana come out wearing a blue blouse as well as blue shorts. What's that strange smell? She asks as she walks into the room with her nose in the air trying to figure out what's making the strange odor. Naruto looks back at her with a grin on his face. It's the greatest dish in the world. Ramen. I decided to making some for us, he says as he sets a couple bowls on the table. She her head as she stares at the dish. This doesn't look like it was made with fresh ingredients, she comments. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm actually a terrible cook. This is actually just instant ramen. I hope it's not a big deal, Naruto says as he scratches the back of his head. She shrugs. No, it's okay. I can't be too picky since you saved me and all. Lisana sits down and starts eating the ramen. Moments later Ten comes back into the room with a hawk perched on her shoulder and a letter in her hand. Hey Naruto-kun. It seems the Kage sent you a message. She passes the letter across the table after she sits down. Naruto takes then letter and reads it. Upon completion he bangs his head on the table. Damn it, he says to himself. His head pounding brings a puzzled look from both Ten and Lisana. He eventually stops and turns his head up to look at them. It seems as though just after we left the Kage had another meeting. It seems like they decided that we need a couple more people to come with us. Apparently the Mist, Cloud and Sand have each chosen someone to go with us. But at least we don't have to head back for a while. Who have they chosen? Ten asks. Just what on earth is a Kage? That's what I want to know. I mean hello, mixed company. Lisana exclaims in annoyance about being the only one not knowing what's going on. The Kage are the leaders of each separate major land in our country. Naruto quickly informs Lisana before turning back to Ten. Now Gaara didn't tell me who they were each sending. Something about it being a surprise. But he asked if we could head back in a couple weeks to pick them up. Ten nods in understanding before proceeding to eat her ramen, but halfway through she stops and looks back up at Naruto. Naruto-kun. Please tell me that we have more food than just instant ramen. Naruto freezes once again and doesn't reply. She sighs before finishing her bowl, then throws it at Naruto's head in anger. Damn it Naruto. First you have us set sail without any maps and no idea where we're going. And now the only food we have is this damn instant ramen? Seriously Naruto-kun. If you pull one more stupid stunt like this then I'll start throwing kunai at you, she states, with the final part being more of a promise. You guys don't know where you're going? Lisana asks in a worried tone. Both Naruto and Ten reluctantly nod. Lisana sighs as she rests her head on her hands. I guess I can repay you for saving me by helping you navigate for the time being. Naruto stands up and cheers in happiness. Sweet, you have no idea how amazing that is. It seems picking you up was a good thing. Ten tells Lisana in a teasing voice. So where's the closest town? If I recall, the closest town to here should be Orangetown to the southwest. It should only take about a day or so to reach it, Lisana informs them. Well, let's get going, Naruto says as he heads out the door. Both Ten and Lisana just sit there and watch him. Lisana breaks the short silence. Is he always like this? She asks and gets a nod from Ten. Unfortunately he is. Well, we better head out there. The two women make their way to the deck. By dawn the next day Ten finally manages to see the outline of an island in the horizon. She leans over the edge of the crow's nest to call down to Lisana, who was currently steering the ship. Hey Lisana-chan. I see an island, off to the starboard side. Lisana looks up as she adjusts the direction the ship's heading. Thanks 1010-chan. Hopefully there's someplace where you guys can buy charts, maps and other navigational equipment you will need for your voyage. As well as actual food and not this weird ramen stuff. She calls up. With a quick giggle 1010 then responds. We might as well. Also, do you mind showing us just what we need to buy? The brunette below smiles. Yeah, I guess I can help you with that at least. 1010 then notices that someone seems to be missing. Lisana-chan. Do you happen to know where Naruto-kun is? Last I checked he was in his room. He said something about getting inspiration and had to do some writing. Lisana says with a curious look on her face as she resumes looking straight ahead. I wonder what he's writing about. Writing? Inspiration? Comes a faint voice causing Lisana to look back up in wonder. Is something wrong? Lisana asks as she notices that 1010's face is now beet red. That bastard. He better not be doing what I think he is. 1010 exclaims as she leaps back down to the deck of the ship, causing Lisana to jump in surprise. 1010 opens the door and makes her way deeper into the ship, stomping all the way. I wonder what she's embarrassed about, Lisana says with a shrug. Moments later a loud crashing noise causes Lisana to jump once more in surprise. The distinct noise of 1010 screaming in fury echoes throughout the ship. You bastard! I warned you what would happen if you did one more stupid thing, Naruto-kun. But 1010-chan, I haven't done anything wrong. I didn't even write your name. Ouch. Hey, don't throw those at me. Suddenly an orange blur appears out on deck, races up the steps and hides behind Lisana. Hey, what are you doing, Naruto-san? Oh. Watch what you're grabbing. 1010 then appears in front of them with a handful of kunai knives in one hand and several shuriken in the other. Naruto, how dare you use her as a shield? Just come out and take your punishment like a man. She screams at Naruto, who was currently crouching behind Lisana with his hands on her hips. Come on 1010-chan. Like I said, I didn't put your name in the book, and you know I have to preserve my master's legacy. Naruto says as he peeks around Lisana's figure, trying to make the best case he can. When looking into 1010's eyes, there appears to be a flames coming forth from them. I know you have to preserve Jiraiya's legacy. But not with damn arrow books. Now listen carefully, Lisana. Don't move a muscle. I cannot guarantee not to hit you if you don't heed my warning. As 1010 says this, she crosses her arms as she prepares to throw her weapons at Naruto, who was still behind the innocent Lisana. 1010-chan. Please tell me you're not serious. Lisana asks with a worried look on her face. But notices the muscles in 1010's arms are tensed up, signifying that she's preparing to hurl her deadly weapons. She screams as the knives are thrown. All Naruto and 1010 see is a black blur shoot from Lisana's position, towards the mast and all the way up towards the crow's nest. The pair pause as they wonder where she went, but not wanting to waste the opportunity of an exposed Naruto, 1010 quickly unleashes her barrage of weapons at him. In his moment of confusion, he only manages to dodge several of them before a couple manage to pierce his arms, which he used to shield himself. Once the barrage ends with Naruto sitting on his ass and trying to pull out the few kunai that managed to pierce into him. Damn 1010-chan. I know I heal fast, but still that doesn't mean the pain is diminished. His gaze then drifts to the crow's nest. Also, just what the hell was that blur? 1010 shrugs as she picks up her leftover weapons and seals them away. No idea. I guess we should check it out. The pair slowly walk up the mast to find a surprising sight curled up in a little black ball. Is that you, Lisana? They both asked at the same time. The ball stirs a little before it unfurls itself to be a young lady that looks a lot like Lisana. That is if Lisana had short black fur covering her entire body except for her chest and stomach, which had a lighter color, little black cat ears perched on her head as well as a long black tail sticking out of her shorts. On her face there seemed to be long whiskers. The figure suddenly leaps up and proceeds to scratch 6 cross-shaped lines across both Naruto and 1010's faces before landing on the opposite side of the crow's nest in a crouching position. Just what the hell was that for? The pair yell as they cover their faces in pain. You know damn well what that was for, jerks. Naruto-san, just why the hell would you use me as a shield? And Ten-Chan, how dare you throw those knife things at me? The catgirl yells out before a long drawn-out and threatening hiss. Naruto finally moves his hands away from his face so he can get a better look at Lisanna and is quite surprised to say the least. After a short pause he points at her. Wow, you're an actual catgirl, he states with an incredible look on his face. Lisanna's sweat drops as she stares at Naruto. At that moment Ten finally removes her hands from her face. Naruto-kun, what are you going on, Abu? She starts to sob before getting a good look at Lisanna's form. Whoa. You were right, Naruto-kun. She is a catgirl. After short pause the two suddenly wonder just why she has that form. Ten is the first to speak up. Okay, stupid question. But how are you a catgirl, Lisanna? Lisanna lowers her head but keeps eye contact with Ten. You remember when you asked about devil fruit? The pair nods signifying they remember. Okay, and unless you're stupid, you must have figured out I ate one as well. The one I ate is a zone type. The cat fruit model. Panther. Naruto s his head to the side in confusion. What's a zone type? Before Lisanna can reply, Ten raises a hand. Why don't we resume this conversation inside the ship? I'd actually like to treat this wound as soon as I can, she says as she points at the scratches across her face. Everyone else nods in agreement. Naruto and Ten choose to just jump straight down to the deck of the ship. Lisanna on the other hand chooses to jump from separate parts of the ship to make her way down. The three then make their way back into the kitchen. By the time they're all seated with Lisanna insisting on sitting across from them. Okay. There are 3 different types of devil's fruit. 1. Logia, which can turn a person into an element such as fire but also allows them to control that specific element. 2. Paramecia, which mostly just give the person superhuman physical abilities or powers. There's too many different types of this to go into much detail. And finally the type 1 have. 3. Zone. This kind can turn a person into an animal, like in my case, a panther. For zones we have 3 forms. Our original human form, our animal form, and a hybrid form, which is what I'm currently in. She explains as slowly as possible so that she wouldn't have to repeat herself. Ten nods in understanding, however it looks like Naruto was still a little confused but luckily managed to get the gist of what she meant. These devil fruit seem quite interesting, Naruto says with obvious interest. Oh, that reminds me. Is the reason that after I pulled you out of the water the other day you were quick to climb onto my head and shoulders? Is that because you're literally a cat? Since they seem to hate water? Lisanna growls a little at the comment but still nods. Yeah. Thought so. Naruto states before he bursts out laughing. Ten rolls her eyes at Naruto then smiles at Lisanna in a friendly manner. But after a short while of this Lisanna slams her hand on the table. Okay, seriously, what the hell? She asks as an angry tone. What's the matter, Lisanna-chan? Ten asks. Did we do something wrong? Yes, something's the matter. Why the hell aren't you guys freaked out by this? Just about everyone else I've met were freaked out and some even tried to attack me. All just because I'm different, she states as her voice takes on a deeper sadness. Once she says this, Ten's gaze drifts over to Naruto, who completely stops laughing and looks at Lisanna with understanding. She notices this and is quite confused by their reactions. What's with those looks? I can understand if you think I'm a freak, and once we reach the island I have no problem leaving you guys alone. I never wanted this. I never wanted to be a monster. She gasps for breath after her short rant. Lisanna then stands up and makes her way for the door, only to be stopped when a pair of arms envelope her. You're not alone, Lisanna-chan. And you're not a monster either, Naruto says in a low voice. Lisanna just stands there and begins to shake as tears start running down her face. She then breaks out of Naruto's grip and races outside. Lisanna-chan. Ten walks up to Naruto and places a hand on his shoulder to try and reassure him. Naruto-kun. It's okay. Let me talk to her, and don't worry, I won't say anything about Kurama. I'll leave that talk to you when the time comes. Naruto nods in understanding and watches as she walks out of the room to follow after Lisanna. Ten-chan. Thanks. I'm going back to my room for a bit. Let me know when we get there or if you need any help, Naruto quietly says. 1010 pauses at the door just long enough to give him a quick nod and a glare that promised pain if he continued his writing, before leaving the room. Back on deck, 1010 walks out and begins looking for the elusive catgirl. After spending a few minutes looking around, she eventually finds Lysana sitting back in the crow's nest with her arms wrapped around her legs as she cries. With slow and careful movements, 1010 slowly sits down beside Lysana and gently rubs her back with one hand. After a minute or so, Lysana eventually leans over and rests her head on 1010's shoulder. Why do you guys act as if you care?" she says in between sobs. "I don't know how other people have treated you, and I can't say I've ever known the feeling of being hated for no reason. Although Naruto-kun does. He knows it better than anyone," 1010 says as she wraps her arm around Lysana and pulls her in closer. "How so?" "It's because back in our hometown, our village, for a reason he never knew, he was hated and despised just for being alive. Ever since the day he was born," 1010 quietly explains. Hearing that, Lysana pulls away a little and looks into 1010's eyes in an attempt to see if she's telling the truth. "How can that be? How can people hate someone ever since the day of their birth?" "Sadly, that's not for me to say. You'll have to ask Naruto-kun the details about that. But trust me, he's suffered many hardships over the years, yet I've hardly ever seen him cry about it," 1010 says as she looks at Lysana. "Also, you don't have to tell us your past if you don't want to. We can wait till you feel comfortable with telling us. There's no rush." Lysana looks down at her knees again as she thinks about what 1010 just told her. "So, you're telling me he understands my pain?" "Yes, and if he get his way, he will probably try to take on your pain as well as shouldering his own. It's an unfortunate habit he picked up during the last war." Lysana's ears perk up in wonder at the mention of war. "War? What war?" 1010 shakes her head. "It's a war that happened back in our country a few years back. By the end of it, Naruto-kun was considered a hero to everyone across the nation." With that being said, 1010 helps Lysana stand up and uses a cloth to dry her tears. "There you go. Now let's go back down and finish bringing the ship into port." She catgirl nods as she proceeds to make her way back down to the deck. 1010 quickly joins her. "I'll be right back with Naruto-kun. You don't have to worry about treating him different. If possible, just act how you normally would," she says with quick smile before disappearing into the depths of the ship. "So he was also treated like a monster. But unlike me, he suffered his entire life. I wonder why his parents didn't help him." Lysana thinks to herself as she makes her way to the helm to resume steering the ship. A minute or so later, both Naruto and 1010 come back onto the deck and take up various positions around the ship. 1010 turns to Naruto with a grin. "Well, Captain, why don't you show Lysana your special skill?" "Good idea, 1010-chan. It'll help us travel faster as well," Naruto says as he grins first at 1010 then to Lysana. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 24 exact clones on Naruto appear in different locations of the deck, causing Lysana's jaw to drop in disbelief. What the hell? The original Naruto stands at the center of the deck and makes an announcement to his clones. "Okay, everyone, now listen up. I want you all to listen to whatever Lysana-chan has to say, since she's the expert when it comes to sailing the seas." With that being said, every single clone salutes the original as well as Lysana and say, "Got it, boss." At their current pace, Naruto and company quickly make it to the port known as Orange Town. Once the ship pulls up to the dock, and Naruto jumps off the ship to secure it beside a pair of much smaller vessels. As soon as that's done, Naruto turns around and takes a moment to enjoy the view of the town before him, breathing a sigh of relief as well as a quick stretch as he thinks to himself, "Oh, I missed this feeling. The feeling of being on solid ground again." In no time at all, 1010 jumps down from the deck to join him. Lysana, on the other hand, who was currently in her human form, insisted on using the rope ladder. 1010 turns to Lysana. "So do you know where we can buy that equipment here, Lysana-chan?" The dark-haired woman looks around a little. "I've only been here once or twice before, but I think I remember. But don't you think something seems a little off about the town? Now that you mention it, it seems quiet, almost too quiet," 1010 says as she begins to survey their surroundings. Suddenly, the explosive sound of a cannon firing fills the air. A pair of shinobi immediately react to the sound as 1010 races to the top of a nearby building and hiding behind a chimney to try and locate the cannon. Naruto on the other hand took a moment to push Lisana behind some crates to hit her before he leaps atop the fox figurehead of the ship. Naruto was just in time to see a red cannonball shooting directly towards his ship, and without a moment to spare he quickly takes out a pair of his Hiraishin kunai and hurls one to the side of the ship, then holds the other directly in front of him in the cannonball's path. To Naruto, whom was still in the line of fire, time almost appeared to slow down as the explosive ball makes its way towards his outstretched hands. A moment before the ball makes impact, it suddenly disappears and instantly reappears at the other kunai's location, which regretfully was just in front of the two smaller vessels that were situated beside his ship. The red ball crashes into the smaller vessels and instantly explodes, causing them to break into thousands of tiny pieces, and it ultimately sinks. Naruto's gave drifts to the pair of destroyed vessels. That was a close one. Damn it, I could have thrown the kunai further away if I had even a moment longer. Well, I just hope that the owners of those ships will forgive me. If I ever meet them, that is. He then leaps back off the ship and goes to help a confused and rattled Lisana up. You alright, Lisana-chan? Naruto asks her as he places a hand on her shoulder in a comforting manner. She looks at him in wonder on account of the fact she saw just what he did. How did you do that? She quietly asks him. He grins at her. It's because I'm a shinobi. Didn't I tell you that already? He says with a quick wink. Naruto then turns to Tenten's location. Hey Tenten-chan. I'm going to find out who attacked us. So can you keep an eye on the ship as well as protect Lisana-chan? He waits for her to give him a signal that she will. Once he sees her giving said signal, he quickly turns to Lisana. I'll be back soon. With that being said, he races off in the direction of the shooter. Using the skills he acquired as a shinobi, he makes good time racing through the town until he reaches a large building with a cannon partially hanging over the edge. This must be the place. I wonder what shot at me. Well, one way or another he is going to regret that. He then prepares to leap onto the roof of the building but is stopped when he hears the angry battle cry of an old man carrying a spear of all things. He turns his head in confusion, wondering just what the old man wearing what would appear to be makeshift armor is doing here. Buggy the clown. Come out. The old man screams out as he waves his spear around from his front to his side. As Naruto was staring in confusion to the strange old man, he almost fails to notice another man on the rooftop wearing makeup and had a big red nose. Naruto's jaw almost drops from the ridiculous look of the man on the rooftop. What the hell is that? He thinks to himself before he shakes his head in an attempt to regain his previous train of thought. The old man resumes his rant. I'm this village's leader. Chief Boodle. Come down here and fight me. He clenches his spear in anger as more men walk into sight on the rooftop. Every one of them were laughing at him. The man with the big red nose called Buggy went to the edge of the rooftop and cracked an evil grin at the man. Do you even know who I am, villager? I'm the great pirate Buggy the clown. So unless you want to die flashily, then get the hell out of here. I was trying to enjoy myself by blowing up crap in this town as well as the port before you interrupted my fun. How dare you? This town is, the old man starts to say before a blonde-haired man in a long red coat steps in front of him. Naruto points a finger at Buggy. Hey, just what's your problem, big nose? That was my ship you shot at, you bastard. And I intend to make you pay for that. Several tick marks cover Buggy's forehead as soon as he hears that comment. Just who are you calling big nose, you blonde whisker-faced freak? Now it was Naruto's turn to have a tick form on his forehead. Hey, nobody insults my whisker marks, you bastard. As Naruto and Buggy exchange a barrage of insults, a trio consisting of a orange-haired young lady, a swordsman with green hair and a dark-haired boy wearing a straw hat walk into view. The straw hat-wearing boy walks forward towards the old man. Hey Oji-san. There you are. He then notices Naruto standing there yelling at Buggy. Huh? Hey, who's that? Do you guys know him? The sound of the new arrivals make both Naruto and Buggy temporarily forget about one another long enough to take a look at them. The village elder takes the moment of silence to resume his rant. Like I was saying, you clown bastard. The town is my treasure and I won't let the likes of you to destroy it. He then hurls the spear in Buggy direction. However, he wasn't strong enough to, it only makes his part way up the building. The clown look at the spear embedded in the building quite a ways below his location. He then proceeds to point and laugh at the man. You're so pathetic, old man. I'm going to be the man who's going to get his hands on everything that glitters in this world. This town is just an eyesore and deserves to be destroyed. He gives a thumbs down sign as his men prepare another one of those strange red cannonballs and prepare to shoot it at the old man. Buggy sneers at him again as he gives his men an order. Shoot the old fart. The men then proceed to light it. Moments later the cannon fires. But just as Naruto prepares to redirect this cannonball, the kid in the straw hat jumps in the way. He then proceeds to take in a deep breath and his body expands into the shape of an oversized balloon. Gum gum. Balloon. The boy yells out just before the ball comes in contact with his body and is quickly shot back. The cannonball strikes the roof of the building just under Buggy's feet and detonates, causing the clown and his entire crew to get propelled into the air, where they eventually fall back to the earth. Hard. Naruto's sweat drops as he stares in disbelief at the kid. Just who are you and what the hell was that you just did? Naruto finally manages to ask. The kid looks at him and moves his hand to his mouth, then he stretches his mouth out. I'm a rubber man because I ate the gum gum devil fruit. Okay. That just answered one question. Now who are you? I'm Monkey D. Luffy and I'm going to be king of the pirates. The lad called Luffy openly proclaims with the utmost confidence. Pirate king? I didn't know that pirates actually had a king? Naruto thinks to himself before turning to the pair that followed to boy. And you guys are? The orange-haired girl looks at him. I'm Nami. The green-haired man looks up as well. Roronoa Zoro. As the pair give their quick introductions, the old man decides to try taking a run at Buggy's downed group. But just as he takes his first step, Luffy suddenly slams the old man's head into a wall, causing him to lose consciousness, much to everyone's surprise. Nami takes a couple steps towards Luffy. What the hell was that for? Why did you do that to the old man? She loudly asks him. Luffy just looks at her. It's cause he would just get in the way and hurt himself. Naruto scratches the back of his head in slight confusion as to just what was going on. Okay, whatever. You guys take care of the old man. But that red-nosed bastard is mine. I have to pay him back for what he almost did to my ship, he says as he walks towards the rubble. Hearing the usual trigger, Buggy bursts out of the rubble and screams in anger at Naruto. WHO, are you calling big-nosed? Okay, this is seriously getting old. He thinks to himself as he reaches into his kunai holster. Okay, one question, pirate. Are you strong? Or will my first real fight since leaving the elemental nations be with another weakling? Buggy mouth drops in disbelief. Elemental nations? You're from that place? He says in disbelief. But then wave his hand trying to dismiss the thought. No, you can't be from that legendary place. Few ever manage get anywhere near that godforsaken land. Huh? What do you mean by that, Buggy? Naruto asks in wonder but keeps his hand at his kunai holster. Are you some kinda moron, blondie? Stories have said that there is a massive turtle with 3 tails that guards the coast and destroyed every ship that passes by. In fact, the only ship I've heard that managed to get anywhere near that place in the last dozen years was a damn marine vessel. Oh, you mean with some guys called Aokiji and Akainu? Yes, that's right, boy. Buggy starts to say but goes silent for several moments before leaping back in horror. What? Just how do you know that? Naruto tilts his head to the side in confusion. As he replies. That's 'cause I met them there. They came to try and convince my country to join up with something they call the world government. He then shrugs and continues, ignoring the looks of astonishment from everyone minus Luffy. But honestly, I figured I should go out to sea and find out more information on them before we make a decision. Buggy stands up straight and tries his best to think up a plan. But that's enough talk. I still owe you for attacking my ship. He then pulls out a Reuniting kunai and throws it in Buggy's direction. He then makes a few hand signs. Multi-shadow kunai jutsu. The Reuniting kunai that Naruto just threw suddenly multiplies and embeds itself in the rubble surrounding Buggy. Buggy separates into multiple pieces in an effort to dodge the few that get too close. He then starts laughing. Wow, your aim is horrible. Not even one of these strange knives managed to even nick me. If this is the skill level of someone from the elemental nations, then I should make that place my next target. A grin is plastered across Naruto's face. They weren't meant to hit you, Buggy. Their purpose is to ensure you have no escape. Everyone looks on in doubt because every single one of the kunai were embedded in the rubble. Anyone would have an easy time of moving past them, or so they thought. With a quick smile, Naruto suddenly vanishes in a flash of yellow light and instantly appears directly behind Buggy. Sorry, but you're not getting off easy. Big nose. Naruto says as he punches Buggy in the back and sends him flying forward, but Naruto once again appears beside him and strikes him again. He repeats the process for about 2 minutes and stops once Buggy has gained several shades of black and blue all over his body. Naruto comes to a stop standing just in front of Buggy's beaten and unconscious body. Well, I feel better now, he says as he brushes the dirt and blood off his hands. He looks over to Luffy's group. Nami and Zoro's jaws have dropped in complete and utter disbelief. Luffy, on the other hand. Well, his eyes looked to be in the shape of stars and they were sparkling full force. Wow, that was amazing. You have to join my crew, he happily says to Naruto. No thanks. Now if you excuse me, I have to find some charts for my upcoming journey. Naruto turns around and starts walking back to the port. At his current leisurely pace, it only takes Naruto a couple minutes to make his way back to his ship. He stops just in front of the ship. Alright, Ten-Ten-chan. Everything's fine. I already took care of the guy who shot at us. Once the words leave his mouth, Ten-Ten quickly appears at his side. That's good, Naruto-kun. Then again, I'm sure we both knew that you'd have an easy time with it, she says with a smile. Yep. Pretty damn easy. Although I admit I am disappointed in how weak that pirate captain was. He looks around to find someone missing. Where's Lee-sana-chan? Over here, Naruto-san. Naruto looks in the direction of the voice to see Lee-sana in her catgirl form perched on a nearby rooftop looking down at him. Ah, there you are. So where did you take off to? Naruto asks. Lee-sana looks away as she blushes a little. I thought I should check some of the nearby stores for some charts. I took what we needed and left some money for them. Then I was kinda worried about you, so I kinda went off on my own to watch your fight. Which was amazing, she quietly says. Alright then. Just as long as you're alright. So how about we get back on board? I think it's time to leave. Naruto says as he leaps back onto the ship. The group is quick to prepare for their departure. However, just as they're about to shove off, the trio from earlier come running down the street, all carrying a couple large bags, with a mob of people not too far behind them. What the hell, Luffy? Why would you tell them that we're pirates? Now we have to hurry out of here before. She starts to say but comes to a complete stop at the docks. What the hell happened to my ship? She yells out. Looks like it's destroyed. Hey Zoro, ours is gone too, Luffy exclaims. Nami frantically looks around in hopes of finding another vessel but sadly doesn't see one. Except for the one large ship a short ways away with a blonde-haired man leaning against the railing watching them. She starts waving her hand as she races in his direction, still carrying her baggage. Hey Blondie, can you please help us get out of here? It seems like Buggy destroyed our ships. Naruto sweat drops as he recalls that he was the one indirectly responsible for the destruction of their ships. Knowing he doesn't have much choice, he lowers his head in defeat. Fine. But only until the next island. A happy smile crosses her face as she reaches the ship. With a sigh of defeat, Naruto leaps down to the dock and reaches for her large bag, which she very hesitantly hands to him. With one hand on her bags, he then lifts her up and throws her over his shoulder so she was facing towards his back. Hang on, he says before leaping back up to the deck of the ship, causing her to scream in surprise and fright at his sudden action. Zoro quickly races up the rope ladder as Luffy shoots his way to the deck. Wow, this ship's amazing. Luffy happily exclaims as he looks the ship over. I have to admit it's a lot better than our previous one. Plenty of legroom at least, Zoro says. Well, you guys might as well find something to do. We're shoving off, Ten-Ten says to them before racing up the mast to the crow's nest. This is going to be a long but interesting journey, Naruto thinks as he looks at the group. Unlike before where the ship would mostly travel in silence, now it was the complete opposite. The brief moments of silence would be abruptly broken as Ten-Ten chased Luffy out of the kitchen every hour or so since he was constantly stealing food. By now Ten-Ten was fully aware that blunt attacks had no effect on Luffy. However, much to his dismay, Ten-Ten was a weapons expert and had expert aim. Luffy spent every moment that wasn't spent eating or sleeping, just running for his very life as she was hurling kunai and shuriken at him constantly. Damn it, Luffy-san. How many times do I have to chase you out of our kitchen? she screamed as she dashed around the ship, hurling her weapons at the pirate from practically every possible angle. How he managed to dodge so many just astounded Naruto and pissed off Tenten even more. One more time, Luffy-san. One more time and I'll be setting traps that will be able to kill even you. Naruto stayed at the helm of the ship as he watched the pair dart back and forth. He turns towards the orange-haired girl Vixen. Is he always like this? He asks her. She just shrugs. No idea. I just met him back there in Orangetown, but I certainly hope he isn't. It would be more than enough to drive a girl crazy. Naruto chuckles at her comment. True. Although in my experience crazy isn't always a bad thing. It does make things more interesting, he tells her, causing the girl to an eyebrow in wonder. Her lips form a small yet sly smile as she looks at Naruto. So you telling me that you have experience with crazy girls? Yeah, you could say that again. Naruto says. Though there are times that I'm surprised that they haven't managed to kill me yet. He shudders as he says the last bit. Nami looks at him incuriously as she tries to figure out his meaning, but in the end she figures that it's not that important. There was something else I was wondering about, Naruto-san. Earlier during your conversation with Buggy you said something about meeting a couple of Marine admirals. Was that true? And if so, for what reason did you meet them? Yeah, I did meet them. It was on the day where there was a yearly meeting of the Kage from the 5 strongest nations in our country. And before you ask, a Kage is what we call our village's leaders, who just so happen to be the strongest shinobi in the land. Anyways, one of the admirals, called Aokiji I believe, asked where he could find the town hall so he could set up a meeting for inviting our country to ally itself with this world government. But we don't know anything about it, so I volunteered to go out to sea and get as much information about it as I can so we can make our decision on the matter. Nami nods her head in understanding. So you're out here as a diplomat of sorts? Naruto's gaze drifts upwards for a moment as he thinks about it. I guess you could say that. However, I already had plans to head out to sea. This just gave me a better reason. Nami leans back against the railing closest to wheel to be more comfortable as she both listens to the strange but interesting man who was more than capable of disappearing and then reappearing in a flash of light. And what was that reason? She asks as she wonders why a man such as himself would leave his homeland. Naruto sighs as he turns to look her in the eye. I know you're going to laugh about this, but... It's to bring peace to the world. He watches as she s an eyebrow in wonder but continues. My master wanted to bring peace to this world of ours. However, he died long before that could be accomplished. He left that mission to me, and in the past few years since his death I managed to bring peace to our entire nation. Normally I would laugh at such a concept like bringing peace to the world, but when I look into your eyes I can almost feel like you could. Nami tells him as she retains eye contact between the two. By this point Lee-sana walks up the steps towards the pair. I do agree with Nami-san, Naruto-san. So what do your parents have to say about this journey of yours? She asks, since she has been thinking about it ever since her talk with Tenten. The smile leaves Naruto's face as he breaks eye contact with Nami and looks out at sea for a moment before he quietly replies. I'm sure they would be proud. But sadly I can't ask them. Both Nami and Lee-sana wonder the same thing. Why can't he ask them? After a short pause he looks at the two of them. I can't ask them because they both died the day I was born. Once he says this, Lee-sana covers her mouth in horror with both hands. Nami goes a little pale as she also covers her mouth, but with only one hand. Lee-sana then cautiously walks over to Naruto but is unsure about how to reassure him. Naruto then gives them both a smile. It's okay. I already came to terms with their deaths years ago. And even though my childhood was anything but pleasant, I know that they died protecting me, and you may not believe it, but I was eventually about to see them again when I was older. Although it was only for a few moments. Naruto-san. That can't be possible. I mean, once you're dead you're dead. Nami says as she looks at Naruto as she thinks about what she would give to see her mother Belmir for even a moment. I know. But through a use of seals they were able to leave I guess you could almost call it a memory or impression of them. They let me know how proud they were of me, and how much they believed in me. Naruto quietly explains. However, it's regrettable, but there is a way to bring back the dead. But not in the way you're thinking. As Naruto says this, Zoro immediately wakes up from his nap and focuses on their conversation. What do you mean by that? He asks in an almost demanding voice. through a forbidden technique called the Impure World Resurrection. It involves bringing back the souls of the dead and involves a human sacrifice. And when the person is revived, they are at the caster's mercy, plus they have no control over their own actions. During the war in my homeland, this one guy called Kabuto used this technique to bring back many of the strongest warriors from the past and had them fight against their own children and loved ones. Naruto says as his hand clenches in anger on the wheel. His gaze drifts to Zoro. Picture this. You're stuck fighting against someone you either love or is very close to you. And no matter what you do, their bodies just keep regenerating since they're immortal. Not fun at all. Now I'm sorry, but let's drop this subject. Naruto then turns back to the open sea. Zoro, Nami and Lisana all look away as they realize how horrible such a thing would be. After a few more moments of silence, Lisana slowly walks behind Naruto and wraps her arms around him in a comforting manner. I'm so sorry, Naruto-san. I didn't mean to bring back such painful memories. Naruto looks back a little. I know. Besides, if I'm right, both Nami-san and you have also lost your parents. Nami flinches for a moment before looking into his eyes again. How does he know that? She wonders. Hey Naruto-kun, it looks like another messenger bird is coming. Ten calls down to them. Huh? Oh, thanks Ten-chan. Naruto says before he carefully releases himself from Lisana and motions for Nami to take the wheel. He then walks over to the railing with an arm outstretched. The messenger hawk wastes no time in landing on the arm. Naruto removes the letter in the small canister on its leg and opens it up. After reading it, he turns in Ten-ten's direction. It seems those admirals have sent a message to the cage using those strange snails. Gaara is asking us to return as soon as possible so I can be included in their discussion. But I'm just going to use the Hiraishin jutsu and head back there myself, so do you mind being in charge while I'm gone, Ten-chan? She then nods. Of course, Naruto-kun. Thanks, Naruto says to her before turning to Lisana and Nami. Sorry, but I have to take off for a bit. But I shouldn't be gone too long. Maybe a couple hours to a day or so at the most. He then vanishes in a flash of light, leaving not a trace that he was even there. Both Lisana and Nami watch in surprise as Naruto vanishes, neither of them even close to being used to such a technique. I wonder if I should ask Naruto-san to help me to find my brother? Would he even be willing to? Lisana thinks to herself as she just stares at Naruto's previous location. The cage were currently sitting in a crescent-shaped table facing a large screen that a snail was projecting an image of a man with dark hair and a braided beard. Thank you for coming together like this. I know it was sudden, but I greatly appreciate your quick response to my earlier message, the man says. It's not a problem, Sengoku-san. But if this call is about what our decision is regarding the joining of your world government, I'm sorry, but we were still discussing it. Gaara addresses the man on screen. The man on screen nods in understanding. That's quite understandable, and I don't expect an immediate answer. Especially with Admiral Akainu's earlier rudeness. The man then looks in Shikamaru's direction. That looks to be an unusual weapon you have there. Shikamaru smiles at the fleet admiral as he twirls the trident-shaped kunai between his fingers. True. And the one who uses it is even more so. No sooner those words leave Shikamaru's lips does Naruto suddenly appear in a flash of light on top of him. With there being no stable ground, Naruto ends up crashing into the dark-haired shinobi, causing the two of them to crash into the ground. What the hell was on, Naruto? I should have known it was you. I can only assume you got our message, Shikamaru says as he glares at the blonde who was laying on top of him. Huh? Oh, Shikamaru. Sorry about that, Naruto says as he gets off of him, and the pair then proceed to stand up. I'll assume this is the owner of that unusual weapon, Sengoku says as he sweat drops at the sight. A small smile crosses Gaara's face as he turns away from the sight and resumes his gaze at the screen. Yes, this is its owner. The previous Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, he explains to Sengoku. The Raikage shakes his head at Naruto before looking at the screen. Yes, this kid is Naruto Uzumaki. The guy who went out to sea not too long ago. Yep, I sure am. I wanted to find out more about your world government to help our nation come to a faster decision, Naruto exclaims before noticing the screen. Oi, who's this guy? The rest of the cage sweat drop before Mei answers him. This man is Sengoku-san, the fleet admiral of the world government, Naruto. Huh. Is that so? He then gives a small and quick bow. Nice to meet you. Likewise, Naruto-san. So if I'm right in understanding this, you recently left your country, the elemental nations, to gather information about us. Is that right? Sengoku asks Naruto, who gives him a nod in reply. In that case, I would be willing to grant you the status of a diplomatic envoy. But in exchange, I'd like you to come here to Marine headquarters so we may meet in person. The Kage look from one to another and quietly discuss what that would mean. Gaara ended up being the one to reply. May I ask what the status of diplomatic envoy would do for Naruto? Sengoku nods. It's actually quite simple. It just means that he would have what we call diplomatic immunity, so he can go wherever he pleases and not be halted by my fellow Marines. However, I do ask that you don't abuse this power since it's rarely ever given out. Diplomatic immunity, huh? That does sound interesting. Just so we're clear, all you're asking of me in exchange is to just go to your headquarters for a meeting? Naruto says and is replied with a nod. That does sound good. And don't worry, I don't intend to abuse it. Sengoku smiles at how well the conversation was currently going. That's a relief to hear. So if you like, I can send out a couple of ships to escort you here. Naruto holds up a hand asking him to temporarily stop speaking. No, that's fine. I'd actually like to make my own way there so I can see more of the world. A look of surprise crosses Sengoku's face as he listens to Naruto's comment. Are you sure about that, Uzumaki-san? On your own it wouldn't be an easy journey. It would take you a great deal longer to arrive since Marine HQ is located at the end of the first half of the Grand Line. Naruto just shrugs. I don't mind actually. After a brief sigh, Sengoku nods. Alright, if that's your decision. Just know that the Grand Line is the most exceptionally dangerous sea in the world. Glad to hear it. I could use a good workout, Naruto says with a grin plastered across his face. I can see that I won't change your mind. In that case, I'll just send a message to Captain Smoker in Logatown. When you get a chance, please meet up with him and he can give you more information on the Grand Line as well as some of the special tools you need to navigate those seas. Sengoku informs Naruto. Okay. Logatown, Captain Smoker. Equipment, got it. I hope you have a safe journey and I hope to see you soon, Uzumaki-san. Sengoku says before bidding farewell to Naruto and the rest of the Kage. Then the snail stops projecting the Mont's image and promptly falls asleep. Naruto turns to the Kage with a smile. Well, that went well. I guess it's time to get back to my ship. Just as Naruto is about to return, he feels something lightly gripping onto his arm. He looks down to see his arm covered in sand. Naruto, your new crewmates only need another day or so to finish their preparations. So why don't you wait for them? Gaara says. Then he leans forward and whispers something else. Why don't I treat you to some ramen? We asked an expert from Konohagakure to supply food for this meeting. Naruto's eyes go wide and sparkle as he realizes just who Gaara meant. Damn right. Let's go share a couple dozen bowls of the greatest food on earth, he says as he wraps an arm around Gaara's shoulder and the pair head out to procure said delicacy. A couple days go by as Naruto awaits the arrival of his new crew members. After some time goes by, he heads out to track down Gaara to see if he knew anything about when they would be arriving. It takes Naruto about an hour or so to track the Kage down. Hey Gaara. I was wondering, do you have any idea when they're supposed to arrive? It's been a couple days and honestly I'm getting a little worried about Tenten-chan and Lisana-chan back on the ship. Naruto asks his friend. Gaara looks at him silently for a moment before replying. We're still waiting on the representative from Kumogakure. But the other two are already here in town. So if you wish, you could just bring them back to your ship. I can either use that strange snail device to contact you, or just use one of your special kunai. Naruto closes his eyes for a few seconds while he thinks. Yeah, that would be fine. Sorry about the trouble, but like I said, I'm getting just a little worried. That's understandable, Naruto. Now anyways, why don't you just head back to the town center? I'll go and send the two over there to see you. Naruto smiles happily as he nods in understanding. Thanks Gaara. I guess I'll see you later, he says before doing a quick hand sign and vanishes in a swirl of leaves. Within 2 hours, a pair of individuals open the door to the meeting room to find Naruto leaning back in his old chair fast asleep. The male wearing a Tsunahite Ite just shakes his head in slight annoyance as he raises a hand. And to think, this is supposed to be our captain. Let's see how he likes this wake-up call. The man then pulls his arm back, causing Naruto's chair to be pulled out from under him. "Ah, what the hell?" Naruto says as he falls flat on his ass. He then looks around to find the perpetrator. His gaze falls on the pair standing in the doorway along with their luggage. "Were you the one who did that?" Naruto says as he points a finger at the man from Suna who was grinning at him. "Of course. And I wouldn't have had to if you weren't asleep, Naruto." Naruto grumbles to himself as he stands up and then proceeds to walk over to the pair. "I guess. But don't do it again," he tells man who continues to grin at him. "I make no promises," he slyly replies. "Well, anyways. Are the two of you ready?" Naruto asks and gets two quick nods. "All right then." He then places his hands on their shoulders as they grab their baggage. "Let's go." Once he finishes speaking, the group instantly disappears in a flash of light. Back at the ship, both Tenten and Lisana are currently surrounded by about 100 men. They're now trying to figure out how this pirate group managed to sneak up to the ship the previous night. "This would be easy enough to handle if I didn't have to protect Lisana-chan as well as fight these bastards." Tenten thinks to herself as she keeps her eyes on the approaching pirates. She steadies a kunai in both hands to defend against any attacks. "Come now, girls. This doesn't have to get messy. You should just submit and I'm sure my men will be as gentle as possible," the captain of the opposing vessel says with a wicked grin as he holds his sword to the side. "It's okay, Lisana-chan. Are you able to get up to the safety of the crow's nest?" Tenten whispers to Lisana without looking away from the pirates. Lisana shakes her head. "No, I'm sorry, but I need to pick up enough speed before I can get up there," she quietly replies as she shivers in fright. "Damn it, Naruto-kun. Just why the hell did you pick now of all times to be away?" Tenten curses to herself. Suddenly a loud crashing noise catches everyone's attention as well as a loud voice cursing. "What the hell, Naruto? Why would you have us land on the damn table?" Tenten cracks a small grin with the knowledge that their reinforcements have finally arrived. She takes a deep breath before calling out. "Naruto-kun, get the hell out here. We have some uninvited guests that are giving us perverted looks." The pirates all take out their swords, now armed with the knowledge that there are more people located below deck. "Men, I order you to go in there and kill her friends and crewmates," their captain tells the men. About a dozen of them start making their way for the door. "Uninvited guests? Wow, good show, Naruto. We don't even have time to unpack before you guys put us to work," the voice from earlier says. Moments later, as the pirates near the door, a cloaked figure barrels out, knocking several of the pirates onto their asses. The pirates that are still on their feet look at the unarmed figure curiously as it looks to be raising both its arms in their direction. Suddenly a torrent of flames shoot out from the outstretched hands and proceeds to scorch the enemy. Screams of pain fill the air as the flesh of the pirates begin to sear and melt from the intense scorching heat. The pirates that managed to escape the flames with only minor burns didn't get off any easier. As soon as they moved further away from the fire, someone else dashes out from below deck. The figure was wielding a very thin longsword and moved quickly through the remaining enemy ranks. The swordswoman comes to a stop on the opposite side of the pirates, and gives a quick yank to a strand of thread attached to the end of the blade, which forcibly pulls the remaining pirates together in a clump. Now that the figure had come to a stop, Tenten and Lisana finally get a good look at the swordswoman. She was wearing a sleeveless black shirt with matching pants, complete with a waistguard, as well as the usual attire of Kirigakure's striped wrist and leg guards. Bandages were also wrapped around her neck, and there was a plain white mask covering her face with her long white hair billowing behind her. "Whoa. That was amazing. Thank you," Lisana says as she bows in gratitude to the white-haired swordswoman, who just replies with a short nod before turning towards the pirate captain. "So you must be the leader of these weaklings," she says as her hand tightens on her longsword. The pirate captain takes a step back towards his ship but comes to an abrupt halt as he feels a blade being held against his throat. His shaky gaze slowly drifts to a blond man wielding a kunai. "I assume you're their captain?" the pirate says with terror in his voice. "You would be guessing right. Now comes the problem of what to do with you." Naruto's stern gaze drifts to Tenten and Lisana. "Since you girls seem to be what him and his men were after, I think you should be the ones to punish him." Naruto then hurls the man forward so he falls in between Naruto and the two. "Kinda cruel of you to say that, Naruto," someone says from within the ship. Everyone's gaze drifts to the door as a figure walks out wearing a black outfit consisting of a long top and pants with a red sash wrapped around his waist, and a black hood upon his head. Then again with what he seemed to have had planned for the ladies. It seems fitting. 1010 looks at the man in the dark-colored clothing with surprise. Kankuro? Is that you? Ah, 1010. It seems like you remember me. That's good. Kankuro says with a laugh as he walks over to Lisana. And who might this be? Lisana fidgets a little as she looks at one of their rescuers. Lisana. My name's Lisana. Kankuro smiles then pats her on the shoulder. Nice to meet you. He then raises his hand and twitches a couple fingers. Immediately with that simple motion the robed figure from earlier suddenly flies towards him and comes to an abrupt halt at his side. Lisana looks at the figure in wonder. And who's that? She asks Kankuro. He s an eyebrow in slight confusion before he realizes that she doesn't know what it is. He lets out a laugh as he removes the figure's robe. Lisana jumps back in surprise as she looks at the figure's body. Just what is that? It's a puppet. Naruto says as he walks over. Kankuro here is one of the most talented puppet masters from Sanagakure. Lisana looks at Kankuro in wonder. I'll explain later. Naruto then adds. A sudden cry attracts everyone's attention back to the pirate captain who had kunai knives pinning his hands to the mast. 1010 was then slowly walking over to him with a kunai knife in her hand. Naruto looks at her eyes to the point on the mon's body she was glaring at. Oh Kami. Naruto quickly turns towards Lisana. I know I said you two can take care of him. But I really don't think you need to see this. Lisana moves Naruto for a moment to see what he meant by that. Her eyes go wide as she nods. Yeah. I think she's got this handled. Naruto then gently places his hands on her shoulders and lead her through the door that would bring them below deck. But just as the door was about to shut a blood-curdling scream fills the air. As the sound of the scream enters Naruto's ears, his entire body shivers. I almost feel sorry for that poor bastard, he quietly says to himself. Neither Naruto or Lisana leave the safely of the ship until the screams become faint and then non-existent. Once the screaming stops, Naruto and Lisana finally head back onto the deck to find a pile of gold and other treasures in one stack and a pile of charts and other documents in the other. With an eyebrow raised in wonder, Naruto turns to the trio that had remained on deck. Okay, I'll bite. Just what's the deal with this stuff? He asks the trio. Kankuro shrugs his shoulders as he raises his arms to his side. Just some stuff I took from their ship. Since that pirate group doesn't seem to exist anymore, it seemed like a waste to just leave it. Good point, Kankuro. Naruto says as he smiles to his new comrade. Well, Naruto-kun. Now that you and Lisana have returned to us, I think it's about time for everyone to give some introductions. 1010 says to Naruto. Naruto turns to 1010 with the smile still on his face. Good idea, 1010-chan. In that case we might as well state our jobs on the ship as well as what else we want to accomplish. He then turns back to Kankuro and points at him. Alright Kankuro, you're up first. Naruto says with a grin. Huh? Why the hell am I first? Fine then. I'm Kankuro from Sanagakure in the Elemental Nations. I'm a puppet master and I want to both further my skills as well as be able to bring back new techniques to bequeath to the next generation. As for this ship, I guess I'd have the easiest time controlling the ship, so. Helmsman, I guess. He then points towards the masked swordswoman. You're next. And while you're at it you might as well remove that mask. She shakes her head for a moment before removing her mask to reveal a pair of stunning green eyes and a flawless face. I'm Aurora. Member of the new 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Current wielder of the Nuabari, the Sewing Needle Longsword. I lived in Kirigakure. On the ship. Medic. Goal. Improve my swordsmanship and medical skills. She says in a monotone. Aurora then points to 1010. Next. 1010 points to herself. As most of you should know by now, I'm 1010 from Konohagakure in the Elemental Nations. I specialize in weapons, so as Naruto-kun mentioned to me earlier, I guess sharpshooter. She says with a small smile as she twirls her kunai in the air. As for a goal, how about to collect any and all rare and legendary weapons I can find? And like Naruto-kun, I hail from Konohagakure in the Elemental Nations. 1010 then points at the blonde. With a quick grin, Naruto bites his thumb and does a couple quick hand signs before placing his hand to the ground, causing a large puff of smoke to surround him. After the smoke clears, everyone finds Naruto posing while standing on a large green toad with dark blue stripes. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, ex-Hokage from Konohagakure. Currently I'm a great and powerful sage who honed his skills on Mount Myoboku. My job on this ship is captain. And my goal, which will one day happen, is to bring about peace to the world. Naruto calls out, causing everyone else to sweat drop except of Lisanna, who was amazed at what he just did. Ten shakes her head as she mutters, "Idiot." Then her gaze drifts to the final member. The long dark-haired woman. "Okay, Lisanna-chan. You're up." Lisanna looks around the group as she fidgets a little. Naruto walks over to her and puts an arm around her shoulder in a reassuring manner. "Don't be nervous, Lisanna-chan. We're all friends and comrades here," Naruto says as he gestures to the rest of the crew. She then nods as a faint blush covers her cheeks from the close contact. "I'm Lisanna from Hoga Island in the Grand Line." With her mentioning of the Grand Line, everyone but Naruto raise an eyebrow in wonder. She gives a small sigh before beginning a short explanation. The world has 4 major seas. The East Blue, which is the sea we're currently sailing in. There's also the North Blue, West Blue, and then the South Blue. There's a giant stretch of land that circles around the world called the Red Line that separates the East, South Seas from the North, West Seas. In addition, there's one more sea that circles around the world. That sea is the most dangerous. It's called the Grand Lind. It's sandwiched between 2 smaller seas known as the Calm Belt. Those are seas in which no winds blow and is a sea king breeding ground. She explains and waits for everyone to nod in understanding, and is happy to see that Ten was writing down everything she just mentioned about the world. Now back to the introduction. Well, I can be the navigator. As for a goal, she turns to Naruto, who smiles and nods for her to continue. She takes a deep breath before continuing. My goal is to find my older brother who was taken from me when we were very young. Okay. I have 2 questions, Lisanna-chan. First, if it's so dangerous crossing the Calm Belt, then how did you end up here? Second, do you have any idea where your brother is? Cause knowing Naruto-kun, he'd be more than happy to help you find him. Ten asks with a gentle tone. Lisanna looks in wonder at Naruto. Yeah. No worries, Lisanna-chan. We'd be more than happy to help, he says as he gives her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Well, as for how I came to be in the East Blue, I kinda stowed away on a marine vessel many years ago, and I haven't been able to find anyone other than pirates who wanted to go to the Grand Line. But as for my brother, I'm sorry, but I have no idea. Her gaze drifts downward as her hands form into fists and then tighten. Even after all these years of searching, I'm still no closer to finding him. Lisanna-chan. No tears now. I did agree to help you find your brother, and that's a promise I intend to keep. I always keep my word, Naruto says. Lisanna nods as she nuzzles her head against Naruto's close shoulder. Thanks, Naruto-kun. She quietly says, and Naruto s an eyebrow at the change in honorific used, but figured it was just a fluke and chose to disregard it. As she continues her nuzzling, she accidentally changes back to her catgirl form, causing both Kankuro and Aurora to look at her in a mix of confusion and wonder. Okay, I can't be the only one wondering why she suddenly grew fur, cat ears, and... Whoa, is that a real tail? Kankuro exclaims in wonder, causing Lisanna to jump in surprise back onto Naruto's shoulders. This is going to seriously get some getting used to, Naruto says as he points to an embarrassed Lisanna sitting on his back and shoulders. He then quietly adds, though, it's not too bad, I guess. With Lisanna's improved hearing, her face turns a slightly darker pink. Ten rolls her eyes before turning to Kankuro and Aurora. Naruto-kun. How about you and Lisanna-chan bring this stuff that Kankuro pilfered from that ship into the hold? I'll tell him and Aurora about those weird devil fruit things. Then later on I'll tell you about what happened in the time since you left us, she says to Naruto, who forms a half-dozen clones to help him, and Lisanna, who was more than happy to not have to explain about her abilities, carry the treasure, charts and other documents back below deck. Sounds good, Ten-chan, Naruto says as he heads off to put everything away. Okay, first off, there's these things called devil fruit, and they... Ten begins to explain to the clueless pair. Somewhere in another part of the vast oceans of the world, The light from an open window crawls up an dark-haired individual resting in a bed. Once the light reaches his face, he squirms in his sleep before he slowly opens his eye to take in his surroundings. "Where am I?" he says out loud as he tries to sit up. The sound of footsteps picks up as a young dark-haired woman wearing glasses with a sword at her side walking alongside a purple-haired woman in a nurse's outfit walks in. "Oh, you're finally awake," the nurse exclaims in delight. She then turns to the other women wearing glasses. "Do you mind keeping an eye on him while I get the doctor, as well as some food for our patient?" the nurse asks and gets a nod in return from the other. Once the nurse leaves the room, the woman in glasses sits down on a chair beside the bed. "Good to see you're finally awake. So are you feeling any better?" she kindly asks him. I don't know, but I think so," he says before looking at her with a curious glance. "So who are you?" he asks. The young lady points to herself. "Me? I'm Toshigi and I'm a sergeant in the Marines," she tells him with a smile on her face. "How about you? What's your name?" The young man looks forwards, then his gaze drifts to his hands. I don't know. Just who am I?" Toshigi looks at him with a look of both surprise and sadness before her gaze drifts over to where the clothes he was previously wearing before being admitted to the hospital were sitting. She sees a strange design on the back of the shirt that looks like a red and white fan. "I wonder what that symbol stands for," she thinks to herself as she sits in silence with the young man. "It seems those admirals have sent a message to the Kage using those strange snails. Gaara is asking us to return as soon as possible so I can be included in their discussion. But I'm just going to use the Reuniting jutsu and head back there myself, so do you mind being in charge while I'm gone, Ten-Ten-chan?" She then nods. "Of course, Naruto-kun. Thanks," Naruto says to her before turning to Lisana and Nami. "Sorry, but I have to take off for a bit. But I shouldn't be gone too long. Maybe a couple hours to a day or so at the most." He then vanishes in a flash of light, leaving not a trace that he was even there. Both Lisana and Nami watch in surprise as Naruto vanishes, neither of them even close to being used to such a technique. Once Naruto was gone, Ten-Ten calls out to Nami and Lisana. "Hey navigators. How long till we reach the next island?" she asks them. It shouldn't be more than an hour or so at this pace, Ten-Ten-chan," Lisana replies after she and Nami quickly converse on the matter. The next couple hours seem to go by in a flash before they dock their ship in a cove. The group all get off the ship, then they hear a loud voice call out, "Oi, who goes there?" The group turn their gaze up the hill to see a young man with dark hair, wearing brown overalls. The most noticeable feature about this guy was his exceptionally long nose. He points to the group as he asks a question. "Just who are you people?" Out of the entire group, it was Luffy who stepped forward and gazes up at the long-nosed man. "We're pirates," he exclaims. "Pirates, you say? Well, don't you even dare think that you'll be able to take another step on this land. Because my 8,000 followers will stop you," he yells out as his knees shake in obvious terror. The entire group sweat drops as they're all thinking the same thing. What a liar. However, much to their surprise, one of them seems to actually believe him. "Whoa, 8,000. Luffy exclaims in amazement as his jaw drops. Nami then walks up to Luffy and cuffs the back of his head before turning to the long-nosed one. "That's such an obvious lie," she says in a matter-of-fact sort of way. The man crouches down and rests his head between his hands. She saw through me. She must be a master interrogator." Ten-Ten shakes her head in disbelief. "I know children who can lie far better than you," she says, which causes everyone to look her way in wonder. "In fact, it was one of the things we were taught in the academy." Just what kind of school would teach kids to actually lie?" the long-nosed man asks with a curious look on his face. He continues to think about it and doesn't notice Ten-Ten disappear in a small whirlwind of leaves and reappear directly behind him. "Oh, that's not all we were taught," she says as she crouches down behind the unaware man. Ten-Ten grins wickedly as she positions her head beside his and quietly whispers in his ear. "We were taught the fine art of..." The man freezes in place and begins to sweat bullets as he feels her hot breath beside his ear. "Assassination," she finishes, causing the man to turn pure white before he faints and rolls down the hill, coming to a rest in front of the group. She then bursts out laughing as she watches the man's reaction. "Oh God, I can't believe he fainted like that. The only thing that would make this funnier is if he As 1010 was laughing at the top of the hill, Luffy took the time to go over to the unconscious man and after a moment jumps back as he covers his nose. Zoro looks at Luffy's uncomfortable reaction and decides to guess what happened. 1010-san. I think he just shit himself. 1010 goes dead silent for a moment before she falls back and the only thing that can be heard is an uncontrolled roar of laughter. Lee-sana covers her nose as she moves away from the downed man. 1010-chan, that was really mean. Zoro shakes his head for a moment trying to suppress a smirk before grabbing the mon's suspender straps and hurls him into the ocean. Once the man hits the water he manages to regain consciousness. He walks back onto the beach with his head lowered in shame. Okay, very funny. Everyone can stop laughing now, he says as the roar of 1010's laughter refuses to die down. He slowly looks up a little to glance at the group before him. Okay, honestly, just who are you guys, and what is your reason for coming here? He says as he continues to blush in total and utter embarrassment. It's just as Luffy said. We're pirates. However, we only came here so we can get a ship. So relax, we have no interest in attacking the town. Zoro says as he tries to get a word in between 1010's laughter. I'm Nami. Nami says before pointing to Luffy and Zoro. The one in the straw hat is Luffy and the green-haired one is Zoro. The young lady who's standing way over there now is Lee-sana. And well, you've already met 1010. She informs him but starts to chuckle a little when she gets to 1010's name. It's not funny. The long-nosed guy yells at Nami, who is now holding her sides as she laughs. Zoro turns to the man since he now has regained control and is no longer laughing. Anyways, just who are you? The guy points to himself. Me? Why, I'm the great Captain Usopp, he proclaims and is met by even more hysterical laughter from atop the hill. Stop laughing. Lee-sana shakes her head as she starts making her way up the hill. I'll go and try to get 1010-chan to calm down. Then can you lead us to a restaurant in town, Usopp-san? Usopp nods as he continues to blush. Once Lee-sana finally manages to get 1010's laughter under control, does Usopp lead the group into town so they can find a place to eat. The group ask him about where they could get a ship and he ends up telling them all about a young woman called Kage who lives in a mansion just outside of the town. But the entire time he was explaining about Kage and the town, he constantly glared at 1010 until he finally had enough and had to ask her again. Usopp points a finger at 1010 in anger. Okay women, now you have to explain something to me. Just what the hell did you do back there? There's no way a simple school would teach you that, she demands her to answer. Nami and the others look at her curiously since it's something they have been curious about. Both that and what Naruto seemed able to do. 1010 giggles for a moment before she makes herself calm down. I was serious. Long-nose-san. Both myself and my captain Naruto-kun were in an academy since we were around 6 years old. The academy taught us to become shinobi, and we didn't leave until we were about 12. At that time we went on easy missions which were more like chores. However, we did eventually get harder missions, such as infiltration, assassinations and others like them. Usopp's eyes go wide in surprise as he takes this in. Seriously? She nods. Yeah, seriously. Also, most of us shinobi use different techniques and are capable of far different things. I can use a summoning technique to well summon weapons like this. She then takes out a scroll and sets it on the table. She opens it and summons up a couple kunai knives to show them her ability. However, in battle I can summon a lot more than this at a time, she adds. Nami s her head in confusion. Wait, is that's what you do? Then what about Naruto-san? What is he capable of? She asks with obvious interest. I'm not going too far into it because I'm respecting Naruto-kun's privacy. However, this one thing I will say. Years ago, before a huge war broke out in our homeland, Naruto-kun fought against an enemy who had enough power to instantly destroy our entire village as well as kill most of the inhabitants. She says as she moves her hand closer to her body as she shivers a little. The group goes dead silent as those words sink in. Nami then shakes her head in disbelief. There's no way that's possible. I mean, seriously, a single man attacked a village full of you overpowered shinobi and managed to beat every last one of you. And somehow that blonde-haired captain of yours somehow manages to beat him. There's no way that's possible, Nami says before one of those kunai blades was pressed against the flesh of her neck. Don't speak about things you have no clue about, 1010 says with a hint of malice in her voice as she stares into Nami's eyes. That man I mentioned, he went by the name Pain. The power he had would make you all shake in terror. That guy killed the man that Naruto-kun looked up to like a grandfather. Someone he cared for more than anything. Ten shakes in anger as she spits out every word. Her gaze drifts to the rest of the group before looking back to Nami, who was sweating. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry, Nami slowly says with her hands raised. With her hand still shaking, Ten looks back at the scroll and reseals the blade. I'm sorry for doing that, Ten says as she tries her best to suppress her anger and sadness. Luffy looks at the two, happy to see that Ten is calming down and has put her weapon away. So, what happened next? How did he beat that monster? He eagerly asks. Ten looks away from Nami and looks at Luffy. Well, as strange as this sounds, after Naruto-kun found out about his master's death, he agreed to undertake an intensely dangerous and difficult training session to attain the powers of a sage. This is the weirdest part. He did this sage training in a place called Mount Myoboku. And his masters there were toads. She then waits for that to sink in before continuing. Anyways, after he completed this training, he attained the strength needed to beat Pain after a long battle. A good time after the battle, I ended up asking him about what happened to Pain. He told me that the body he fought was just a puppet. And that he managed to find the real Pain. The one thing I just can't quite understand is why he chose to spare him. Now that's all I'm going to say on the matter. I've probably said way too much already. If you want to know more, just ask Naruto-kun. She tells them and refuses to say anything more on the matter. That would be amazing if it were true, Usopp starts to say before noticing the glare he was getting from Ten. He then coughs a couple times before continuing. But I think it's high time I get going. I have a previous engagement to attend to. With that being said, Usopp gets up and walks off. End flashback. You told them about my battle with Pain? Naruto asks in disbelief. Ten looks down as she fidgets a little. Yes, however I didn't reveal anything that's on a need-to-know basis. She quietly says, bringing a look of confusion from listener. What do you mean by a need-to-know basis, Ten-chan? What are you guys hiding from me? Listener asks as she looks from Naruto to Ten. Kankuro points at Naruto, then to Ten. So you guys haven't told her anything about Naruto being a Jinchuriki? He asks without thinking, causing the two just mentioned to give him dirty looks. Jinchuriki? What's that supposed to mean? Why are you guys hiding stuff from me? Listener says before looking towards Aurora in sadness. I suppose you know too, don't you? Aurora doesn't say anything, all she does is give Listener a small nod. Naruto looks at Listener with a look of understanding on his face as she sees the hurt in her eyes. Trust me, Listener-chan. The main reason these guys know is because of the war that went on. We're not trying to single you out. She looks up at him as she tilts her cat ears back, showing him a look of sadness but also full of adorableness. Does that mean you're going to tell me? Naruto-kun. Naruto does his best to resist the gaze. Sorry, but not at this time. But, he then silences Listener with a glare. Trust me, you're better off not knowing. Now Ten-chan, can you please continue? Ten nods. Alright then, Naruto-kun. I'll just skip forward to the next day when this group of pirates came to attack the town with a single goal, to kill Kaya-san. Resume previous flashback. A tall man wearing glasses had his arms around a pair of the pirates. He was wearing a strange pair of gloves which had a long blade attached to each finger. He had a single blade pressed against the throat of either pirate as he glares down the hillside at his decimated crew. With a wicked glare he proceeds to threaten the remaining pirates. You've got 5 minutes. If everything isn't sorted out by then I'll kill every last one of you with my own hands. The remaining pirates all scream out as they try to figure out just how the hell they will accomplish such a feat in a mere 5 minutes. Especially since the 3 sword-wielding green-haired man stood in their way and they knew they had no chance against him. The pair that had the blades to their throats roar in fury as they make their way towards Zoro. Zoro then holds 2 of his swords behind the one in his mouth. Tiger, hunt, Zoro calls out as he barrels past the pair and takes them both out in an instant. The man wearing the long coat at the base of the hill stares at the sight in awe before realizing that without that pair it would mean everything was practically up to him. He looks up at two women who had spent the entire fight just sitting on a branch and watching the skeptical. Uh-oh. Looks like the little hypnotist is in trouble now. 10-10 calls down in a mocking tone. As the hypnotist clenches his teeth in fury, Nami takes the opportunity to run past him over towards Luffy, who for some reason had the stem post with a black cat figurehead on top of him as he slept. "Oh, would you just wake up already, Luffy?" she calls out as her foot makes contact with his head. The hypnotist holds up a chakram and hurls it towards Nami. She turns around in horror to see the blade spinning towards her, but just as it draws near it suddenly changes direction and misses her head by about a foot. Nami looks up the hill to see that 10-10 had a kunai in hand and a smile on her face. I know. I did say that we wouldn't help since you guys insisted you had it covered, but let's just say you owe me one." 10-10 says as she looks down at a relieved Nami and a now awake Luffy. Luffy looks up and waves in thanks to 10-10 before turning his attention to Nami, who was holding her bleeding shoulder. "Ah, your shoulder's bleeding, Nami," Luffy says in surprise and concern. "I'm fine. Besides, this is one fight we've got to win, especially since there's so much treasure on the line," Nami says as her other hand forms into a fist. "Shishishi, classic Nami," Luffy says with a quick laugh before looking up the hill. "Hey, the evil butler is here." The mentioned butler with the bladed gloves was looking towards his wristwatch. Less than 3 minutes left, Django. Suddenly a voice coming somewhere behind the butler calls out, "Clawhador, stop." The butler looks back. "What a lovely surprise, Kaya-san. What brings you all the way out here?" The few remaining pirates look to one another as they realize the same thing. "The girl from the mansion. Isn't that the girl we're supposed to kill? This is good. All we have to do is kill her." Zoro glares back down the hill at the pirates, causing them to flinch and shut up. Apparently satisfied, Zoro returns his gaze towards the butler. The young lady looks towards Usopp, who had blood practically pouring from the back of his head. "Oh, Usopp, I'm so sorry, I didn't believe you. How can you ever forgive me?" "It's fine, Kaya-chan. You have to get out of here. Clawhador is actually the infamous pirate Captain Kuro, and he plans to kill you." Usopp screams out, fearful for her safety. She turns back towards Kuro. "If it's my fortune you want, then you can have it. Just please stop this already." She practically begs but stops as she sees his stern gaze. "It's true that I intend to have your entire fortune, however I also need the peace of mind that will come with your death, Kaya-san," Kuro says as he raises a bladed hand, but before he could do anything, he's suddenly knocked back. The fist that struck him is pulled back towards the one who stretched it out. The one known as Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy then begins to make his way up the hill. 3 children known as Pepper, Carrot and Onion race out from under some cover and grab Kaya by the hand. They share a quick glance with Usopp, who yells for them to get her away to a safe location. The children race off with Kaya hot on their heels. Kuro then stands up and glares at the one who struck him. "That attack smarted quite a bit, Straw Hat. You displayed an unusual ability. You must have the power of a devil fruit," he says to Luffy. "Yep, sure did. I ate the gum fruit, so now I'm a rubber man," Luffy exclaims as he strikes a fighting pose. "Django, I'll kill the rubber man. You go and deal with Kaya-san. Force her to write that will and then kill her," Kuro says with malice in his voice as he holds his hands out in front of him, forming a circle of blades. Django flinches at Kuro's words but immediately proceeds to race up the hill and off into the woods. The sound of someone whistling causes Usopp to look above him to find that 10-10 and Lysina moved and were standing in the tree beside him. "Since their real captain has entered the battle, I think it's about high time we lend a hand. That is, unless you don't want us to," she asks Usopp with a small grin. Please save Kaya-chan. I beg you," Usopp begs her. 10-10 smiles as she jumps to her feet. "Alright, I guess we can consider this a mission. So you'll owe me. Now Zoro-san, you protect Nami-san while we save Kaya-san," she says and waits for Zoro to give an annoyed nod. She then leaps down and places Usopp on her back. "Lysina-chan, let's get going," 10-10 calls out as she dashes off in the direction of the fleeing children, with Lysina going into her panther form and races after her at top speed just to catch up. "Another user of the devil fruit. Perhaps I should make her into a pet." Kuro says before dodging one of Luffy's attacks. Kuro swings his hand blades at Luffy, who leans back and dodges the strike. Luffy puts all his weight on his hands as he pressing his feet together and springs his feet forward towards Kuro's head. Gum gum. Spear. The attack closes in on Kuro, but just as it looks like it's about to make contact, he suddenly vanishes and reappears a ways to the side. Luffy then swings his leg towards Kuro again. Gum gum whip. Kuro jumps up and easily. And then, pistol. Captain Kuro once again dodges the strike and lands atop Luffy's fist. "You bore me, child," he says before proceeding to run along Luffy's outstretched arm and kicks him in the face, sending Luffy flying into the cliff side. The pirates then begin to cheer and chant Kuro's name. Suddenly Kuro calls out in anger. "Fools never call me by that name ever again. My entire plan is to do away with the name Captain Kuro." Then Kuro races towards Luffy and thrusts his hand forward as he plans on impaling him. Luffy does the one thing Kuro didn't expect. He lifts up a boulder and puts it in the blade's path. The blade is impaled within the boulder, and once that happens, Luffy twists it away, causing the blades on one of his hands to be broken. "If you didn't want a reputation, then you have no right being a pirate," Luffy proclaims with certainty. "And if you wanna compare plans, then mine is much bigger." Once again the pirates resume cheering and saying Kuro's name, much to his annoyance. "I told you fools to shut up. I'll deal with you guys when I've finished off the Straw Hat Kid," Kuro says as he glares at his old crew. Then he adds, "I never intended to let any of you live. I can't allow anyone to live who knows my true identity." He then lowers his hands and starts to sway his body form side to side. The pirates all scream in terror as they realize what their captain is doing. Luffy looks at them in confusion. "Huh, what are you all going on about?" he asks, and gets his answer as he sees Kuro completely disappear from view. Luffy looks around in confusion until he sees the pirates being sliced open and even the cliff wall was getting slashed. "What the hell's wrong with you? Aren't these guys your nakama?" Luffy cries out. In the forest, Ten races through the forest for a short while before catching up to Django. "Hey, this is going to be too easy," she says as she takes out a couple kunai and shuriken. Ten then hurls them forward and they strike the hypnotist in the legs, causing him to fall over in pain. Ten dashes past him and sticks her tongue out at him playfully as she moves out of sight. He can hear her as she runs off. "Oh, listen-a-chan. Be a dear and keep an eye on him, alright." Django s an eyebrow in confusion as he attempts to stand up and is immediately forced back to the ground. He turns around. "Hey, what's the big idea?" he says, but then goes dead silent as he comes face to face with the panther form of Lysina growling at him. "Grr, I'd stay down if I were you," she warns. The hypnotist nods in understanding and doesn't move a muscle. Within moments Ten leaps in front of the children who were still running away with Kaya. "Hold on, you guys. You're all safe now," she says with a smile before turning to the side so they can see Usopp on her back. "Oh, Usopp-kun, you're safe," Kaya happily exclaims. Ten grins at the happy faces of the children. "Don't worry about that hypnotist guy. By the sounds of it, Lysina-chan's got him taken care of," she says as the echo of a roaring beast reaches their ears. Are you sure about that?" Kaya asks with a slight fearful tone in her voice. "Yep, sure am," Ten replies. Back at the cliff side, the fight between Luffy and Kuro dragged on for a while until Luffy finally managed to catch the quick-footed pirate. Luffy stretches his head all the way back down the hill before pulling it back and striking Kuro directly in the face. Gum gum. Bell. End flashback. And once the fight between Luffy-san and Kuro ended, the pirates ended up retreating. Soon after, Kaya-san gave Luffy-san and his group a ship with a sheep figurehead. Usopp-san ended up joining up with them. "And well, that's pretty much all you missed in your absence, Naruto-kun," Ten says as she breathes a sigh of relief since she was at last finished talking. I guess I missed out on some pretty sweet action," Naruto says as he strikes his head against the table in frustration. Lysina nods. "Yeah, you did. I was happy to have been of some help, unlike you," she says as she sticks her tongue out at Naruto. Naruto looks back at Lysina. "Acting like that won't make me any more willing to spill my secrets," he informs Lysina. He then gets up and walks towards the hall that leads to his room. Well, I need some sleep, so good night you guys. Oh, and Konkuro and Aurora-san. Just pick any room you guys want. We've got plenty to choose from. And with that being said, Naruto goes into his room and shuts the door. It had been several days since Naruto returned to the ship with Konkuro and Aurora in tow. However, other than when he was really needed, Naruto never left his quarters. During yet another meal without their missing blonde, Listener finally speaks up. Why is Naruto-kun refusing to eat with us? Or even spend any time outside his room? Listener asks Ten before quietly adding, was it something I said? Ten shakes her head as she looks at Listener. Naruto-kun isn't so petty that he'd hold a grudge for something as small as that. She then reaches into her pouch and tosses something to Listener, who catches it and looks to Ten with a puzzled look on her face. What's this? Listener asks as she tilts her head in confusion. With a small smile, Ten replies. That is a set of lock picks just in case the door's locked. So why don't you go and convince him to join us? Sure thing, Listener happily exclaims before taking off towards Naruto's room. Once out of sight, Konkuro leans over the table and looks in Ten's direction. You sure that's a good idea, Ten? Think about it, maybe there's a reason he insists on being alone, like some kind of training. He asks her. It may not be the best idea, Ten says as she rests her chin on her hands. Then again, some time alone to talk might be good for her. Konkuro shrugs before sitting up straight again. True, I just hope she doesn't see something that's better left unseen. Soon enough, Listener arrives at Naruto's door. She starts off by trying the door handle to find that the door's locked. She grins to herself slightly as she crouches down and takes the lock picks out. Just as she raises the picks to the keyhole, she notices a faint red then an orange light coming from inside. I wonder what that light is. She shrugs as she carefully inserts the picks and proceeds to unlock it as quietly as possible. Eventually she's rewarded with a quiet C, letting her know that she's succeeded. Just as her hand reaches for the handle, a voice calls out to her from the other side. Yes, is there something you want, Listener-chan? The voice asks her, causing her to momentarily freeze. She then takes a deep breath and opens the door to find that. Naruto wasn't in sight, much to her confusion. Listener pokes her head in and takes a moment to take in her surroundings. One side of the room she sees a table with a couple stacks of scrolls sitting around, one open one, as well as a dozen books. Naruto's king-sized bed sat close to the center, and on the other side she notices an assortment of weapons, primarily those trident-shaped ones. As she continues to look around, her gaze stops on the bedside table, which had about a dozen picture frames. Listener walks over and picks one up. The picture consisted of a young couple. The male had spiky blonde hair and blue eyes. The young woman had long red hair that was parted in the front with a black clip. Listener gazes at the picture of the couple. Wow, she's beautiful. I wonder who she is. She asks herself before adding, I wonder if this is a picture of Naruto and his girlfriend. She says before trailing off. Actually, Listener jumps and holds the picture to her chest as she turns around looking for the source of the voice. Who's there? She asks as she keeps looking around and notices something above the door. Listener turns her gaze upwards to find Naruto sitting in a cross-legged meditative position, and he was looking right at her. That isn't a picture of me. It's my parents, Naruto says before he allows himself to fall and quickly rights himself before landing. That's my mom and dad. Really? Listener says as she looks at the picture. You look just like your father. She adds, bring a small smile to Naruto's face. Yeah, I've been told that, however I seem to have my mom's personality, says Naruto as he walks past her and sits on his bed and reaches for the other picture frame. And this is a picture of my master, who was also my godfather. Naruto then motions for Listener to sit beside him, which she then does, and looks at the second picture to see a much younger Naruto and an elderly man with long spiky white hair as well as red markings on his face. Listener glances at Naruto's face to see that he now had a calm look on his face. She smiles for a moment as they sit together in silence. Eventually a number of questions come to her mind that she can no longer ignore. Naruto. Yeah, is something on your mind, Listener-chan? She nods as she looks into his eyes. Well, yeah, there's a couple things I've been wondering about. Like before I came in here I saw a weird red then orange lights coming from in here. Well, I hope you aren't mad at me for what I said earlier this week, and for just barging in here. She quietly says. Listener-chan, don't worry, I'm not mad about earlier. And about the weird light. I guess you could say it was a part of my training. Naruto explains and gets a confused look from Listener. And before you ask, I can't explain it to you yet. Especially since you probably won't be able to look at me the same way again. Listener fidgets a little in mild annoyance. Fine, but in that case, can you tell me more about your fight with that pain guy? Ten-Chan mentioned something about you being a sage of something. Can you tell me that much at least? She asks him. After a moment or so of silence, Naruto gives her a nod. Well, I guess I can tell you a bit about that. Or I can show you. He says as he gets back into a meditative position. Listener looks at him curiously as she wonders what he's doing, but gasps as she notices the orange markings forming around his eyes. He then opens his eyes to reveal the change in them. She leans in to get a closer look. Your eye color has changed, as well as the shape of your pupils. She remarks in surprise. Naruto nods. Yeah, this is how I look when I enter Sage mode. When in this mode, both my attack and defense is greatly increased. As well as my attack range. Not just that, my recovery rate is also improved. He explains. This is really weird, Naruto-kun. I'm not sure why, but it's almost like I can feel the energy you're exerting. She says in wonder. Naruto shrugs. I dunno why either. Maybe it's because your animal instincts are getting keener. Maybe. Also, I've been wondering something else. Ten-Chan said something else that I didn't quite understand. She said that you spared pain even though he killed your master. Why is that? She hesitantly asks. She notices the sadness in his eyes as she asks him her question, making her regret asking in the first place. Naruto looks back up at her. It's true that he killed my master, as well as a good number of the villagers. The reason I spared him was because I knew I had to end the cycle of hatred, no matter how much it hurt. But it turns out it was the right decision, because after my talk with Nagato, that's his real name, he ended up doing something unexpected. He used this weird jutsu which restored the lives of everyone who died in the village, at the cost of his own life. Her eyes widen in surprise as she listens intently to Naruto. After a moment, she moves a little closer to him and places a hand on his back and rubs gently. Naruto then turns to her and gives her a weak smile. Thanks, but I'm okay, Naruto says. Naruto-kun, there was something else I wanted to ask. But if there's time, do you mind training me? I want to become stronger. Listener asks. Naruto looks at her in confusion for a moment before he smiles and nods. Yeah, I'm sure I can find time to help you improve. A big grin forms on Listener's face before she gives Naruto a big and tight hug. Thank you, Naruto-kun. With your help, I'm sure I'll be able to find my Nissan. She happily exclaims. She then stands up and grabs Naruto's hand and pulls him up. Without wasting a moment, she turns around and drags him along with her. Listener-chan, where are you taking me? Naruto asks in wonder. Without looking back, Listener continues to trudge on as she replies. To get food, of course. Besides, we're getting close to another island and it's best that we all keep our strength up. Haha, fair enough, Listener-chan. Naruto says with a small grin before adding. By the way, do you know anything about this island? Unfortunately, yes. It's not the safest place in the East Blue. But I know you guys can handle yourselves. Listener says. Besides, it's not like we're going there to cause trouble. Just so we can get supplies, since we weren't able to at the last island. I wonder just why this place is dangerous. I guess I'll just have to wait to find out. Naruto thinks to himself as he allows Listener to drag him all the way to the kitchen for some food. Not long after Naruto and the group finish eating, they can then see an island not too far off in the distance. So just what's this place called? Konkuro asks Listener as he stands at the helm. We're heading to a fishing town called Gosa Village on Konami Island. Listener says. Naruto leans up against the mast as he stretches. Listener-chan, you said that the island was dangerous. Why is that? He asks. She walks over to the railing and looks towards the island. I've been hearing talk that a group of pirates from the Grand Line have set up a base on the island. These guys are supposed to be quite strong and vicious. Listen, slowly explains without averting her gaze. So I don't think we should stay longer than needed. Just long enough to get some supplies. Agreed. Ten calls down from the crow's nest. Just as long as we get some actual food. I'm getting real sick of eating damn ramen for every single meal. Naruto turns his gaze upward to flash a quick glare at Ten for her comment. She just sticks her tongue out at him in response. Then Naruto grumbles something about not appreciating the fine cuisine that is ramen. True words, Ten. I mean, ramen isn't bad. But not in the quantities that we're being forced to eat day in and day out. After eating this much of it, I have to say that ramen is disgusting. Kankuro states as he watches Naruto turn his glare towards him. Oh Kankuro, I dare you to say it again. Naruto warns with a slight gleam in his eye. Taking the bait, Kankuro grins at Naruto. Ramen. Tastes. Nasty. Big mistake, Kankuro. Naruto states before disappearing and reappears directly behind Kankuro and making the seal of the tiger. Take this. Leaf-style secret technique. 1,000 years of death. As he says this, he immediately pokes his fingers into Kankuro's ass, causing him to gasp in pain before flying forward and then falling directly in the water at the front of the ship. Everyone else on the ship go dead silent except for Ten, who was once again laughing hysterically. But she does manage to say a few words before her laughter gets the best of her. Kankuro is so going to kill you for that, Naruto-kun. Hey, I guess he can try. Naruto says as he looks back towards the island. Hey Ten-chan, something doesn't look right about that town. Ten then fights off her laughter long enough to turn her attention to the island. You're right, something does seem off about it. She readjusts her gaze to their left and notices a smaller vessel making its way towards the island. Naruto-kun, there's a smaller ship heading there as well. Is there? Well, in that case I might as well go and check it out. Quote. Naruto says before he dashes off towards the railing and leaps off. Once he reaches the water's surface, he pulls chakra to his feet and stands on the water. But just as he prepares to take off, a voice stops him and causes him to turn around. Naruto-sama, I wish to go with you. Aurora states. Naruto makes a beckoning gesture and she leaps down to join him. Alright then, Aurora-san, let's get going. The two shinobi then proceed to race off in the direction of the ship. We'll catch up with you guys in a bit, Ten-chan. He calls out. On the smaller ship, a trio of men were making their way towards the island. A green-haired man whose upper body that was covered in bandages, just sat near the front of the ship with a white sword in hand as he was resting. The other two were cowering in fear beside him as they looked at the fortress they were nearing. The long-nosed guy in overalls looked at the fortress with fear instilled in his eyes. Nami-san's in there? He questions as his body shakes in terror. The third man had dark sunglasses and was wearing white jeans, a dark purple t-shirt and a blue open jacket. Slowly nods. Yeah, that's the place, Usopp and Ikki. But what I'd like to know is where would Nami and Neki dock the ship? He says before turning to the green-haired man. What do you think, Zoro and Ikki? Zoro stands up and using his thumb he unsheathes his sword a little. I say we hack our way in. The pair look at Zoro in disbelief, and slowly turn to one another and nod in understanding. Moments later, Zoro was temporarily knocked out and quickly tied to the cabin of the ship. The pair look off in the opposite direction of the fortress. Hey Johnny-san, I see it. I see the Mary, Usopp happily exclaims as he points at a ship docked just past a nearby village. She sure left it in a strange place. Though it is near Kokoyashi village. Johnny states. Hey you guys, untie me now, damn it. Zoro barks out at the two who shake their heads at him. Usopp walks over and pats his hand over Zoro's upper torso, causing him to groan in pain. Settle down, Zoro, or you'll cause your wounds to reopen. Usopp then turns around and firmly plants a foot by the stern of the ship. Hard to starboard, bring us alongside the Going Merry. He orders Johnny. Aye. Usopp takes a breath of the salty sea air. I'm a brave warrior of the sea. And we're about to set foot on an unexplored land. I shall call this the great adventure of Captain Usopp. How's that sound, Johnny-san? But Johnny merely replies with, Aye. And moments after he says that they near the dock to see three hulking fishman hybrids standing around. Both Usopp and Johnny go dead silent for a moment as they notice the fishman trio. Full speed ahead, Usopp quietly orders as he tries to pretend that they didn't see anything. Aye aye Usopp Aniki. Zoro then suddenly shouts out. You're sailing past the Mary. What the hell? Their long-nosed and temporary captain races the short distance to Zoro and firmly clamps a hand over his mouth to shut him up. Shish, didn't you notice the fishmen? They obviously belong to that Arlong's crew. I don't want to die. Is that so bad? Usopp hysterically says. Johnny walks over to stand beside Usopp. It's no use. These waters all belong to Arlong. So what should we do now, Usopp Aniki? He says. We just won't be able to bring Nami back, I guess. Usopp flatly states as he crosses his arms and lightly shakes his head. They then hear a voice coming from behind the ship. Hey, I don't remember seeing this ship before. Both Usopp and Johnny look back to see the three fishmen quickly swimming towards the ship, and they both scream out in fear. Ah! Abandoned ship. Aye aye. Wait, you guys. At least untie me first, you bastards. Zoro yells out. The fishmen waste no time in getting into the boat and notice a tied-up Zoro. They end up deciding that they should just bring both the ship and their new prisoner back to Arlong Park. And as they leave, both Usopp and Johnny say their goodbyes to the captured Zoro before making their way to shore. Not too far away, another pair had been watching the entire spectacle. Quote, Those two are the biggest cowards I've seen in quite some time. Naruto states with disgust. Quote, Agreed. So what are your orders then, Naruto-sama? Aurora asks. We split up. You go keep an eye on Zoro-san. Okay, I guess you may not know who that is. He's the one with green hair. Just keep an eye on him and only interfere if his life is in danger. And try to collect as much information on this Arlong guy as you can. Meanwhile, I'm going after those two cowards. They really need a lesson on protecting one's friends and comrades. Let's meet up in about 6 hours by the ship with the sheep head. Naruto says, and Aurora simply nods in agreement. Okay, let's go. Once those words leave Naruto's lips, the two split off in separate directions. As Naruto makes his way towards the village of Gosa, he is met with a surprising sight. The entire town had obviously been attacked on account of the damage. All the houses had been flipped completely upside down, and there was a long trench leading through the center of the village. Naruto wasted no time and quickly conceals his presence by traveling over the destroyed houses as he proceeds to make his way through town. Just where did those cowards go? He thinks to himself. The sound of someone screaming in terror catches Naruto's attention and starts making his way towards the source of the sound. Soon enough he catches up to the source of the scream. It was the long-nosed guy in brown overalls from the ship. Well, that's one of them. Although didn't Ten-Chan tell me about someone who matches this guy's description? He asks himself before noticing that a heavy-set fishman was chasing the guy through town. The long-nosed was a good deal faster than the fishman on dry land and looked like he would easily escape. However, he made the mistake of not watching where he was going, and some little kid tripped him, causing him to fall flat on his face. The kid lifts up a sword that he seemed to have set close by and glares down at him. I'll kill you, fishman. This is for my father. The kid yells out before bringing the sword down. Usopp looks up in terror as the sword closes in on him, but luckily for him, someone comes up from behind the kid and gives him a karate chop to the head and causes him to let go of the sword. Don't touch that, fishman. Naruto comes to a stop atop the remains of the closest building as he watches the incident before him play out. The one who struck the kid was a young beautiful woman with tanned skin and light blue hair. She looked to be wearing a beige sleeveless shirt, blue pants and purple sandals. She crouches down next to the young boy before turning her gaze towards Usopp. Look carefully. He may look like a fishman, but I can tell that he's human, well, mostly human. She tells the kid. Mostly. Usopp exclaims in disbelief that she actually thinks that he isn't even human. Wait up, you long-nosed runt. Usopp. The woman and the little kid all look towards the voice and see the heavy-set fishman is catching up. Damn it, just why the hell did you have to piss the fishman off? Now he may even kill all three of us because of you. The woman screams at Usopp, who barely manages to spit out a small apology. Just as the fishman nears them, a voice calls out, Rasengan. A figure lands on top of the fishman and impales him with a whirling sphere composed of bluish-white light. Once the strike connects, it causes the fishman to scream out in pain before he hits the ground, causing a cloud of dust to surround them both. Once the dust cloud dissipates, the three notice a blonde-haired man wearing a black shirt, black pants, fingerless black gloves and an orange sleeveless coat with black flames on the bottom. He jumps off the body of the fishman and starts making his way over towards them. They look at him with a mix of awe and fear. He comes to a stop directly in front of them. Naruto lowers a hand towards the young lady. "I noticed that you were in trouble, so I figured I should lend you a hand," he says with a smile on his face. She cautiously takes his hand and allows him to help her to her feet. Usopp breathes a sigh of relief before he raises his hand into the air, expecting the stranger to help him up as well. But much to his surprise, no one took his hand. He looks up in confusion as the stranger was just standing there talking to the young woman. A tick mark forms on Usopp's forehead as he clenches his teeth in anger. "Hey, what the hell? Why aren't you going to help me up as well, you whisker-faced bastard?" he yells out. Naruto slowly turns towards Usopp, who flinches when he notices his expression. The expression on Naruto's face was a mixture of anger and fury. Usopp wastes no time in shuffling back as far as possible but ends up hitting his head against some debris and knocks himself out. "Great. Now I have to wait until he wakes up before I get to interrogate him," Naruto says as he runs his fingers through his hair. The young woman s an eyebrow in wonder. "Interrogate him? What for?" she asks. Naruto turns back to her. "Oh, that's because I saw him do something despicable to one of his comrade earlier. I plan to find out why he did it," Naruto explains. "Fair enough." Then the blue-haired woman quickly looks around before placing a hand on his shoulder. "This isn't a safe place to be right now, so why don't you pick that guy up and follow me to my place? We should be safe there." Naruto gives her a quick nod before he leans over and grabs Usopp by his overalls and carries him as if he were a bag. "All right then, lead the way, miss." She looks him in the eye for a moment before turning around. "It's Nojiko. Now let's get going." Nojiko races off. Naruto takes one last look at the fishman and shakes his head. "Man, that thing is ugly," he thinks to himself before picking up speed to catch up to Nojiko. Nojiko leads Naruto to a house surrounded by a small orchard of tangerines. "Nice place," Naruto comments as he inhales the sweet aroma coming from the orchard. As she opens the door to the house, she momentarily pauses for a moment. "Thanks," she says before going inside with the kid. Once Naruto enters the house and shuts the door, he notices that the kid is sitting at the table and Nojiko was in the kitchen. He unceremoniously drops Usopp by the door and walks towards the table. Once there, he sits down on one of the chairs and leans back in it. After a few minutes, Nojiko walks over to the table and hands both Naruto and the kid a mug with hot tea. Once she finishes handing out the drinks, she then sits across from Naruto. "So just who are you anyways? You're obviously not normal since you took out that fishman so easily," she asks as she rests her arms on the table and looks him in the eye. He takes a drink of the tea and leaves it in his mouth for a moment so he could savor the taste before allowing the fluid to flow down his throat. That tastes good," Naruto happily says before focusing on Nojiko. Unfortunately, once he looks at her, he noticed something he hasn't seen before. His gaze drifts just below her face and rests on the tattoo placed just above her S. Nojiko's lip twitches as a tick mark forms on her forehead. "Hey, I'm up here, dumbass," she yells out. "Huh?" Naruto curiously asks before realizing why she said such a thing. Once he realizes, he holds his arms out and waves them erratically as he panics a little. I'm sorry, but I wasn't staring at what you think I was. It was your tattoo that caught my eye." A groan of pain attracts the attention of everyone in the room, much to Naruto's relief. Their gazes drift towards the door to where Usopp was getting up and rubbing the back of his head. Where am I?" he asks before looking around. He then notices Nojiko sitting at the table. "Hey, aren't you that girl from before?" She nods at him. "That's right. The name's Nojiko," she says before remembering what just happened. Nojiko turns her gaze back to the blonde, then she slams her hand on the table. "Don't think I forgot about you." Usopp follows her gaze over towards Naruto, causing him to recoil in horror. I remember you. You're that guy who took down that fishman with a single strike." "Just what are you?" With a sigh, Naruto looks from the angry Nojiko to the scared Usopp. He finally settles on answering Nojiko first. I told you, I was only looking at your tattoo. I'm a man of my word and I promise that I wasn't staring at your chest. He then turns to Usopp. As for you, are you sure you don't know me? I could have sworn that Ten-Ten-chan told me that she told you guys about me. Huh, who's Ten-Ten-san? He asks before his eyes widen in realization. Wait, you mean that crazy woman who likes playing with those strange knives? That Ten-Ten-san, he exclaims in surprise. Naruto nods at him. Yep, that Ten-Ten-chan. She has great aim with those things. Naruto says with a smile. Wait. You said that she mentioned you to us. Usopp starts as he rubs his temple as he tries his best to remember. You wouldn't happen to be that sage known as Naruto, would you? He then laughs and waves his hand side to side in disbelief. Nah, that can't be. The way she described him was if he were either a god or a demon. Much to both Usopp and Nojiko's surprise, Naruto blurts out laughing as he lightly slaps his hand on the table. She just had to say it that way. She did tell me how much she enjoyed scaring the shit out of you, and if what she said was true, she did succeed. He says in between breaths. Usopp's jaw drops as his cheeks redden. Then everything she said was a lie. He says as his fists tighten. Nope, everything she told you was the truth. Naruto says, making Usopp look at him in confusion. Okay, just what are you two talking about? Nojiko asks with just a hint of anger in her voice for being left out of the conversation. Just before Naruto can reply, the sound of someone knocking on the door draws his attention. I know you're in there, you bastard. Naruto cringes a little at the sound of the stranger's voice. Oh, looks like Kankuro caught up. He says before looking at an open window on the opposite side of the house. Well, I think I've overstayed my welcome. He then walks over towards the window, but Nojiko grabs his arm. Just where do you think you're going? Also, just who's at the door? Naruto turns to her. It's one of my crewmates. He said something that pissed me off earlier, so I gave him a punishment of sorts. Needless to say, he wasn't too happy about it. So let me go. Whoever it is, I'm sure he can't be that bad. Usopp thinks to himself as he opens the door to find a man dressed all in black with a dark hood covering the top of his head. His face had various red markings on it. The man looks at Usopp as he walks into the house. Just where the hell is Naruto? He's gonna pay for doing that to me. A pair dash into the house and wrap their arms around Kankuro's arms. Don't do it, Kankuro-san. Please leave Naruto-kun alone, exclaims the first woman with long dark hair. Kankuro, I know you're pissed, but you know you kinda deserved it, says the other, who has her hair in Chinese-style buns on either side of her head. She then looks to her side and notices Usopp. Hey, aren't you Long-Nose-san? Usopp backpedals into the wall once he recognizes the pair of women. Listen-a-san, and it's Ten-Ten-san. What are you guys doing here? That you, Usopp-san? Oh, have you seen Naruto-kun? Listen-a asks him. With his mouth gaped open in surprise, he slowly points towards the kitchen. Kankuro and the pair look the way he was pointing and notice Nojiko standing there looking down behind the counter that separates the kitchen from the living room. Kankuro slowly forces his way closer to the kitchen to see what Nojiko was looking at. She was looking at a silver trash can. Kankuro glares at it. Within moments, sweat drops start sliding down the trash can. I know you're there, you bastard. Undo the damn hinge. Your stupid transformation isn't fooling me. With a puff of smoke, the trash can disappears and Naruto reappears in its place with one hand behind his head as he lets out a weak laugh. Oh, come on, Kankuro. You wouldn't have known I was there if Nojiko-san didn't see me transform and then keep staring at me, he says as he gets up. Kankuro turns his head to either side and glares at both Listener and Ten-Ten. Let me go. I plan on making him pay for what he did. As he says this, Ten-Ten turns to Listener. Think you can hold him in place for a moment? She asks. Listener nods as she once again transforms into her catgirl form. With incredible speed, Listener moves over and grabs onto both of Kankuro's arms and digs her claws in a little for good measure. She then utters a quiet apology to Kankuro for causing him pain. Ten-Ten quickly takes out a scroll and summons a long chain and wastes no time in wrapping it around Kankuro to immobilize him. Listener soon lets go of the immobile Kankuro, who was now spitting out curses at the girls for keeping him away from Naruto. Damn it. You know that no matter what I do to Naruto he will heal the damage almost instantly, so just let me pummel him already. Sorry, but no, that's not gonna happen. Also, if you damage my chains in any way, I'll show you that I can be far scarier than your sister is. 10-10 threatens him, causing Kankuro to shut up. Just who are you people? Huh? Both Listener and 10-10 asks as they look towards the source of the voice. Naruto shakes his head. This is seriously going to get annoying having to explain to every person we meet. He says before turning to Nojiko and placing a hand on her shoulder. Alright Nojiko-san, the three of us are from the elemental nations. And we're all shinobi. That is except for Listener-chan. She's from the Grand Line and she ate a devil fruit. He explains, but then Usopp utters a surprised cry. Hey, there seems to be a commotion coming from the village. Nojiko races towards the door but is careful to give Listener and company a wide berth. Oh no, it has to be Arlong. What the hell's he doing this time? She yells out before taking off towards town. Quote. Okay, just who the hell is this Arlong supposed to be? Naruto asks in confusion. After a moment of thinking he turns his gaze over to Usopp. Hey Long-Nose-san, tell me just who this Arlong guy is. Usopp cringes at the question. I don't know much. All I know is that he's a fishman and he's supposed to be ferocious. If your want to know more then ask Nojiko-san. I'm sure she know more. He manages to say as his body shivers in fear. Naruto then walks towards the door and wraps an arm around Usopp. We'll be right back 10-10-chan and Listener-chan. Could you two bring Kankuro back to the ship for now so he can have some time to cool off? Huh, me too. Usopp asks in fright. Yep, this way you can explain to me why you and that other guy left Zoro-san tied up in that boat. Especially after you guys tied him up there to begin with. Naruto says as he walks off towards the village with a reluctant Usopp. Huh, you saw that, then why didn't you save him? Usopp asks as he's forced to go along with him. What makes you think I did nothing? I sent one of my crewmates to keep an eye on him and only interfere if his life is in danger. And I assure you, she can handle herself, Naruto calmly tells him. As Naruto sets off towards the town dragging Usopp, he comes across a pair of reddish-colored fox kits being protected by an older silver fox with red marking under his eyes from an oversized and ferocious boar. I really don't have time for this, Naruto says as he walks over to the boar and proceeds to kick it hard enough to send it flying off into the distance. He looks down and smiles at the silver fox. Nice work protecting them, Naruto kindly says to him before he turns around and resumes his walk to the village. Both Naruto and Usopp soon arrive at the edge of the village just in time to witness a large muscular fishman with light blue skin and a saw-shaped nose. He was wearing a short-sleeved unbuttoned yellow shirt decorated with black lightning-like spots, as well as green shorts with a purple sash wrapped around his waist. On his back there was a large fin on his upper back onto his neck, which was surrounded by his long black hair. He was holding up another man covered in scars by his neck. Nojiko was nearby pleading to the fishman to release the man. How dare you, Arlong? In these past 8 years we've never once failed to pay the tribute money. Do you really think we have any rebellious intentions? Nojiko yells out as she holds either hand off to the sides of her body. Please let Gen-san go. The fishman sneers in amusement at Nojiko as he continues to hold the man in the air. Why would he have weapons if he didn't plan on fighting us? For the continued security of my territory, this man must die. He then grins at her, revealing rows of jagged teeth in his mouth. Or maybe, the entire village should disappear. As you all know, if one of you ever lays so much as a single finger on any fishman, then I will reduce the entire town to rubble. The man known as Genzo speaks up. Go to your homes, all of you. If violence breaks out now, then the last 8 years will have been for nothing. He says to the crowd of villagers. Remember the vow we made back then. We swore to fight by enduring, by surviving. With a cruel laugh, Arlong switches the hand he's holding Genzo with, then forces his head into a post. Those are wise words, especially for a foolish human. Survival is indeed the greatest victory. But you must all know your place. All creatures are not created equal. We are the superior race because we are fishmen. He then hurls Genzo's body to the ground. And as humans, your proper place is bowing at my feet with your heads in the dirt. Arlong then walks until he's standing right by Genzo's head before raising a foot that he plans on crushing the villagers with. Seemingly from out of nowhere something collides and then explodes in Arlong's face. Exploding star. From Naruto's hidden spot he notices that Usopp had gone missing and was standing atop a nearby building with a slingshot in hand. When the hell did he climb up there to do that? Not that I wasn't gonna do something about the situation. But damn, he's got more balls than I gave him credit for. Naruto thinks to himself as he watches things play out. I am a fearless warrior of the seas. My name is Captain Usopp. Flee now, for I have an army of 8,000 hardened warrior at my beck and call. He bravely proclaims as his knees shake in terror. As the smoke from the attack begins to clear, the form of Arlong becomes visible. So you have 8,000 men, do you? Well, bring them on. I'll paper the walls with their hides. Arlong furiously yells out as he starts to walk towards the building Usopp was standing on. You're just a mere and pathetic human. And yet you dared to attack me. Arlong then pulls the building up, breaking it away from its very foundations and smashes it into another. Somehow Usopp manages to leap off the building and land safely before he starts running away with incredible speed. A group of the fishmen try holding Arlong back in an attempt to keep him from destroying the village, while another group of them storm after Usopp. As the group leads the furious Arlong away from the village, he does still manage to strike another building, causing it to fall over and on top of Nojiko. She lets out a loud scream as the building falls on top of her. The villagers scream out in horror as they watch the building fall. Once it hits the ground, they all race forward to try and remove the rubble to save the girl. You all looking for something? Naruto calls out from a building across the clearing. His voice catches the villagers' attention, and much to their surprise they see Naruto holding Nojiko bridal style on the rooftop. What the? How did he manage that? The villagers all call out similar comments as Naruto leaps down to the ground with Nojiko tightly holding onto his clothing. Naruto gives her a smile as he gently lowers her to the ground so she can stand on her own feet. Thanks, Nojiko says with her face turned away to hide the blush that was forming on her face. How on earth did he save me? I mean, that building was practically on top of me. No problem, Naruto says with a smile on his face as the villagers race over to them to see if Nojiko was alright. Well, I think that I'm gonna take off now. See y'all later, Naruto says as he gives her a small wave before he vanishes in a small whirlwind of leaves. The villagers all look around in confusion as they try to figure out just who that man was and where he went. The village doctor helped Genzo over to Nojiko so he can take a look at the both of them. Just who was that man, Nojiko? Genzo asks. Nojiko merely shrugs. I don't really know. I just met him today. She pauses for a moment to make sure that there were no fishmen around before continuing. I met him after he took out a fishman earlier with a single blow. She quietly adds, bringing both the doctor and Genzo to recoil in disbelief. What? Are you serious, Nojiko? How is that possible? Genzo manages to say. And you said with just a single blow? Nojiko nods to his question. Yes, he did it with just one single blow. Quote. I hate to be the one to say this, but if Nami isn't able to. The doctor begins to say before he goes silent. The villagers all look in the same direction to see Nami with a bouquet of flowers in hand walking towards the village. Everyone except for Nojiko, Genzo and the doctor all silently turn away and walk into their houses as they ignore her. So what are you doing here in broad daylight? Nojiko playfully asks from her spot beside Genzo. Nami sighs. I heard a ruckus. It was Arlong, wasn't it? She asks, getting a nod from the trio. Nami shakes her head as she starts making her way through the village. Nojiko gets up and follows her through the town and all the way to a nearby grave on the cliffside. After setting the flowers down, Nami then sits close to the grave. Just 7 million belly to go. The whole village hates you, you know. Nojiko says with a frown on her face. Yeah, well, I am a pirate after all. But Arlong understands money. I know he'll be true to his word. And at least it won't be long until I have the agreed upon amount. Nami says with a big grin on her face. I'm going to get that 100 million belly no matter what, then I'll use it to buy this village. Oh, is that why you seem obsessed with money, Nami-san? Both Nami and Nojiko turn around to see a blonde-haired man sitting on the branch of a nearby tree. To their great surprise they both say his name at the same time. Naruto-san. They then turn to one another in astonishment. Huh, you know him too, Nojiko? Huh, you know him too, Nami? Naruto starts to laugh as he leans up against the trunk of the tree. Wow, this is quite the sight. The only thing that could make this better is if you guys mimicked each other's movements like in front of a mirror. Oh wait. You guys would have to look alike for that one to work, sadly, damn. The pair look at him with puzzled looks on their faces. Nami then shakes her head as she stands up. Just what are you doing here, Naruto-san? She asks. Naruto points to himself. Me, well, we just stopped at this island to pick up supplies, however. I am little curious about this Arlong guy. Something about him just pisses me off, and it's not just because he was about to kill some guy named Genzo-san as well as this blue-haired beauty. He points at Nojiko as he says this. What? Arlong tried to kill you, Nojiko? Nami loudly exclaims as she grabs onto Nojiko and looks all over her body in search of wounds. After a bit of a struggle, Nojiko finally manages to push Nami away. I'm fine, Nami. Naruto-san saved me, she explains, causing Nami to look at Naruto in a mix of surprise and awe. As I said, it was no problem. But if you want to thank me. Quote. Naruto says as he keeps a close eye on their reactions. The pair blush a little as they think that what he wants is something perverted, but much to their surprise it wasn't. He points to the pair. You guys are to tell me what the hell is going on here. Just why is it the Marines aren't doing anything about this Arlong guy? What vow is it the villagers made, as well as? Why are the villagers treating Nami like she has the damn plague or something? Nojiko cringes as Naruto's words seem to pierce straight through her. What do you plan to do once I tell you? Nojiko asks as a sad and uneasy expression crosses Nami's face. That all depends on your story. But if you guys give me a good enough reason, I will stay out of it. At the same time, if you want my help, just ask, and I will raise this Arlong Park or whatever it's called to the ground and beat the shit out of Arlong himself. Naruto declares as his gaze drifts over to Nami. Nami-san, Ten-Chan told you about my battle against Nagato, or as he was also called, Pain. I have the power to stop Arlong. Just give me a damn excuse to. A slightly cold look crosses Nami's face as she glances up to Naruto. This has nothing to do with you, Naruto-san. We will deal with this problem on our own, she says before walking away. Once Nami leaves, Nojiko motions for Naruto to come closer, which he does. Okay, I'll tell you, but promise me you won't do anything to ruin the last 8 years of Nami's work. She asks and Naruto reluctantly nods in agreement. Okay, well. She then proceeds to tell Naruto of the entire situation, including the part where Arlong killed their adopted mother. Once Nojiko finished explaining their situation on the island, she could practically see the fire in Naruto's eyes. Now, Naruto-san. You promised that you'd leave it to Nami and her plan. Naruto gives an inaudible grunt as he walks towards the nearest tree and comes to a stop. He then leans back and headbutts the tree with enough force to knock it completely over and even uproot it. After a few moments he turns back to Nojiko. Yeah, I did promise that. Though that doesn't mean I can't still be pissed at Arlong, he says, and Nojiko notices a trickle of blood running down his head from when he hit the tree. True, but that was still a stupid thing to do, Naruto-san. Look, you're hurt. She walks over to him and somehow convinces him to sit down so she can tend to his wound. Once Nojiko manages to remove his hit, she was quite surprised to see that the wound on his head was rapidly healing. Her mouth drops open in surprise. How is it that your body is healing so fast? She asks. Oh, my body has always been like this. I've been able to heal exceptionally fast ever since I was young. Naruto casually explains without really telling her much. But before she can inquire further, the village leader Genzo comes up the hill alongside the doctor. Hey Nojiko, look out there, there's a marine vessel. Apparently some of the survivors from Gosa village managed to get a message to the government and... Genzo says, but then notices Naruto sitting close to Nojiko. Hey, aren't you that guy who saved Nojiko earlier? Naruto nods. Yeah, so what's this you were saying about a marine vessel? He asks as the sound of cannon fire draws his attention. The four then look out at sea and notice a large ship that had just shot a cannonball towards Arlong Park. Shit, this is not going to end well, Naruto states just before he races towards the edge of the cliff. Ah, Naruto-san, not that way, there's a sheer drop there, Nojiko exclaims as she watches Naruto leap off the cliff and vanish from sight. She races over to the edge expecting to see the worst. Genzo grabs Nojiko's arm, keeping her from going too close to the edge. Nojiko, it's too late for him. There's no way he could have survived, Genzo starts to say before exclaiming in disbelief. What the hell? He points out to sea at the figure of Naruto racing towards the ship. Quote, just who or what is Naruto-san? The trio ask themselves. At the marine vessel, the Marines were preparing the cannons for another assault when a fishman leaps onto the railing of the ship and shoots out a small glob of water directly at one of the Marines. The glob flies directly through his body, causing the Marine to cry out in pain before collapsing. A number of the Marines unsheathe their swords and prepare to attack. Halt, stay where you are, men, says a man with a crazy hairstyle and looks to be wearing a fancy uniform complete with the mantle of a superior. He then turns his gaze towards the fishman. I'm Commodore Purinpurin of Navy Base 77. We're an elite fighting unit, feared across, he starts to explain but is interrupted when the same fishman shoots him in the chest. The Commodore falls backward with his hands to his chest as he screams out in pain. He shot the Commodore, seize him. The Marines call out as they watch their leader fall. Suddenly their ship starts to shake as the rudder of the ship was forcibly removed. The fishman sitting on the railing lets out a quick laugh before pointing his webbed finger down. We've just removed your rudder. And a rudderless ship belongs on the ocean floor, he says as the ocean starts to churn beneath their ship and a gigantic whirlpool appears just in front of them. All the Marines on the ship let out a cry of anguish as they prepare for their inevitable demise. As everyone on the ship starts to panic except for the fishman who simply sits there laughing, no one notices a certain blonde man leap onto the ship until he kicks the fishman square in the face, sending him flying directly into the whirlpool. The commotion Naruto caused with his little stunt didn't go unnoticed as several Marines noticed what he just did. One points to him as he shakes. Who are you? How did you get on the ship? He questioned Naruto. A simple glare from Naruto was enough to shut them up as he makes his usual hand sign. I'm here to save you morons. So just shut up for a moment. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. He calls out and about 60 clones of Naruto appear at random points on the ship. Once the clones appear, they immediately go to work and they each grab 1 to 2 Marines before leaping a fair distance away from the ship and race back to shore. The original Naruto grabs the Commodore and the Marine who tried asking who he was. The entire way back to shore many of the Marines were screaming. A couple of the clones ended up threatening the Marines to either shut up or they'd dump them into the water. Needless to say, the majority of the Marines shut up except for a few individuals who were quickly dunked into the water and dragged across the surface the rest of the way. From the top of the cliff, the trio had seen the entire rescue as well as Naruto smashing in the fishman's face, and once they saw where Naruto was bringing his rescued Marines, they were quick to head in the same direction to help out in whatever way was needed. Once Naruto and his clones reached the shore in a small cove, they all unceremoniously dropped the Marines onto the sand except for the injured Commodore. With their jobs done, the clones all dispersed simultaneously, leaving just the original. Once the doctor arrived, he quickly races over to the Marines and begins to administer treatment to the wounded. With his task accomplished, Naruto heads over to the cliff and leaps up a little ways to a ledge and lays back against the cliff in a comfortable position to oversee the small cove. The doctor turns to Nojiko and Genzo. Hey, do you guys mind quickly heading back to town to get some more bandages and medication? The duo nod and race off in the direction of the village. Most of the rescued Marines keep a cautious eye on their so-called savior, especially since they knew nothing about him and couldn't completely trust him. After several minutes of uneasy silence, the Commodore finally regains consciousness. Where am I? He asks as he looks around at his fellow Marines on the beach. One of them walks towards him. We're all glad you're alive, sir. But unfortunately we're now all shipwrecked on this island. The fishmen managed to sink the ship when they somehow managed to create a whirlpool directly in front of the ship. The Marine tells his commander with a solemn look on his face. What? If they managed to create a whirlpool, then how the hell are we still alive? Purin asks the Marines. In unison all the Marines point to the blonde man sitting on the cliffside. The Commodore looks up at the blonde, who in turn waves at him. He looks back at the Marines. Impossible. There's no way a single man could have done that. Now we still have 2 important missions to accomplish, and we need a ship for both of them. Now as we were arriving to this island, there was a fair-sized vessel docked not too far away from the remains of the village of Gosa, so we will have to confiscate it to rescue the people of this island. He tells his men, who all cheer at his idea. Not a chance in hell are you stealing my ship, you bastard. Commodore Purin and the Marines all turn to the source of the outburst to discover it was the blonde who said it. Naruto was glaring at them from his position on the cliff. The Commodore looks up at him. I'm sorry, young man, but I have the authority to seize that ship, especially if it's to rescue civilians. I can assure you that the ship will be returned to you once these missions are accomplished. Besides, my orders come directly from Fleet Admiral Sengoku to locate and escort a VIP to Logatown. He says as he stares down Naruto. And as I said, you're not taking my ship. After arriving on this island, I came to a decision to help the people here, however they seem to want to deal with it themselves. Also, you can tell Sengoku-san that I don't need a damn escort, and I already told him that. Naruto explains. Huh, what are you talking about, kid? I said we were to escort a VIP, not some little brat who's probably from some backwater land. This VIP is one of the leaders of another nation who is on his way to Marine HQ to talk with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the other higher-ups about establishing an alliance as well as having them join the world government. The Commodore says with a smug look on his face. After a few moments of silence, Naruto vanishes from his cliffside seat to reappear directly in front of the Purin, and getting right in his face before saying anything more. And didn't Sengoku-san tell you the name of this so-called VIP? Because if the man you're looking for is called Naruto Uzumaki, then you're looking at him. Once Naruto gives him that answer, he then backs a few feet away and looks at the Marine with a smug and superior look. This comment was more than enough to make the Marine Commodore to shut up and go pale as he realized that the young man before him that he had just been so rude to was in fact the very VIP he and his men were supposed to locate. The other Marines in the cove soon shared the same pale expression as this new information sank in. Naruto looks at their expressions as he grins. Looks like I was right, wasn't I, Commodore? The man slowly nods as before he tries to regain his rapidly lost composure. I'm sorry about the disrespect, Uzumaki Dono. I hope you can forgive me for my rash actions. Naruto looks the man in the eye for a moment before letting out a quick sigh. Yeah, I guess I can forgive you. As Naruto says this, both the Marines and Purin let out a sigh of relief. But before the Commodore can say anything, he notices that Naruto's eyes seem focused on something on top of the cliff. He follows his gaze to behold a tall white-haired woman wearing a mask whom had a sword on her back was looking down at the group. Who goes there? Purin demands of the woman as he reaches for a weapon to defend himself as well as the VIP he was sent to guard. His hand reaches a sword which he wastes no time in drawing as he positions himself between Naruto and the woman. The woman tilts her head in slight confusion for a moment before she vanishes from sight in a small shroud of mist and instantly reappears at Purin's side in a crouched position with the tip of her sword resting just under his chin. Drop the weapon, or die, she orders as the nearby Marines fall back in shock at her sudden reappearance. Purin was currently sweating and slightly shaking as he feels the tip of the blade under his chin. With slow and careful movements he makes it looks as if he's about to drop the sword, however Naruto was able to tell that the man was preparing to do. It's fine, Aurora-san. The guy's harmless. Naruto quickly tells her before she was forced to impale the man. Her emerald eyes rest on Naruto for a moment before she retracts her sword and placing it on her back as she stands upright. Yes, Naruto-sama, Aurora says before she walks over to Naruto. I have the information you requested on Arlong. With a grin Naruto nods to her. Thanks, Aurora-san. Also, what is Zoro's condition? He inquires. Aurora then informs Naruto about everything that happened in Arlong Park since her arrival up to and including the fake assassination of Usopp by Nami's hands. Naruto remains quiet as he listens to her every word. Even the Marines were silent throughout her entire explanation. And I was about to interfere and rescue the long-nosed one as you would have wished, however I noticed the path of the blade wasn't going to actually kill him since the orange-haired woman the fishman called Nami instead chose to stab her own hand to make it appear as if she did in fact kill him. Naruto raises a hand and strokes his chin as he thinks on what Aurora just told him. That was quite brave of Nami-san to do that. I'm impressed, he says as he smiles to himself. Was that everything, Aurora-san? Was there anything that happened after Nami-san left? Aurora nods. Yes. The one known as Arlong spoke to his crew and admitted that he had no intention of letting Nami leave his crew, so he took one of those transponder snails and called someone named Nezumi. He spoke about making a deal with the marine that if he confiscated her money for Arlong then he would allow Nezumi to keep a portion of it himself. What? Naruto asks as his eyes go wide. Not only him but the doctor stops treating one of the marines to race over to Aurora. Are you serious? Did that bastard really say that? He asks Aurora, who simply nods. Damn it, he really had no intention to honor their agreement and will continue to make our poor Nami suffer. The doctor says as he drops to his knees and pounds his fists into the sand in anger. The sound of a loud crash attracts everyone's attention back to the cliff, which now had a large crater in it with Naruto's fist at the center. That bastard, I'll gut him for this. Naruto openly threatens as a faint red glow begins to surround him. He turns towards Purinpurin and the marines, who then notice the change in Naruto's eyes from its usual blue to becoming red in color with a diagonal slit. Naruto points at the doctor, then at Purinpurin. Doctor, I want you to lead Purinpurin-san and his men back to Nami-san and Nojiko-san's place, and I want them to arrest that corrupt bastard. Commodore, you are not to do anything more to him before I see him myself. Me and my crew will be the ones to interrogate him, since we won't be anything close to gentle about it. The doctor and the marines give him a careful nod before Purinpurin speaks up. Normally I wouldn't take orders from you, however since this seems to be a special case I will allow it and, reluctantly, follow. So what will you and your crew be doing in the meantime, Naruto Dono? He asks with a hint of fear in his voice as his gaze stays focused on the furious blonde before him. I intend to go to this Arlong Park myself and raze it to the ground. Naruto says before he turns to an unflinching Aurora, who didn't seem at all fazed by him. Aurora-san, I want you to quickly head back to the ship and bring Ten-Ten-chan, Listen-a-chan as well as Kankuro to Arlong Park as soon as you can. Now I know I can handle this myself, however. It doesn't hurt to be careful. He then closes his eyes and takes a deep breath to calm himself. When he finally opens them, the marines breathe another sigh of relief as they see that his eyes have reverted back to normal and the strange red shroud has dissipated. Aurora nods to him before racing out into the bay and makes her way back to the ship as she races across the water's surface. Purinpurin's sweat drops as he watches her leave before turning back to his men. All right, Marines, we have our orders and we will carry them out perfectly. Dr. San, would you please lead the way? Says Purinpurin to his men, then to the doctor, who nods and leads the way. Now being the only one left in the clearing, Naruto takes a moment to crack his knuckles as he hears a familiar deep voice in his head. That plan is unnecessary and you know it. Why not just transform into me and simply blow up the pirates with a Bijudama? Or is that too gentle a punishment? Says Naruto's partner, the gigantic nine-tailed fox known as Kurama. Yeah, if I did that then it would be over in an instant. However, it would also be painless for them, and that just won't do since they've made this entire island and its inhabitants suffer for 8 long years. Naruto says to Kurama, who chuckles in amusement. Agreed, so let's go teach this fish a lesson on who's at the top of the food chain. And that would be me, of course. Kurama states with a wicked foxy grin. With his inner conversation finished, he then races off to Arlong Park to send that shark packing. How dare that Arlong go against his word like that? I mean, I've done everything he's asked. I made all those damn charts for him for the past 8 years, and now that I've almost collected the entire 100 million berry, he pulls this. Nami thinks to herself as tears continue to fall from her eyes. She raises one of her hands to her shoulder to try and stop the bleeding from her self-inflicted wound. Why didn't I just ask Naruto-san for help when I had the chance? Nami quietly asks herself. Because you were trying to take on all the hardship yourself. She opens her eyes once the sound of the voice reaches her ears. With her now opened eyes, she notices someone was standing in front of her. She slowly looks up and her gaze comes to rest on a blonde-haired monk's clear blue eyes and realizes that it's Naruto in front of her. Naruto-san. Naruto's paw. Naruto looks down at the young woman wearing the straw hat who's on her knees crying. He hears her quiet voice. Why didn't I just ask Naruto-san for help when I had the chance? Because you were trying to take on all the hardship yourself, Naruto says as his gaze is firmly focused on her. Nami slowly raises her head until she's looking directly into Naruto's eyes. Naruto-san, she asks in disbelief. Yeah, it's me Nami-san, Naruto says with a weak smile. He then turns around and crouches down. It's a good thing that I found you. Because my next stop was Arlong Park and I'm bringing you with me to see that bastard finally fall. So just climb onto my back and we'll be off. With a small groan of pain Nami crawls onto Naruto's back and wraps her arms around his neck. Just don't try and cop a feel on the way, Nami tells him with a small grin. Naruto just chuckles at her comment. Don't worry, cause unlike my master I wouldn't try such a thing. As Naruto tells her this to reassure her, he reaches back and grips his hands to each other and places them beneath her. He then stands up and once again races off in the direction of Arlong Park. When Arlong Park was in sight, the rest of Naruto's crew arrive as well as a still annoyed Kankuro. They all take up various positions around Naruto. So why did you call us all here, Naruto-kun? Lysina asks as she notices Nami on Naruto's back. He takes a moment to glance her way before looking forward again. That's because we're gonna take down some bastard called Arlong who's ruined the lives of everyone on this island, Naruto tells them. The group eyes him curiously. So pretty much we're going there to raise some hell. That about right, Naruto? Kankuro asks and is quite pleased when Naruto nods. Hey, good. I guess you're off the hook this time, just as long as I can take out some stress on the enemy. Naruto merely rolls his eyes at this comment as a small grin forms on his face. As the group nears Arlong Park, they notice a large hole in the wall where a door used to stand and a pair of wounded human swordsmen standing at the entry keeping the villagers out. The dark-haired swordsman wearing glasses looks at Naruto's group. We can't let anyone in there right now. You guys and all the villagers don't stand a chance against Arlong and his crew. But don't worry, Luffy Aniki, Zoro Aniki, Sanji Aniki and Usopp Aniki will be able to take care of him, he says before noticing Nami resting on Naruto's back. Then he notices her wounded shoulder. Hey Nami Aneki, are you alright? The other guy wearing a green overcoat and red headgear glares at Naruto for a moment as his hand clenches his sword. Did you hurt her, whisker face? Cause if so then so help me I'd, he starts to say but is quickly interrupted by Nami. Wait, Yosaku-san. Naruto-san didn't do this. In my anger I hurt myself, also you don't stand a chance against him, Nami states, which brings looks of confusion from the pair as well as most of the nearby villagers. Naruto gently lets Nami down and begins to walk forward. Just where is this Arlong? Naruto asks as he moves closer to the entrance. A random villager points across Arlong Park to a destroyed wall with a fishman with a long and jagged nose laying in the rubble. Huh, who's that blonde over there with the weird whisker marks on his face? Asks the smoking blonde wearing a suit who was with a group standing in the middle of the fortress points in Naruto's direction. His question makes the other three look where he's pointing. Isn't that Naruto-san? The green-haired swordsman known as Zoro asks as if trying to remember. Then the kid who usually wears the straw hat turns around and notices him. Hey that's that ninja guy who's super fast. Just what are you doing here? Luffy says before getting excited and asks Naruto another question. Have you come to join my crew? Naruto's sweat drops at the question as he starts to shake his head. No, we came here to kick Arlong's ass. Which is why you're here too, right? He says, and Luffy's group all nod to show that yes, that's why they're all there. Just as Luffy opens his mouth to say something, the sound of Arlong laughing catches everyone's attention. Ninjas, you should all know very well that true shinobi have all died out hundreds of years ago. The only ones that remain are pathetic by comparison, Arlong states as he starts to get up, all the while he continues to chuckle. Once he's standing, he then points a webbed finger in Naruto's direction. Real shinobi had the power to control the very elements of nature. They could do some of the most amazing things that shouldn't even be possible, such as walk on the water's surface or walk up cliffs. And yet you have the audacity to claim to be one. Ha ha ha, there's no way in hell a pathetic human like you could be one. Well, this is a little trick I learned a few months after I graduated from the academy back home. Naruto says with a grin on his face as he walks over to one of the canals leading into Arlong Park and keeps walking till he's standing on the water's surface in the middle. He then turns to Arlong with his arms crossed. Is this the kind of thing you were talking about, Fishface? He asks Arlong and the other fishmen, who all have their jaws dropped and are looking at him in utter disbelief. The fishmen look to Arlong for guidance as to what is going on and what they should do. Well, that's an interesting trick, Blondie, however that doesn't prove anything. Arlong says with a weak grin as he tries to figure out just how the kid was doing that. Hey Naruto-san, I know where this is going. I had dibs on Arlong, so leave him to me. Luffy yells out to Naruto, but all the while he had stars in his eyes as he had just seen what Naruto had done. The blonde-haired shinobi looks towards Luffy and company for a moment as he thinks to himself before he vanishes in a swirl of leaves only to reappear beside Luffy with an arm draped over his shoulder. Well, I guess you guys were here first, and I think we can all agree that what's most important right now is kicking Arlong's ass. So how about this? I'll let you have the first shot at him. However, if for some reason you lose, then he's all mine, or if any of you are deemed unfit to fight, then my comrades get to fight them in your places. Sound fair? Naruto tells him as both Zoro and the other blonde guy take a few steps back in surprise at his sudden reappearance. Luffy raises a hand and cracks his knucks as he nods in agreement. With a small smile, Naruto takes his arm off of Luffy and places both hands in his pockets as he walks back towards the ruined entrance of Arlong Park. As Naruto walks away, he overhears the blonde guy in the suit asking Usopp a question. Just who the hell is that guy Usopp? He asks and Usopp responds. Well, Sanji, from what I've been told, he's one of the leaders of an entire country known as the Elemental Nations. That girl with the hair buns called Ten-Ten-san over there with him said that he managed to beat someone who had some kind of monstrous power. Also, his name is Naruto Uzu something or other. Usopp explains, and once he finishes, Sanji turns around and notices the three lovely women standing close to Naruto. Within that very instant, Sanji's one visible eye forms into a heart shape as he looks at the women. Wow, what lovely mademoiselles. Oi, you better pay attention, cook. Naruto-san's giving us the first shot, so you better focus, cause from what I've seen, he will be able to get the job done. Zoro mentions to the cook, who then proceeds to glare at him. Yeah, I get it. Sanji says as he turns to look at this fishman and mutters to himself that he'd prefer to look at the women instead of these ugly fish-faced freaks. Arlong carefully eyed Naruto, who was over by the ruined entrance, and at that point he redirects his attention to Luffy's group. I guess I can wring your necks and paper my walls with your hides. He threatens them as he steps forward. Just as Arlong gets halfway to Luffy, a trio of his fishmen crewmates step in between them. You needn't trouble yourself over lowlifes such as these, Arlong. We will be more than enough for the likes of them, says the fishman with the long hair braid. With a jagged toothy grin, Arlong nods to the trio. Very well, Karubi. You, Hachi, and Chu can take them on. But why not bring out Momu to kick things off? He tells them. The octopus fishman known as Hachi steps forward and moves a hand up to his mouth. Using his mouth like a bugle, he makes an assortment of honking sounds. Arise, giant warrior. Come on out, Momu. Hachi calls out after making a racket. Then the waters in the canal start to rise and a large cow-fish creature with a horn on either side of its massive head as well as a nose ring emerges. Moo! It weakly calls out. Upon closer inspection, there was a coil of rope tied around one of its horns as well as a bump on its head. Momu looks around from Arlong towards the villagers but comes to a complete stop when its gaze drifts over Luffy and company. The sea cow starts to shake and quiver in fear as if it had been traumatized in some way in the past by them. Hey, it's that cow from before. Luffy remarks. Seems so. I guess he works for these crap fish, says Sanji as he glances at the great beast. After a few more moments of quivering, the sea cow Momu turns around and starts to swim away towards the open sea. Just where do you think you're going, Momu? Arlong asks the beast with clear malice in his voice. If you want to run away, that's fine, but how far do you think you'll get? He asks in a quite threatening manner, causing the beast to hesitate for a few moments before it turns around to attack Luffy. "Hey, I got this," Luffy states with a smirk as he raises a leg into the air and proceeds to impale his foot into the concrete and does the same with his other. As Luffy does this, both Zoro and Sanji look at him curiously as they're still within a few feet of him. But once Luffy starts to twist and turn his body repeatedly and stops once he felt like it was enough. He then stretches his hands out and grabs the cow by its horns. "This can't be good," Zoro slowly says as he starts to back away. Usopp on the other hand has already turned and started running for cover, screaming for them to run. "Gum gum windmill," Luffy screams out as he starts twirling the cow in a circle around him, taking out the rest of the fishmen minus Arlong himself and his 3 officers. Once he lets go, the cow is then sent flying off into the distance and lands with a huge splash. "I didn't come here to mess with the small fry. I came here to kick your ass, Arlong," Luffy says as he points a finger in Arlong's direction. "Heh, well, Straw Hat, it would seem that you've already lost," Arlong says as he makes his way over to Luffy and easily dodges the few attacks sent his way. "Just how have I lost, Shark Face?" asks Luffy as he continued to try and attack the oncoming Arlong. "Because you've obviously eaten a devil fruit," Arlong informs him as he grabs one of Luffy's hands that came at him. He then proceeds to embed a hand into the concrete and lifts up a large block of it which Luffy is still embedded in. "And devil fruit users can't swim, although in your situation you wouldn't be able to anyways," he says with a grin as he then hurls Luffy into the water canal. Arlong then turns to Naruto. "Like I said, he's already lost." Near the entrance, Nami covers her mouth in horror as he watches Luffy fly into the air and land in the water. "No, Luffy." Arlong's men then take up positions close to the canal to prevent anyone from jumping in to save him, much to his crew's dismay. Zoro starts to walk over to the octopus fishman, but the entire time he was panting and sweat was dripping off his brow. Just as he starts to get closer to Hachi, a tall woman steps in between them. "Oi, what's your problem?" Zoro asks her in confusion and then notices a strangely shaped sword on her back. She turns toward him. "You smell of blood, and by the color of your face as well as the fact that you're gasping for breath indicates you're in no shape to fight," Aurora states as she reaches for her mask and places it over her face. "Now wait just a damn minute. There's no way you could know for sure that I can't fight," Zoro angrily retorts, causing Aurora to sigh a little in frustration before turning around and placing a hand on his shoulder. She then grips his bandage and tears it off without remorse. Zoro actually cringes in pain as blood begins to pour out of his badly treated wound. Many of the people that were close enough to see the wound place a hand over their mouths as they gasp. Even Arlong was surprised that Zoro was actually able to move in that condition. Aurora glares at him through her mask and reaches to her back and grips her sword. "Now step aside, or I'll use my sword and stitch it up here and now," she threatens. "No," Zoro says once again as he clenches a hand to his wound. "Stubborn fool," Aurora says as she shakes her head. She then takes her hand off her sword and makes a couple quick hand signs. "I warned you. Now I'll have to waste chakra, hope you're happy." Zoro tilts his head in confusion as he watches her go through a couple different hand signs. Water style. Multi-water whip jutsu. Suddenly several thin water tentacles spring out of the water and wrap themselves around Zoro's arms and legs, effectively immobilized him. As the water tentacles raise out of the water, everyone including the fishmen move away from the water in fear. Once Zoro was unable to move, Aurora then replaces a hand on her sword and removes it from her back. She suddenly disappears and reappears behind Zoro. He looks around in confusion, wondering what she did because he didn't feel any different. "Was that all?" he says with a wry grin, but his expression soon changes as she gives her right arm a quick twist and Zoro's wound was quickly forced together and caused Zoro to loudly groan out in pain. Aurora then flashes another quick hand sign and the water tentacles dissipate, causing Zoro to fall over and was barely able to catch himself in time. As everyone else was focused on what the swordswoman just did, both Nojiko and Genzo sneak off to the far end of the canal and lower themselves into the water so they may try and save Luffy. Aurora vs Hachi. Aurora turns towards Hachi and points her sword in his direction. "Now you're next," she informs the worried octopus. Hachi takes a couple steps towards the Soul Building in Arlong Park. Just give me a minute," I just need to grab my swords. He manages to say as Aurora gives him a small nod allowing him to leave for a moment. Just as Hachi reaches the building, one of the villagers calls out. Hey, what are you waiting for? Just take him down already. The mist shinobi turns to glare at the villager, causing them to shut up. No, I won't attack a defenseless opponent, she says as she turns back to the relieved Hachi. Besides, I prefer to tear them apart when they can defend themselves. I especially love watching the fear in their eyes once they realize they can't measure up and are going to die. She sadistically adds, causing a couple weak-hearted villagers to faint and fall over. After a minute or so, Hachi finally exits the building and wields 6 swords. Hachi moves out into the open and takes a stance as he prepares to defend himself. Aurora grips her sword and hurls it at Hachi, much to his surprise. As Hachi watches the sword fly his way, he thinks to himself that since it's the only weapon she has on herself, then she will be defenseless as long as he can dodge her attack. He smugly takes a step to the side. Heh, looks like you miss, he begins to say before Aurora once again makes an unusual motion with her right hand, and it somehow caused the sword to change direction in midair and managed to pierce straight through the right side of Hachi's chest, causing him to cough up some blood. But how? He asks. Aurora appears behind him with her sword in hand. This blade is called the Nuibari. It's capable of piercing all and stitching them together, so it's quite easy to do something as simple as change its direction. Now I'd love to show you more. But I think some of my crewmates might be disturbed by it, so they won't be able to see, and neither will you. She says as she raises one hand above her head and leaves the other at chest level. Hidden mist jutsu, she quietly calls out, and a thick and heavy mist begins to descend on the grounds, causing everyone to be unable to see anything at all. From Naruto's spot, he just thinks to himself, I kinda figured she would be capable of using this move since she came from Kurigakure. So I assume she is fluent in the silent killing technique as well. He then leans over towards Listener, who was fidgeting. He gently places a hand on her shoulder, causing her to jump a little in surprise. Calm down. You're gonna be fine, so don't worry. Besides, I'm here, he tells her in an attempt to reassure and calm her down. Listener slowly nods and tries her best. A loud scream echoes across the vicinity as they realize that someone just got badly hurt. Not long after the scream rang out does the mist soon begin to dissipate, showing Hachi laying on his back with his hands actually stitched to various points on his body. His upper arms were stitched to either shoulder, his middle arms were actually stitched to his crotch, which was obviously very painful for him, and his lower arms were attached to either side of his face. I left you alive this time, Fishman. But only so that you may live with the fear that I could do this to you again at any time of my pleasing. Aurora says as she gently strokes the side of his head. Yes. Yes, that's the look I was going for, she further states as she looks into his terror-filled eyes. She then walks back over to Naruto, and once she arrives at his side she removes the mask to show a creepy grin. Naruto turns to her. Let me guess, you're a sadist, aren't you? He asks with a small sigh. She smiles at him for a moment. Only in the heat of battle, Naruto-sama. Naruto nods and looks at the remaining fishmen as he sweat drops. Dear Kami, somehow I got the Mist Village's version of Anko. He thinks to himself as Aurora s the blood off her sword. Somewhere back in the elemental nations, a shinobi of Konohagakure sneezes. As she reaches up to wipe her nose, she thinks to herself. Someone hot must be talking about me. Konkuro vs Chu. The hooded shinobi looks at the state of the octopus fishman and smiles to himself, wondering just how he will beat his opponent, and who his opponent will be. One of the other fishmen with the long mouth steps forward and looks at the 2 remaining human pirates. Usopp looks from the fishmen to Sanji and himself, wondering just what they're going to do. He figures that if push comes to shove he could quite possibly manage to beat this fishman, but he knows that he doesn't stand a chance against either Arlong or the other one who was wearing a karate uniform. But then he realizes that there are other powerful people not too far away that could beat them. Usopp turns around as his knees shake. So Naruto-san, is there anyone of you guys that want a piece of the fishman? Because I don't have a problem with sharing. Konkuro rolls his eyes for a moment as he realizes just how cowardly the long-nosed guy is. With a quick sigh he starts walking towards them. Alright then, Long Nose, I guess I can take him for ya. Hey Konkuro, Just a heads up, but this guy seems able to shoot a weaker version of the water bullet technique. Naruto calls out to inform him, causing the fishman to wonder just how he knew that. Chu was trying to figure out how the blonde kid knew as he was gently rubbing his temple, but he wasn't able to clear his head of the massive headache that was brought on earlier that day. After a few short moments he then realized why the kid knew. He points a finger in Naruto's direction. "Hey, were you the one who sucker punched me into the whirlpool earlier today?" He asks and was replied with a wry grin. "Oh, that's it. I'm going to kill you right now," Chu says as he starts walking over to Naruto, but for some reason he came to a stop more than halfway and was forced to his knees. What the hell? A chuckle catches the fishman's attention and he turns to the hooded guy whom was the source of the laughter. "You know you really shouldn't turn your back on an opponent. Especially a shinobi," Kankuro tells him as he continues to chuckle lightly. Chu glares at him. Suddenly Chu starts punching himself in the face. "Stop punching yourself. Stop punching yourself. Stop punching yourself." And I give a brief pause. "Stop punching yourself," Kankuro says as his fingers kept moving and Chu continues striking himself in the face for a couple minutes. "Just who, or what, the hell, are you?" Chu asks in between strikes. "Hey, I'm a puppet master. And by that logic, you're the dummy in this puppet show," Kankuro says as he smiles at the fishman whom he's making a fool of. With every individual strike Chu gets madder and madder until he fires a water shot at Kankuro. "Lip-o blaster," Chu says as he fires a small water bullet in Kankuro's direction, but he easily sidesteps the shot. Kankuro then chooses to sever his invisible chakra strings to allow the fishman to move. Once Chu realizes that he can move freely, he then races to the canal and takes a big drink of the water. He quickly turns toward the wall where Kankuro was standing. "Lip-o cannon," the fishman calls out as a large glob of water was shot out and strikes Kankuro's body and takes out a fair portion of the wall. "Ha, take that, you damned human," Chu happily states as he thrusts his arms into the air to signify his victory. "Well, you seem happy." Chu freezes and slowly turns toward the deck on the second level of their fortress to see a completely uninjured Kankuro leaning against the railing and looking at him with a smug look on his face. But I just shot you, so how the hell are you fine?" Chu asks as he points a shaky finger in Kankuro's direction. "Well, you shot at me, but you sure didn't hit me. Now why don't you try that again and we'll see what happens this time around," Kankuro says as he sits on the railing facing in Chu's direction. The fishman's face turns red in anger as he goes to prepare for another shot. But just as he prepares to fire, he suddenly finds that we can't move his body again, and to make matters worse, his head was slowly moving forward in a downwards motion and comes to rest just in front of his crotch. Needless to say that once Chu's face was positioned in that particular spot, his eyes grew wide and you could practically see the terror forming in his eyes. "Well, that was stupid of you. I can't believe you actually let your enemy tell you what to do. Oh well, I guess we can play a little game. The game is to see how long you can hold your load before you end up blowing your own balls off," Kankuro tells him with a smile on his face as he can just imagine what the fish is thinking and feeling right now. Much to everyone's surprise, Chu actually manages to hold on to the water for several minutes before he ends up literally blasting his balls off and he cries out with obvious pain. Kankuro then releases him yet again and allows him to cover up the gaping hole where his crotch used to reside. As he keeps an eye on the fishman, he takes out 2 scrolls and summons up his black ant and crow puppets. "Well, I've had enough fun for the time being, so I think that I'll finish you off now." With a quick F of his wrist, the 2 puppets fly towards the helpless fishman. The black ant puppet picks him up and places him within itself and promptly closes its door to prevent Chu from escaping. Kankuro turns to the villagers briefly. "Those of you who have a weak heart, I advise you to look away, cause this will get quite messy," he tells them before turning back to him prisoner inside the black ant. The puppet crow suddenly comes apart and from practically every floating part of it long blades slide out. Naruto takes the opportunity to cover both Nami and Listena's eyes to shield them from what's about to happen. Black secret technique. Art of the Iron Maiden version I. All the floating blades quickly fly downwards and pierce into the other puppet. All anyone can hear is a faint cry of pain before utter silence fills the air. The thing that catches everyone's attention is the large amount of blood that began to pour out of the puppet. Back on the sidelines, Usopp then faints at what he had just witnessed, and a couple of the nearby villagers brought up their hands to cover their noses as a stranger odor starts wafting towards them. Sanji vs Karubi. Quote. Well, I guess that counts as another win for that group. Quote. Sanji states as he looks towards Arlong and the only other remaining fishman. I guess that means that we're up now, you crap fish. Sanji says as he takes his cigarette out of his mouth and points it at Karubi. But just as he prepares to rush out and attack, a hand is gently placed on his shoulder. He turns his head and his eye instantly lights up as he notices a dark-haired beauty. Ah yes, what can I do for you, kitten? Sanji asks her with a heart in his eye and doesn't notice the momentary look of surprise and confusion that crosses Listena's face. Well, Sanji-san, I was wondering if you could let me have a go at him first. She asks as she looks up into his eyes, causing him to stumble back a little. Well, I really shouldn't. I mean I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Sanji stutters as he tries to convince her otherwise. Listener then takes a deep breath and moves a bit closer to him. She raises a hand into the air and runs her fingers through Sanji's hair for a moment before going up to her tiptoes and whispers in his ear. Won't you please do this for me? Sanji-san, it would mean ever so much to me. She tells Sanji, causing his ears to noticeably whistle as air escapes, and his cigarette drops to the ground as his jaw drops. He responds with a nod as he slowly walks back over to the entrance. As he leaves, Listener shivers a little before turning towards the fishman Karubi. Listener vs Karubi. The fishman crosses his arms as he looks at the young woman standing before him. Do you honestly think you stand a chance against me, little girl? Oh, I'm sure I can handle myself. The real question is, can you handle me? Listener taunts as she turns her body to the side, spaces her feet out and raises a hand out in front of her, and the other hand is postured close to her chest. Karubi looks at her in surprise. That's a martial arts stance. But I don't recognize the school. She grins a little, because it's my own personal style of mixed martial arts. Listener tells him. Hey, this should be fun. He states before he rushes over towards Listener. He thrusts a fist forward, and just as the strike is about to land, she slightly adjusts her stance in such a way that his fist just barely misses her and positions herself directly in front of him. With a quick and fluid motion, she grabs his arm as she turns around and uses his own momentum to fling him over her shoulder and into the ground head first. There was a loud crashing sound as Karubi's head makes contact with the concrete. Listener leans forward a bit. So, am I an easy enough opponent? She asks him as a grin crosses her face. Much to her surprise, Karubi manages to get up and without wasting a moment he grabs her by her shoulders and lifts her into the air. Yeah, you are actually, he says. Listener then strikes him in on the underside of his chin with the palm of her right hand, causing him to flinch a little. Ha, did you really think that would hurt me? From this position you can't use nearly enough force for that kinda strike to work. Karubi taunts her but is surprised when she just smiles at him. I know. That's why this is a two-part strike. Listener tells him. Ma-style takusosho. She then moves her other hand just below her elbow, which was out of the fishman's sight. With a quick motion she pushes her hand into her elbow, sending a fair amount of force directly into Karubi's chin, causing him to be sent flying upwards a short ways. Listener then gently brushes a couple strands of her hair that was hanging down in front of her face, so it was now behind her ear. Well, I guess I should get a little serious now. She then changes into her cat girl form, which surprises everyone except for Naruto and his group. She waits for Karubi to stand up, and once he does, she then races forward. As she nears him, she raises a leg and steps on Karubi's kneecap and kicks upward with her other foot. But she doesn't stop there. She then continues by thrusting her tail out to wrap around his exposed neck to swing the two of them around in midair so that he was once again facing the ground. Listener now positions both of her feet so they're resting on the underside of his chin as she wraps her arms around his legs. Neko-style piledriver. Once his head makes contact, she immediately leaps backwards and lands on her hands and feet. Naruto watches the fight with apparent interest, especially since the move she used looked very similar to one that he's seen before. Wow, I totally didn't see that coming. I know she can rework that technique to make it far better. Also, just why the hell would she ask me to train her if she's already this good? He thinks to himself. Kurubi slowly gets up as his hand is gently resting against the side of his head in a vain attempt to halt the throbbing. Ah! What the hell was that? He then looks around and notices that Listena's form has changed as she stands there with her hands behind her back. What the hell? Attacks from someone as small as you shouldn't be able to do nearly this much damage. Kurubi asks as he glares at the cat girl who was smiling at him. True, I'm not physically strong. However, it doesn't matter how strong you are, if you can't hit your enemy. She informs him before once again racing forward. This time as Lysina nears him she leans back so she just slides right between his feet, and just as she slides past him she raises her legs into the air and pushes off with her arms and leaps into the air directly behind him. And kicks him in the back of the head making him fall over. She doesn't waste the opportunity and takes his ponytail and uses it to hogtie him. And once she finishes, she sits on his back and looks down at him struggling. I guess I was too strong for a big tough guy like you to handle, huh? She mentions to him with a smug look on her face. Lysina then gets up and heads back over to the entrance to allow Naruto to take the stage and show Arlong who's boss. Naruto vs Arlong. Well, I guess it's finally my turn. Isn't that right, Arlong? Naruto says with a cheerful smile as all of Arlong's best officers had been bested and beaten to bloody pulps. Arlong looks on at Naruto with a furious glare, but he does his best to restrain himself since from what he's witnessed from the previous battles, those from the elemental nations are no joke and that their strength was very real. Well, I admit that compared to the usual pathetic humans, your group is certainly in a class of your own, but let's see how you deal with real monsters. He then walks over to a nearby gong and lifts it up, bringing a look of curiosity from Naruto. Arlong grins as he walks it over to the water's edge and places it halfway in before striking it hard enough to cause the water itself to churn. Within moments a large column of water shoots into the air a short distance into the ocean from Arlong Park, and a gigantic crab-like creature rears out of the water and raises a massive jagged claw into the air menacingly. Well, what do you think about this, Uzumaki? This is Kissen. Also known as Citizen Snips among my crew. His ferocious claw has split many a ship in two with a single motion. Arlong tells him with a wicked grin plastered over his face, but his smug look is just dropped as he notices Naruto's reaction. Once Naruto had seen the giant crab, he just turned to his catgirl crewmate Lysina and actually asked if she wanted to have the crab for supper since she apparently loved seafood, much to Arlong's fury. Ah, Citizen Snips. Kill these damn humans. Arlong furiously orders the giant crustacean, who starts to make its way towards the group, but just as it's at the halfway point, it was suddenly dragged underwater. Everyone looks at the ocean in confusion as they were all wondering what happened to the crab, but it was then flung out of the water and sent flying into the nearby forest, causing the villagers to scream out in fear as it landed not too far from them. The very question that was on everyone's minds was, just what the hell happened? But their question was soon answered as another gigantic sea creature surfaced within the canal in Arlong Park. However, this one had a very odd shape. It had 8 tentacles, a human-like upper body but with the head of an ox with one partially missing horn. All the villagers, Luffy's crew as well as Arlong himself were all wide-eyed with their jaws dropped as they see the monstrosity in front of them. Some of the villagers screamed out stuff like, "What the hell is that thing?" as well as, "Is then another beast from the Grand Line?" Naruto's group minus Lysina were surprised as well. However, instead of freaking out like everyone else, they instead all did a synchronized face palm at the sight of the creature before them. Kankuro was the first of them to say anything. "You have got to be kidding me," he says as he begins to shake his head. "No, anything but him. Just what the hell is Killer Bee doing all the way out here?" Ten says to herself but is overheard by Usopp. "Huh, what do you mean by Killer Bee? In case you haven't noticed, that thing is not a bee. It's some kinda monster that has to be from the Grand Line." Usopp aesthetically says as he shivers in fear and doesn't even notice that the creature seemed to have a large cement block in its hand that contained Luffy's unconscious body as well as Nojiko, who had dived down to try and save him. She was, suffice to say, absolutely terrified to be so close to the beast. Other than the screams of terror from the villagers as well as the two in the beast's hand, the only other sound was the laughter coming from Naruto. Sanji looks over at his fellow blonde and proceeds to yell at him. "What the hell is wrong with you? That creature is about to eat Nami's lovely sister and all you can do is laugh. A big grin forms on Naruto's face as he jumps onto the creature's outstretched hand. Once he lands, Nojiko takes the opportunity to crawl over and attempt to hide behind Naruto. Yo, it's been a long time B. Am I right to assume you've come to join us? And whatever your answer, you better not make a fuss. Naruto happily says as he looks up into the beast's large eyes. Just about everyone else sweat drops at Naruto's comment, as well as the fact that he seems to be acquainted with the creature. But what really surprises them is that the beast begins to talk right back at him. I can see you've been working on yo rhymes. And without bustin' any lines. You seem to be doing well from as far as I can see. That be da truth from the one and only Killer B. Ah yeah, B says to Naruto as he raises his other arm and forms a fist, which Naruto does the same. They then pound fists in greeting before looking at their audience, who are staring at them in complete silence. What? After a few more moments of silence, Naruto finally realizes what's the matter. I think you should probably head to the ship for now and drop your stuff off. Naruto quietly tells him before he turns to Aurora. Hey Aurora-san, do you mind taking B back to the ship? Especially before the other villagers freak out anymore. He asks, and Aurora looks at B for a moment before turning around and heads in the direction of their ship to show B the way. Killer B then gently sets down Nojiko and Luffy before he follows Aurora by taking the sea route, and once he's gone, Naruto looks back at Arlong. Well, I guess we should get started, don't you think, Shark Face? Arlong cracks his knuckles before moving towards the canal and dips his hand into the water and then turns towards Naruto. Hey, I agree Uzumaki, however all I require to kill a human such as you is just this. Arlong says as he pulls his arm back and then flings the water in Naruto's direction. Water shot. The water shoot towards Naruto at a speed far faster than Chu's water gun could ever hope to reach. It only takes a moment for the water to strike Naruto, but suddenly Naruto's body disappears in a puff of smoke and a splintered log was in his place. Arlong turns his head from side to side as he tries to find Naruto. But hiding in his blind spot was Naruto, whom was crouching on the ground with a bluish-white sphere in his hand. Leaf-style secret technique. 1000 years of death Rasengan style. With one quick motion, Naruto thrusts the sphere into Arlong's ass, who was then sent flying into the fortress in a spinning motion. Naruto lets out a loud laugh as he could just imagine the look on Arlong's face as the Rasengan struck him in that particular vulnerable area. But Naruto doesn't laugh for too long and creates about 30 clones, and moments after the clones appear does a large section of the fortress come crashing down with Arlong in the center of the hole, and he's wielding a long and jagged sword. It's Arlong's shark saw. Be careful Naruto-san, Nami calls out from the sidelines. Arlong looks at the group of clones curiously before leaping down into the center of the group to show he doesn't fear Naruto. A nearby clone rushes at him only to be instantly cut down by the sword, and then the clone disappears in a puff of smoke. Is this a joke, Uzumaki? Do you actually think that these weak things stand a chance against me? Arlong says as he rushes into the group and cuts down 2 more nearby clones, but much to his surprise these clones didn't disappear in a puff of smoke. No, once they were killed they turned into a liquid and the splatter covered Arlong. The fishman looks at his drenched arm in confusion before bringing it up and notices that it doesn't smell of water. Suddenly Arlong gets a sudden chill running down his spine, so he quickly turns and strikes another clone that had sneaked up on him. Then once he makes contact, the clone explodes, and to make matters worse for Arlong, the explosion also sets the oil that covered his body on fire. Arlong lets out a roar of pain as he rolls around on the ground in a vain attempt to extinguish the flames covering his body. Arlong's eyes change into slits as he glares at the shinobi who was riled him up so much. What the Uzumaki? Are you only capable of using cheap tricks like these? Are you really that scared to go all out against me and fight seriously? Arlong yells at Naruto in an attempt to provoke him. Both Kankuro and Tenten's eyes go wide as they hear Arlong provoking Naruto. You have gotta be shitting me. Kankuro states that he looks on in disbelief. Tenten then takes the opportunity to rush over to the villagers. Okay, you all have to go, as in right now. You have no idea what's about to go down. Tenten quickly tells the confused villagers, whom only leave because they see her worried expression. Both her and Kankuro do their best to shepherd the villagers back home as fast as possible. So, You really want me to go all out then, Arlong? Naruto asks with a smirk on his face as he cracks his knuckles. Hey well, if you think you can handle it then. Arlong lets out a roar of pain as he rolls around on the ground in a vain attempt to extinguish the flames covering his body. Arlong's eyes change into slits as he glares at the shinobi who was riled him up so much. What the Uzumaki? Are you only capable of using cheap tricks like these? Are you really that scared to go all out against me and fight seriously? Arlong yells at Naruto in an attempt to provoke him. Both Kankuro and Tenten's eyes go wide as they hear Arlong provoking Naruto. You have gotta be shitting me. Kankuro states that he looks on in disbelief. Tenten then takes the opportunity to rush over to the villagers. Okay, you all have to go, as in right now. You have no idea what's about to go down. Tenten quickly tells the confused villagers whom only leave because they see her worried expression. Both her and Kankuro do their best to shepherd the villagers back home as fast as possible. So, you really want me to go all out then, Arlong? Naruto asks with a smirk on his face as he cracks his knuckles. Hey well, if you think you can handle it then. Just as the villagers all race back to the village, Tenten hesitates for a moment before turning around to see Luffy's group. Nami as well as Listener were all still there. What the hell are they all still doing there? She wonders before turning around and racing back and passes by a trio of foxes that were in the nearby woods whom seemed to be watching the fights. I wonder why these foxes are here, and why do they seem focused on Naruto-kun? Oh well, that doesn't matter now, she thinks as she picks up the pace. Once she arrives, she strikes the nearest one over the head, which happened to be a now awakened Luffy. Why are you all still here? Didn't you hear us tell everyone to get out of here? She yells at them. Why's that? Asks Luffy. Both Zoro and Sanji turn towards her, and of course Sanji goes into his love mode at the sight of her. Zoro on the other slightly tilts his head in confusion. Just why should we leave just because you ordered us to? I don't take orders from you. Zoro states as he points a finger in Tenten's direction. Listener walks over to Tenten. Well, Tenten-san, I actually want to see Naruto-kun fight. Besides, it's not like Luffy-san can go anywhere with that chunk of concrete still attached to his feet like that. She tells Tenten and flinches a little once she gets glared at. Tenten-san, if you want us to leave then at least explain why. Nami asks her, bringing the rest of the group to nod in agreement. Tenten groans in frustration. Fine. The reason we want everyone to get out of here is because if Naruto-kun does get serious, he has the potential to destroy everything around him. And I do mean everything. Including this whole damn island. Tenten yells at them, causing looks of confusion from the group and a now conscious Usopp to go completely pale. It's fine, Tenten-chan. I don't plan on actually going all out for the likes of Arlong. Or even use my Recentrican cause of the massive damage it would cause the island. The group look at the source of the voice to see Naruto smiling at them. But, I think I will be considerate enough to go up to Four Tails just to show him who's boss. I want you all to stay away from this battle. Naruto tells them before turning back to Arlong, who was seething mad at being underestimated. Tails, what does he mean by that? The group wonders as they look to Tenten to explain, who was currently shaking her head at Naruto. She then notices everyone looking at her. Oh Kami, you guys want an explanation now, don't you? She asks them and everyone nods in agreement. Well, I'm not telling. That story is for Naruto-kun to tell when he's ready to. But what I will say is that back home he's what you would call a Jinchuriki. As all Tenten says before turning back to Naruto. The blonde wearing the suit takes out another cigarette and lights it before turning to Tenten with a surprisingly serious look on his face. A long time ago I heard that word. At the time I didn't know what it meant, and the only one who said anything to me about it was Chef Zeph. He told me it was another term for a human sacrifice, but he didn't know anything too specific about it. So is that correct, Tenten-san? Sanji asks her. Once Sanji's question reaches Tenten's ears, she noticeably flinches. Yeah, that's about right. However, this version is by far a worse fate, especially for a child without any parents, or even any loved ones. She slowly says as her hands tighten into fists. Arlong lets out a roar as he races towards Naruto, but when he almost reaches him he comes to an abrupt halt. He looks at the blonde before him and see that a red shroud was covering his body and a strange tail-like thing was starting to form behind him. With having seen that, Arlong takes a couple steps back as his face has a look of both shock and awe, with a slight hint of fear. After several moments, two more tails begin to form as well as two long ear-like things on Naruto's head. Naruto grins and Arlong then notices that the boy's eyes turned red and his pupils have become slitted. Well, Arlong, if I recall, you were making a comment on how you were a monster. But I have a true one inside me. Now I think I'll let Kurama have some fun once one more tail forms, so have fun, shark. Naruto says with a grin that reveals his sharp incisors. Once he finishes saying that, his skin looks to be tearing off and then lifting away from his body. Suddenly an explosion of power emanates from Naruto's body, causing everyone to cover their eyes and brace themselves from the coming shock wave. Once Arlong was able to see, he notices the change Naruto's body underwent. He had started to look like a miniature fox with 4 tails and its entire form was dark red. Thanks for that, Naruto. I really don't get to come out very often, so this is a real treat. Says the 4-tailed version of Naruto, whom adjusted his gaze so it was focused on Arlong. So this is the so-called monster that has terrorized this portion of the ocean, huh? I'll crush you where you stand, you pathetic excuse for a shark. Once Kurama finishes speaking those words, he leaps towards Arlong and grabs him by the throat as he continues to laugh. Arlong thrusts a fist forward and strikes the beast in the head, but just as soon as his fist makes contact, he lets out a scream of pain and retracts his hand, which seemed to have been badly burned. The Kurama-controlled body leaps high into thin air and then flings Arlong into the ground and lets him go, revealing a horrible burn around Arlong's neck. As Kurama was in midair, his arms appear to reach to the walls on either side of Arlong Park and he forces his body forward and kicks Arlong in the guy with both feet, causing a large crater to form. Once Kurama's attack is finished, he does a couple backflips and lands on all fours several yards away. As Luffy and the others watch, their eyes seem to bug out in disbelief at the battle before them. Usopp had taken to hide behind Tenten as he peeks around her. Ah, he's a demon. He's a demon in human form. Everyone run. Usopp screams out in terror but promptly shuts his mouth as he feels killer intent coming from Tenten towards him. Nami leans over to Tenten as she shivers a little. Is that really Naruto-san? Just how is he doing that? Just what is he? She asks. Tenten turns towards her. That both is and isn't Naruto-kun. She says, which just confuses everyone even more than before. Does it have something to do about that Jinchuriki thing? Zoro asks without taking his eyes off the battlefield. Yeah. But remember that Naruto-kun is actually really kind, so none of you have anything to worry about. Just who's Kurama-san though? Asks Nojiko, whom had chosen to come back and hide behind the wall. And what did Naruto-san mean by he was leaving the rest to him? Kurama-sama is Naruto-kun's partner, friend and greatest ally, since they have technically been together since the day of Naruto-kun's birth. Tenten tells them. Meanwhile, Kurama had been listening to their entire conversation, and chooses to have a quick chat with Naruto as he waits for the shark to pick himself up. Hey Naruto, is it really okay for them to be told so much about us? Kurama asks. It's fine. If they don't accept us for who we are, then that's their problem. Beside, we have friends who truly do care about us, and that's what matters most. Remarks Naruto as he rests on Kurama's shoulder in their subconscious. And before you ask, no, I don't mind about what Tenten-chan's told them so far, since she seems to be quite careful about revealing too much. Though I do kinda wonder what Listener-chan thinks about all this. Hey, for the most part cats can't really be trusted. They usually have hidden motives or personality quirks. Take Matabi for example. She's usually respectful and polite towards others, however deep down she is quite the lecherous and perverted cat. I've even heard that she has occasionally taken control of past hosts and used them to fulfill her tastes, so to speak. Kurama explains to Naruto, then the pair begins to chuckle and outright laugh. So anyways, how should I finish this pathetic excuse for a shark? I don't think those kids down there would approve of me literally tearing him to pieces. And I really don't want to have to smell anything disgusting like what happened earlier. Naruto thinks to himself for a moment before leaping up to whisper something in Kurama's large ear. Kurama's eyes open wide as his ears perk up. Heh heh heh, that does sound kinda mean and I approve of it. But there is a slim chance he may survive it. But sure, let's go with that. Back in the real world, Arlong has just managed to pull himself out of the ground and he glares at Kurama, who was now sitting several feet away from him. "I'll kill you for this, you bastard," he yells out as he steps out of the crater and looks to the side to see that the Straw Hats weren't paying him any attention, which would normally piss him off, but he had a wicked thought about the situation. He reaches down and lifts up a large block or concrete and hurls it at Kurama to block his vision and takes the opportunity to race over to the spectators. By the time Arlong reaches the group, they only then realize he's there and are unable to react in time to prevent him from grabbing Nami and Listener, and once he has the two in his grip he leaps away from the group. He grins wickedly at Kurama as he holds his two hostages in front of him. "There, now you can't do anything or else I'll kill them both," Arlong tells Kurama before turning to Nami. "You really were an excellent navigator and chart maker, especially for a human, but you've brought this upon yourself for defying me." Arlong then returns his gaze to Kurama, who, although it was kind of tough to read his expression when he's in that form, you could tell that he was seething mad. "Now you damn beast, I want you to embed your arms and legs into the ground like Straw Hat did before, then I'll behead you and spare the lives of these women. If you don't comply, then I'll execute them this very instant, so what will it be?" Ten looked like she was about to interfere, but Kurama raised a clawed hand in her direction. "Wait, don't you dare interfere, Ten. Although I hate to say it, but I have no choice but to comply," Kurama reluctantly says as he forces his hands and then his feet into the ground, which causes a small earthquake to rock through Arlong Park. Arlong himself grins as he watches Kurama's actions and he adjusts the girls so that they're being held by one arm. He reaches over and grabs what remains of his shark saw sword and starts walking over towards Kurama. The entire time since Arlong managed to catch the women, they were constantly yelling out the same thing. "No, don't do it, Naruto-kun, Naruto-san. Please don't die because we got captured." Once Arlong was only a couple feet away from Kurama, he notices that the look on the beast's face changed from one of submission to one of confidence. Just as Arlong raises his blade to behead Kurama, a pair of arms suddenly burst from the ground behind the shark fishman and quickly grab both of his shoulders, causing him to gasp in pain and accidentally releases Nami and Listener. The girls look at Kurama for a moment before he jerks his head in the direction of the others. "Now go," Kurama orders them before he looks back at Arlong. Nami and Listener grab one another's hands and race back over to the safety of the others. "You have made me very angry, fishman, so now I hope you're ready to accept your punishment," Kurama says as he once again slams Arlong into the ground, but this time Kurama holds him there. Kurama raises his head into the air and opens his mouth as wide as he can and curls his four tails to aim in the direction he was looking. Small orbs of light begin to form in the air above them until a gigantic ball of black energy that was at least 3 times the size of Arlong Park has formed. But much to everyone's surprise, the ball begins to shrink until it was the size of a baseball. The orb then floats into Kurama's open mouth before he closes it, causing his body to hit the ground, making yet another crater. Back on the sidelines, Sanji has once again dropped his lit cigarette. Is that orb really that heavy? If so, then what is he planning to do if he can't even move? Sanji asks himself. What the hell, Naruto or Kurama, whichever is in control right now? Are you seriously planning on firing a Bijudama right here? Ten calls out ecstatically as looks on in fright. Usopp slowly looks up at Ten and was quite to see fear in her eyes. What exactly is a Bijudama? Asks Usopp, who was once again quivering in fear. Quote. You're about to find out. Now everyone take cover, Ten says as she grabs the previous hostages and races behind the wall where Nojiko currently was. The others decided to listen to her this time, race there as well, except for Sanji, who chose to take a moment to destroy the concrete that Luffy's feet were still embedded in before the pair joined the others. Once Kurama was sure they were all behind cover, he forces himself to stand up and forms a pair of chakra arms to replace the ones that were currently holding down Arlong. He then raises Arlong onto the air and turns him around so his backside was facing Kurama's head. Arlong then looks back as he realizes what's just about to happen. Don't you even think about it, he threatens. But he was promptly ignored as Kurama then opens his mouth and fires a Bijudama directly into Arlong's ass. Bijudama. The orb that was previously formed was fired and blows what was left of Arlong hundreds of miles away far faster than the eye could see. Once Kurama was sure that Arlong was gone, he returns full control over to Naruto and reverts his body back as well. Once the smoke clears, the group slowly emerge from their cover to find a normal Naruto looking off into the distance where they had to guess Arlong was sent. Of the group, Ten was the first to completely leave the safety of the wall and walk over to Naruto. She then strikes him in the head, and quite hard too. "What the hell were you thinking, Naruto-kun? Why the hell would you have Kurama-sama use an attack that damn powerful? Especially when we were all still here." She screams at Naruto, who was now crouching down and holding his arms above his head to protect himself from her blows. "Hey, me and Kurama had a plan. We were going to do that we thought would be funny as hell. But then he caught Listener-chan and Nami-san and well, we were pissed at that point." Naruto tries to explain to Ten, who refused to immediately stop hitting him. Ten's assault only lasted another minute or so before she finally stops attacking Naruto, and at that point she backs off. "Fine, but if you ever, and I mean ever, do that again, I will have to cut you in a place I'm sure you won't regenerate. Do I make myself clear?" she asks, and Naruto was quite quick to nod in agreement in light of her threat. Naruto stands up and turns to Ten after noticing the worried looks on the others. "I'm gonna head back to the ship now. Could you and Kankuro go and interrogate that traitorous Marine Nezumi for me? Between the two of you, I know he will explain everything," he asks Ten, who looks at the expressions on the others. She then nods. "Yeah, will do, Naruto-kun," she tells him, and Naruto then turns towards the sea and races off, and once he reaches open waters he changes direction to where the ship was docked. Once Naruto was gone, everyone else takes a look around at the damages. The entire fortress of Arlong Park had been totally annihilated by Naruto's previous attack, and all that was left was some rubble at the base. "Wow, the entire place is destroyed. That guy's power is no joke," Zoro remarks as he looks around. Now too far away, Sanji nods in agreement. "True, I just hope we don't make an enemy of him later on." Ten walks over to the group and stands before them and places her hands on her hips. "Now I will take this opportunity to remind you all that Naruto-kun is actually a good person. He's not the type to attack others just for the heck of it. I'm not completely positive, but in his eyes he may even consider you guys as friends," she tells them, causing Usopp to breathe a sigh of relief. Nojiko then walks closer to Ten with an uncomfortable look on her face. Ten-san, there's something I've been wondering about ever since just before I told Naruto-san about our situation on the island. Just before I told him, he asked me and Nami a very serious question. About why the villagers were treating Nami like they had the plague, which was only so that she could leave whenever she wanted to and not have to worry about them anymore. It sounded like he experienced something like that in the past, and well, I want to know. Ten's eyes go wide as she looks on at Nojiko, then onto Nami and the rest of the group, who were all eagerly waiting for her to tell them. You guys, I thought you were all scared of Naruto-kun. And now you want to know more?" she asks, and everyone nods, causing her to sigh. "Well, the reason he got so mad about those villagers treating Nami like she had the plague was, well, back in our village, he was hated and persecuted against by practically everyone. Except in his case, the villagers actually used to beat him, and some even tried to kill him. Ever since the day he was born, he didn't have anyone to take care of or protect him." Ten quietly says as she looks away. Nami, Nojiko and Listener all cover their mouths and gasp. Zoro and Sanji look at her in confusion, and as for Usopp, his jaw had dropped as he looked at Ten with an astonished look on his face. Listener was the one to break the silence. Why would they do something so horrible to Naruto-kun? What did he ever do to them? She asks as a couple tears run down her face. Nami moves in closer and points a finger at Ten. "And just where were you when this was all happening? How could you let that happen to a friend?" she asks, but backs off when Ten glares at her. "I had never even met him until he was 13. The only person I can think of who may have had anything to do in protecting him was also one of the reasons he was treated so badly. That person was an elderly man who was the third Hokage," she yells out before turning around. "If you want to know the rest, then ask Naruto-kun. I'm going to find Kankuro so we can interrogate some slimeball named Nezumi like Naruto-kun asked me to." With that being said, she then vanishes in a swirl of leaves. Nezumi, that marine who came in and stole the 93 million berries I had collected. Naruto-san found out about it and is dealing with it. But why? Nami quietly asks herself as she looks back in the direction of her home. Luffy then steps forward and places a hand on Nami's shoulder. Well, I guess the only things left are telling the villagers and then asking Naruto-san. Isn't that right, Nami? Luffy says with a big grin on his face. Nami then nods as the entire group make their way back to the village. Back at the ship, Naruto was laying in the crow's nest with his eyes closed so he could have some time to think. I wonder how they're all taking it. He wonders as he stares off into the sky. Naruto, as you said before, if they can't accept you for who you are, then it's their problem. I mean, they're the only ones who will have to get over it. Besides, aren't they supposed to be pirates? Kurama says to him in his subconscious. True. However, that doesn't mean I can't hope they will be able to look past it. I mean, it would be nice to make some friends out here as well. Naruto tells Kurama, who nods after a moment. Back in the real world, Naruto's rest was then disturbed as someone else jumps into the crow's nest. Naruto opens an eye to see a dark-skinned shinobi wearing the usual garb for someone from Kumogakur. Hey B, what's up? Not too much, Naruto. How's it hangin' with you, bro? B asks him with his usual and unique style of talking as he holds out a fist to him. Naruto smiles a little as he sits up and then fist pounds B back. Kinda hard to say, to be honest. Well, to start off, when you arrived, we were in the middle of dealing with these fishman pirates who had taken control of this entire island. That shark fishman was their leader. B nods in understanding. Also, that shark-faced freak be the one you went out to seek? B asks and gets another nod from Naruto. Still looks like you'll be hiding something from the B. Now just let it all out and let me know what you've been going on about. After a quick sigh, Naruto then explains to B about everything that had happened so far on the voyage, from when he left the elemental nations all the way up to the defeat of Arlong. He even told B about how he didn't know what the Straw Hats as well as Listener would think of him, or if they'd treat him with fear. Back at Nojiko's place, the entire house was surrounded by Commodore Purinpurin's men, and all of Nezumi's men were currently tied up around the building. Purinpurin himself was standing by the door to the house to ensure that no one else could get either in or out. Soon enough, the duo of shinobi consisting of Kankuro and Tenten arrive at the building. Upon noticing their presence, the Marines all stood at attention. The pair come to a stop at the front door, and the only one standing in their way was the Commodore. He holds out a hand motioning them to stay back. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow anyone except for Naruto Dono to see the prisoner. Kankuro glares at the Marine from under his hood. Well, Naruto asked us to come here to interrogate some bastard, and that's what we're going to do, even if we have to go through you to do it. He tells the Marine after he summons his two previous puppets that still had the fishman's blood on it. The sight of the bloody puppets causes the Commodore to pale a little, but he refused to move. I have my orders, Purinpurin says to Kankuro. The partial standoff went on for several moments before the arrival of another shinobi who the Commodore had certainly met before. He glances at the newcomer and salutes her, bringing a momentary look of confusion from Tenten and Kankuro. Ah, Aurora-san, are these people with you? He asks and waits for acknowledgement, and once he receives it in the form of her nodding at him, he then turns back to the pair. I'm deeply sorry about earlier. But as I said, I had my orders. Also, Aurora-san, at the very least, could you tell me what that earlier explosion was? It looked like it came from Arlong Park. Kankuro rolls his eyes for a moment before temporarily focusing on the Commodore. The cause of that explosion was Naruto, of course. And trust me, you really don't want to know what he did back there. Kankuro tells him before he reaches for the doorknob. Purinpurin and the Marine's eyes open wide as they try to comprehend just what that might mean. He does his best to shake it off for the time being to focus on what's at hand. Moments later, Kankuro opens the door and the three shinobi as well as Purinpurin enter. Once they enter, they notice a Marine tied to a chair sitting in the middle of the living room. The first thing they notice about him are the unusual whiskers on his face. The Marine looks up at the people who just entered the room. What's the meaning of this? You people don't have the right to treat me like this. He manages to spit out before glaring at them. Tenten grabs another chair and sets it across the room, but so it was still facing him. and she then sits down on it and then proceeds to summon up and then start sharpening her kunai in such a way that Nezumi had a clear view of her doing it. Kankuro on the other hand manipulates his puppets so that Crow was directly behind Nezumi and its bladed arm were gently draped over his right shoulder so its hand was set just on his leg. Once Nezumi notices the fresh blood that was still on the blades he begins to stutter before he looks over to the Commodore. Why are you doing this? We're supposed to be on the same side. He asks with the fear in his voice soon becoming far more noticeable. Purin merely stands by the door and moves his hands behind his back. You should know very well why this is being done, Nezumi. This will be a lot easier if you just admit to what you've done. If not, then well, I have my orders to leave you to these three to do with you as they wish. Purin explains to him, which causes the imprisoned marine to turn pale as he looks from Tenten, who was still sharpening her knives, to Kankuro and his puppet whose arms was still draped over his shoulder, then finally to Aurora, who still had her mask on and was looking at him while she twirled a pair of Senbon needles in her hands. Once Nezumi got a good look at the trio, he begins to break out in a cold sweat. Just who are they? They don't look like any Marines he ever seen. He asks with obvious fear in his eyes. Commodore Purin smiles as he walks over to Nezumi and stops just in front of him. He then leans over so his face was just a foot away from Nezumi. These people just so happen to be actual shinobi from the elemental nations. And from the stories I've heard, they are quite skilled in interrogation, as well as torture, so spill it, or they may spill more than just your secrets. Purin says before standing up straight and walking back to the door. Once reaching the door, he turns his head to the side slightly. 3.2.1. He begins to count down, making Nezumi panic. All right, I'll tell you everything. Just please don't leave me with them. Nezumi cries out as he begins to sob. 0. Well, I guess he's made his choice. Try to not be too rough with him. I'll be back in, let's say, 1 hour. No, actually, let's make that 2 hours. Purin says before opening the door and walking out. What? No, I said I'd speak. Please have mercy. Don't leave me with them. Nezumi screams out as the door closes and leaves him alone with the three shinobi. Kankuro grins at him maliciously. Well, you heard the Commodore. And you did bring this on yourself by not cooperating when you had the chance. Kankuro tells him before Nezumi's screams could then be heard from across the entire island. Back in Kokoyashi village, Luffy's group as well as Nojiko and Lysina just arrive at the town and inform the villagers that Arlong was no more. Suffice to say, the entire village was ecstatic and many of them ran off to inform the other villages on the island of the wonderful thing that happened. A couple of the villagers, however, went up to the group to ask where their new hero was. So where is Naruto-san now? I know everyone wants to thank him properly for what he's done for us all. Genzo asks Nami. She just shrugs. I'm not really sure where he is right now. All I know is that he went back to his ship once the battle was over. Nami sadly explains, which disappoints the remaining villagers who still had many things to say to him. Just as someone else was about to ask Nami another question, a horrible ear-splitting scream rang out, causing some people to cringe in fear before they look around for the source. Just what on earth was that? One of them asks. Lysina shakes her head for a moment before turning towards Nojiko's place. I can only assume that's the Marine Nezumi. Ten-Ten-chan and Kankuro-san must have arrived and already started to interrogate him, although it sounds a lot more like torture. She explains as she raises both hands to cover her ears. Genzo looks at her in surprise. Wait, you mean Nezumi? The same Nezumi that shot Nojiko earlier and stole all of Nami's money? That Nezumi? He asks and Lysina looks up at him before nodding. Another villager walks up to the group. Hey Nojiko. That swordswoman from before has heading to your place a short while ago. I wonder if she has something to do with that noise. The villager tells them, which causes the group to sweat drop for a moment. Usopp looks into the distance in the direction of Nojiko's house and says the very thing that was on everyone's minds. Kami, I'm sure glad she's on our side and not an enemy. He says and everyone unanimously nods in agreement. In due time most of the villagers started setting up drink and food stands throughout the village as well as decorations for the party they were about to have in celebration of the end of their oppression. But before the group was pulled into the festivities, Nami and Nojiko let the group a short ways out of the village so they could all have a talk. Nami turns to the others. Well, since we've told the villagers, I think it's time we go and ask Naruto to tell us his story. Just as long as he's fine with it. She tells them, which they all quickly agree to. Then that's settled. Now can you show us the way to his ship, Listener-san? Nami asks her. I don't mind, but somehow I get the feeling that he may want to be alone. If that's the case, we have to leave right away so we don't bother, Listener begins to say before she stops speaking and starts sniffing the air since she's still in her hybrid form. Nojiko looks at Listener in confusion. Is something the matter, Listener-san? Listener suddenly readjusts her gaze to a nearby tree and everyone then follows her gaze to see two people resting on its branches. That'd be enough of an answer for ya, Naruto. It would seem like you didn't need to worry, since they would appear to be heading to see ya and chat and have some curry. Mentions the older dark-skinned man who was quite muscular. Looks like you're right, B. Also, what's up with the curry comment? They didn't say anything about that, says the other one wearing dark clothes and a familiar orange overcoat with a black flame design. Don't be hatin' on my rhymes. Gems aren't always span out in time. Fool ya fool. Sanji looks up the tree in confusion. What the hell? That voice sounds oddly familiar, but there's no way something that massive could be up a tree. He states before spinning around and landing a kick on the tree trunk. The entire tree begins to shake before the dark-skinned one lands safely on the ground and the other leaps onto a lower branch. While the others were looking at the dark-skinned man wondering who he was, Zoro on the other hand noticed the swords on the guy's back as well as an oversized one covered in bandages. That's a strange-looking blade, he comments, bringing the others to finally notice the giant weapon on his back. Just before anyone can ask or even say anything, Naruto holds his hand in front of him and raises a single finger. Okay, before you guys say anything, I will only be willing answer a single question anytime we meet up from this point onwards. It doesn't matter what the question is, but one question per meeting, so better think wisely. Naruto tells them with a slight grin. Who's da? Luffy begins to ask, but Nami and the others quickly cover his mouth so he doesn't say or in this case ask anything unnecessary. What was that, Luffy-san? It almost sounded like you were asking who my companion is. That right, Luffy-san. Naruto smiles as he asks this and watching the others' reaction. No. Luffy doesn't know what he's saying, Naruto-san. Pay him no mind, Nami tells him as she waves her hands wildly. Naruto and B turn to one another and laugh, and they go on for a few minutes before they finally calm down. Sanji and the others take a breath and their grip on Luffy's mouth weakens. Who's the dark guy with the weird sword? Luffy quickly asks before anyone can stop him. Aw, Luffy, you idiot, they all scream out. Naruto shrugs his shoulders and motions for B to take the stage, so to speak. Well, that certainly sounds like a valid question. Killer B smiles as he leaps into the air and does a few flips before landing on a large rock not too far away and faces them with his hands raised at his sides. Yo, say, ho, you know my name, you know my fame, don't be lame. 8 tails, that's me, da rappin', Killer B. A tailed beast resides inside my hide. Makin' beats and rhymes and I'm makin' 'em live. It's what a Jinchuriki needs to survive. Battle and battle up here in the beehive. Wait, what the hell? You mean you're another of those Jinchuriki things as well? Sanji spits out before B can continue his rapping, which does annoy the dark-skinned shinobi. Also, why does your name sound familiar? As the group takes a moment to try and figure that out, Usopp on the other hand falls back flat on his ass and points at B. B, as in that giant octopus monster from earlier. That Killer B. He almost screams out as the others recall the giant octopus-ox hybrid creature that showed up during the fighting in Arlong Park. Yeah, this is that very B. Naruto says before getting up. Well, now that the single question has been answered, we better be off. I still have to finish dealing with Nezumi before we leave tomorrow morning. With that being said, Naruto begins to walk off towards the village with a slightly annoyed B walking not too far behind him. Damn fools be messing with my rhymes. As well as bustin' in on my times. Damn fools, ya fool, B mutters to himself. Once Naruto and B have left, Listener places a hand on her head. Geez, I thought for sure Naruto-kun would have told us more than this. She says as she starts to shake her head. Nami and Nojiko both nod in agreement. I doubt he'll tell us anything more until we see him again somewhere else since he seems to be stubborn at times. Nami says to herself in an exasperated tone. This is probably not going to end well for us pirates. Zoro says as he looks off into the distance. Huh, what do you mean Zoro-san? I'm sure Naruto-kun considers all of you as friends even though you haven't known him that long, so what's there to be worried about? Listener asks Zoro curiously. With a small sigh Zoro turns back to the group. I do understand that, however if Naruto-san's nation does become allied with the world government, then chances are they will convince that nation of shinobi to go out to sea to help exterminate all the pirates. And if they're all as strong as Naruto-san then, that may mean the end to the pirate era as well as all us pirates. Zoro explains to them as they all go wide-eyed at the thought. It doesn't take long for Naruto and B to arrive at Nojiko's place. As the pair approach the house every single marine in sight immediately stands at attention and salutes them however once Naruto got closer he noticed that they practically refused to look him in the eye and most of them even appeared to be slightly quivering. Is something the matter? Naruto asks them and the marines somehow manage to stand up straighter. No Naruto dono sir, the closest marine manages to say before looking away. With a sigh Naruto gently places a hand on the marine's shoulder much to the horror of said marine as well as those close to him. I assume you heard about my fight with Arlong. Is that right? He asks and the marine in contact with him quickly nods several times. I hope you know that whatever happened to him was because of the horrible crimes he committed on this island. So you guys have nothing to worry about whatsoever. Naruto reassures him as he gently pats him on the shoulder and gives him a big friendly grin before once again making his way to the house. Once Naruto had finished with that marine all the others seemed to relax a bit but still seemed cautious of him. Upon getting to the door Naruto slowly opens it and the pair walk straight in. Have you guys managed to break him yet? Naruto asks out loud just as he enters the house to find the shinobi trio sitting down not too far away from a man tightly tied to a chair. Purin salutes him as soon as he recognizes him. Hello Naruto dono. I have to say that your crew's methods of persuasion is quite effective to say the least. The prisoner Nezumi confessed to all the heinous acts he's done both here and in the surrounding area. Naruto gives a small uncomfortable chuckle. Yeah, I can believe that. So what's going to happen to that bastard now? He asks the Commodore. Well, in short, he will be immediately sent to the underwater prison, impelled down and be imprisoned for his crimes. Purin says to Naruto, who nods before walking closer to the bastard that allowed so much pain and chaos to befall the island. Upon closer inspection Nezumi had a number of Senbon needles pierced into him on various points of his body and from what Naruto could tell, they were either pierced directly onto or right beside his nerves so even a simple movement could cause intense pain. In addition Nezumi also had long bloody gashes along his arms as well as on his legs which could be noticed from the tears in his pants. Normally Naruto would be disgusted at the sight of this, however in this case he could certainly tolerate it. Once Naruto was satisfied with Nezumi's condition he walks away from him and informs his fellow shinobi that they're going to be leaving early in the morning so they can do whatever they want until then. Just before he leaves he walks back over to the Commodore. Thanks Purin-san for catching him and holding him here. Also I noticed his ship was docked not too far away from here surprisingly, so once you guys are ready to leave how about you just take his ship? There was a short silence before the Commodore sighs for a moment. Uzumaki-sama, if you recall I do still have orders to escort you to Logatown and you seem to prefer if we don't. But how about this then? Would you permit us to escort you most of the way, at least until the island is in sight, then we can leave and proceed with transferring Nezumi to Impel Down? Purin asks as he stands up straight in front of Naruto with a serious look on his face. The pair stare at one another for several moments before Naruto starts scratching the back of his head. Fine, but only until the island's in sight. We plan to leave in early tomorrow morning, but I'll send someone over just before we leave. Naruto tells him, which seems to make the Commodore happy. Naruto then leaves the house and takes off to do his own thing, and the rest of the shinobi leave momentarily afterwards. After they leave, Purin asks the marines outside to remove the needles and dress the wounds as well as to set up a transponder snail so he could make an important call. The marines finish all of their tasks fairly quickly and Purin picks up the receiver and dials a certain number. After the call was transferred to its intended person, the Commodore takes a deep breath and prepares to speak to and give a report to none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.